Good evening, everyone. We're so happy you could join us this evening. I'm Sheila Goldberg of Congregation Share Shalom Sisterhood in Houston, Texas. Karen Lugan, Congregation Brit Shalom Sisterhood in Houston, and I are local virtual conference chairs for this year's IntraContinental Region Conference. Karen and I, along with our ICR President, Cindy Ginsburg, and ICR Conference Chair, Jody Jacklin, would like to welcome you to the 2021 conference, the conference that has been 2 years in the making. Although this year's conference will be different than those in past years, we hope that you will enjoy everything we have planned for you and that you learn lots of interesting things you can take back to share with your sisterhood. We wanted everyone to know that initially everyone is going to be muted, but after the Havdalah service, when we go into our chat room, then everyone will be unmuted and you will be able to talk. The chat room will run from when the rabbi finishes the Havdalah service until 10 o'clock this evening. So we hope you'll take this opportunity to visit with old friends and maybe make some new friends. So we're just waiting now for 8:45.
Well, I just want to say hi to everyone and thank you for coming a little bit early. Hopefully you will enjoy tonight and Rabbi Federal, and then we will, like Sheila said, we'll have an opportunity to talk. So if you want to just chat briefly, you can unmute yourselves, but Alex will mute everybody again at about 8:44, a minute beforehand.
I just want to say thank you to all the people who have made this conference available to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sally.
I'll echo that one. Thank you. It's good to see some familiar faces and some new ones. And I hope you all enjoy this conference. This committee did an outstanding job. Thank you.
I just want to say hello to everybody. It's really great to see some familiar faces. Jody, hi. And whoever else I know on here, Sheila, few others, no doubt, that I don't see the pictures right now. Oh, Karen. Hi, Karen. It's great to see you again. And Denise and Cindy. Wow, this is really great. And I'm so thrilled to be able to be on here with all of you.
I just wanted to say,
oh my God.
I just wanted to say, strangely enough, that this is actually a great opportunity for some people who never had a chance to go to the conference to participate because of the format. It's more accessible for some of us. Thank you very much to the organizers.
Margaret, we're so glad you joined. I'm not turning my camera on, but I'm.
Yes, you are, Thelma. What are you hiding from?
Yes, Thelma, I can hear you there. I can hear you.
Sheila,
not turning my
hello.
camera on tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Hi, Thelma.
No maybe, Thelma.
All right, tomorrow.
Hey, Denise, how's it going?
Thelma.
Hi, Thelma.
Hey, Sally. Alice.
Hi, Alice.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
I do want to say, Debbie, thank you very much for joining us tonight. This is a pleasure to have you join our conference. So thank you very much.
I'm so happy to be here, Jody. Thank you for
Debbie.
inviting me. And I want to thank you for my box of goodies that came today.
Goodies? Goodies? What kind of goodies?
Yours is a little longer to get to, Thelma.
Yeah, longer in Canada.
Oh, come on.
All the way up north. Takes a while to come all the way up
Excuse
north.
me, I think some Canadians are
It's
still
coming
doing
by,
pony.
yeah, it's by pony. I thought it was coming by dog sled.
I was gonna say Pony Express.
Yeah.
A
yeah,
few
exactly.
days,
I
a
have
few
a
days
package
ago, we
too.
needed the dog sled here.
I sent a package to my daughter who's going to school in Grand Forks, North Dakota. It had to go by FedEx to Tennessee first to get back to North Dakota. Yeah, it will take forever.
Sounds about
Get
right.
through it
Yep.
over the border.
Yeah, Tennessee's FedEx is hub.
Hey,
Hey, Sean.
Here's Sean.
hey, Sean.
Hi, how are you?
I miss you. This is almost like so hard right now because I miss all you guys. I know how we usually would be gathering in the lobby right now and just really getting into talking to each other. So
I told all my
Plans to
neighbors
go
I
for
was,
a
hey
drink.
Kathy,
Sokol is on. Hi.
Hey,
I miss the hugs, you know?
You're getting it virtual.
Virtual hug. Okay, I'll see.
hey Sherry Lynn, how you doing?
hi, Sherilyn.
Fine. How are you all doing?
Good, nice to see you, Sherry
Good to
Lynn.
see you. And I'm so glad to see so many people who I haven't met yet. I'm so glad that you decided to join us for this conference.
We have 67 people on right now, and that's wonderful. And
Wow.
welcome, everybody.
Very good, Cindy.
How many people actually registered? Hey Karen, how you doing?
Sandy, don't take away my thunder tomorrow. You're doing it again.
I won't, well, in which respect, Jody? I can never steal your thunder. Hey
I was
Roxanne.
gonna say, man.
Roxanne.
Hey, Roxanne, how are you?
Hi, all right. How's everybody doing?
Good. How about you?
Good.
Pretty good.
Well, you look so different. Your hair is much longer,
I
Roxanne.
know. It's my COVID hair.
Always.
Yep.
I finally decided to cut mine.
Yeah, I did too.
It was time.
In fact, I got my hair cut, then went into the hospital.
What happened, Bruce?
So at least I was pretty in the operating room.
Oh,
Is everything okay, Bruce?
Yeah, it is now. Yeah,
Okay, glad to hear.
thank you. It was an interesting few weeks.
oh my God.
Hi, Randy.
Hi, Randy.
How are you?
Hey, Randy.
Everybody. It's so good to see everybody. It's been too long.
Yep.
Totally.
Randy, I missed the shopping trip. I haven't got anything.
Where's
Nothing new to wear.
There's nothing missing from this conference, right, Sandy?
That's right. That's right.
I'll have
Hey,
more
guys, are you out of
than I
shoes
had.
now?
Hmm?
Usually this is your shoe replacement time period.
It is. It
Well,
is.
we've done it already because we come in early. We don't do it through the conference.
Yeah, where are you gonna go shopping this year?
Nowhere. I haven't been
on
shopping at all.
Zoom, on
Amazon.
Zoom, nobody needs to wear shoes, so
In
it's
our
okay.
closet.
Exactly.
In our closet, because we haven't
don't
worn
even
anything
need
in a whole
bottoms
year.
anymore. It's all right.
That's right.
You'll just have to go on Amazon.
But not during conference.
No.
Nobody ever goes
We
shopping.
don't do
during
things
conference.
like that. No.
Never.
We never go during conference. It's always before.
Right.
Absolutely. After.
Or after.
No,
No,
no.
there's never time after.
That's true.
After
some
this
people
year and a
don't
half, I
go
think I've
shopping yet.
become a major stockholder on Amazon. Everything.
Yeah.
If only I knew long ago, I would have gotten some stock in it.
Right.
Y'all would have.
Sally.
Listen, right now, the biggest thing is to go to the grocery store. That's my outing. I love it.
Now they're talking about people reducing their contacts by 30%. How do you get 30% of one?
Yeah.
There you go. When you figure it out, let us know.
I absolutely will.
So to my sisters up north, the rumor is that they're looking at opening up the border around May 20th to May 30th. Is that
No, no,
No,
not
no,
happening.
no.
No.
okay?
Not happening.
Is that with or without vaccine, or it doesn't matter?
It's not happening,
not
period.
happening.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell my fishing buddies because they're all thinking they're heading up in June.
Tell them to wait till.
They can
First
get
of
as
all-
far as the Minnesota border.
Okay.
They can go to International
If they have
Falls.
the vaccine, they can cross the border
Yeah.
after June something.
really long fishing
Really?
poles and really long lines.
Jody, I didn't know you were a fisher. Do you like to fish?
No, but my
Oh.
husband is huge and everybody around our circle is into it.
Ah,
I just hang out.
You're just there to look pretty.
Oh, I
She's
miss
there
you,
to drink the
Sandy.
wine.
No,
No,
it,
stronger. She drinks stronger.
It's whiskey.
Fireball.
Fireball.
Oh, that's right. I
I
forgot
have
about that
Fireball in the
stuff.
freezer
that's
now.
traditional, guys.
I've got
Yeah.
my
Hi,
fireball.
Ellie. How are you, Ellie, sweetie?
Ellie,
How are you?
Is Ellie on?
Yep.
Where'd
Yes,
she go?
Ellie
Oh, there
Khan.
she is. Hi, Ellie.
Hey, Ellie. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Look great. We miss
Yeah,
you.
thank
Hi, Allie. Your hair looks beautiful. You look beautiful.
Thanks, Ellie.
it's
So
good
good to see you.
It's the grandkids.
Oh,
How many do you have now?
suck the money
I
out of
have two boys.
Oh, nice.
Two. You had a second one.
I do.
Great.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't know if y'all know, but I'm going to be a grandmother in August.
Oh, you're so
Wow.
young.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Very
You're too
excited.
young.
Tough.
You're too young to be a grandmother.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Is this your daughter that's pregnant, Denise?
My son's wife, my
Oh,
daughter-in-law.
nice. Nice.
that's
My
great.
oldest one turned 21. I'm not old enough to have a 21-year-old grandchild.
No argument here, Sally.
It's time to take him out for a drink, so I guess.
So we are probably to the point of shutting down the chat. And Sheila, you can.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm really glad we had this time for everybody to say hello, because usually we're able to get together, like Jody said, and visit and go out to dinner and everything. So even though this is going to be a little different this year, we hope that everybody will enjoy our program. We worked really hard and have a lot of wonderful things to take back and share with their sisterhoods and really have a good time. So tonight, one thing that hasn't changed, that we are going to begin our conference with a Havdalah service. And this year we are happy to welcome Rabbi Stuart Federow of Congregation Share Shalom in Houston to lead us in this service. Rabbi Federow has been the rabbi of Congregation Share Shalom for over 25 years. Some of his other activities include authoring the book Judaism and Christianity, A Contrast, and for the past 17 years, along with a Southern Baptist minister and a Roman Catholic priest, co-hosting a live radio call-in talk show entitled A Show of Faith. So please join us now for our Havdalah service. Rabbi?
Thank you. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm picking my favorite text for the service. And since everybody is on mute and I can say things, I'm going to take advantage because I know the region includes Mexico. And I have found out yesterday that the Spanish translation of my book, Judaism and Christianity, A Contrast, has been completed and is now up on Amazon in Spanish. So I think that's pretty cool. So, okay. Sorry you're not going to be able to hear Denise's voice. She's far more beautiful voice than I do. She was our cantor at Shar Shalom approximately years ago, and you're stuck with my voice. Okay, so hello. Okay, and this is my lengthier but favorite text for Havdalah. And the italics is, it's a responsive reading. The italics is for the congregation. But you'll hear me read everything. The Torah commands, The Eternal spoke to Aaron, "You shall distinguish between the sacred and the profane, the unclean and the clean." Like Aaron, first of the priests, we who are called at Mount Sinai to be a kingdom of priests are charged to make Havdalah, to distinguish between things. We must distinguish between the sacred and the profane, between the holy and the common. We must separate the holy and the good from the unholy and the evil, from all that stifles the image of God within us. To this end has Shabbat been set aside. Shabbat, the most precious of days, Shabbat, the day of holiness. Shabbat is blessed rest from daily toil. More than rest, Shabbat is freedom to reach out to God, to family, and to friends, to wash our souls clean, to search and hope to find goodness and beauty, holiness and truth. Our fathers knew Shabbat as a refuge from this world's compromises, from the brutalities and hurts of competition. Our mothers knew Shabbat as a day of release from earthbound pursuits, from the relentless struggle for daily bread. Shabbat is freedom. Freedom not to have to work, not to have to answer the phone, not to have to go places, but to enjoy the place we call home with those we love. Shabbat was called a foretaste of heaven, a time that is all Shabbat. With all reluctance, we say goodbye to this foretaste of heaven. Let us carry into the coming week some Shabbat hope and joy, and carrying them in our souls into our offices, our shops, our homes, and our hours of leisure. Let the memory of Shabbat past and the anticipation of Shabbat to come make us more considerate and generous, determined to make our earthbound world more heavenly. The ancients took words from Scripture to voice their thanks to God, who sustains us during the week as it passes. Within their words of praise was the hint of prayers for life and health in the week to come. May their tranquil faith be ours as we make their praise our own. Hine Yeshua Tiyaftach v'lo evchad, ki ozi v'zimrat yadai by Hili Yeshua, usha'aftem mayim b'sason, mimayne ha-Yeshua, usha'aftem mayim b'sason, mimayne ha-Yeshua, l'Adonai ha-Yeshua, alamcha birchatecha selah, Adonai miskav lanu, Elohei Yaakov selah. Behold, God is my deliverer, I trust in God and I am not afraid, for the Eternal is my strength and my stronghold, the source of my deliverance. With joy shall we draw water from the wells of salvation. The Eternal brings deliverance, God's blessings to the people. The Eternal of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our stronghold. God of the universe, happy is the one who trusts in you. Save us, O God, and answer our prayers when we call upon you. Give us light and joy, gladness and honor, as in the happiest days of Israel's past. Then we shall lift up the cup to rejoice in your saving power and call out your name in praise. The fruit of the vine gladdens the heart with its sweetness and our gladness. We see beyond the ugliness and misery which stain our world. Our eyes open to unnoticed gifts, blessings until now unseen, and the promise of goodness that we can bring to flower. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Borei peri hagafen, borei peri hagafen. La la la. La 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 la. Praise are you, eternal our God, ruler of the universe, creator of the fruit of the vine. According to the Kabbalists, God grants us an extra soul on Shabbat, which now leaves us. These spices console us at the moment of its passing. They remind us that the next 6 days will pass and Shabbat will return. The bouquet of the spices will make us yearn with thankful heart for the sweetness of rest, for the fragrance of growing things, for the clean smell of a rain-washed earth, for the sad innocence of childhood, and for the dream of a world healed of all pain, pure and wholesome, as on that first Shabbat, when God, finding creation to be good, rested from the work of creation. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei v'samim borei minei v'samim la la la. La 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 la. Praised are you, eternal our God, ruler of the universe, creator of all the spices. As night descended, Adam and Eve became afraid. Then God showed them how to make fire, and by its light and warmth to dispel the darkness and its terrors. Kindling flame is a symbol of our first labor upon the earth. Shabbat departs and the workday begins as we begin the new week by kindling fire. And we who dread the night no more, thank God for the flame by which we turn earth's raw stuff into things of use and beauty. The Havdalah candle must have at least 2 wicks. This teaches us that all qualities are paired. We have the power to create many different fires, some useful, others harmful. Let us be on guard never to let the gift of fire devour human life, sear cities and scorch fields, or foul the pure air of heaven, obscuring the very skies. Let the fire we kindle be holy. Let it bring light and warmth to all humanity. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei morei ha'esh borei morei ha'esh la la la. La 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 la. Praised are you, eternal our God, ruler of the universe, creator of the lights of the fire. Havdalah is not for the close of Shabbat alone. It is for all of the days. Havdalah means separate yourself from the unholy, work for holiness. Havdalah means separate yourself from fraud and exploitation. Be fair and honest with all people. Havdalah means separate yourself from indifference to the poor and the deprived, the sick and the aged. Work to ease their despair and loneliness. Havdalah means separate yourself from hatred and violence. Promote peace among all people and nations. May God give us the understanding and the strength to reject the unholy and to choose the way of holiness. May the one who separates the holy from the profane inspire us to perform these acts of Havdalah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil ben kodesh lechol hamavdil ben kodesh lechol la la la. La 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 la. Praise Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil ben kodesh lechol ben or lechoshech ben Yisrael la'amim ben yom hashvi'i l'sheshet yemei ha'ma'aseh Baruch atah Adonai hamavdil ben kodesh lechol. Praised are you, eternal our God, ruler of the universe, who separates the holy from the profane, the light from the darkness, the people of Israel from the other nations, and the seventh day from the 6 other days of creation. Praised are you, eternal our God, who separates the sacred from the profane. The light is gone, and Shabbat is gone with it. However, hope illumines the night for us, we who are Jews, who are called prisoners of hope. Amid the reality of a world shrouded in deep darkness, our hope is steadfast and our faith sure. There will come a Shabbat without Havdalah, when the glory of Shabbat, its peace and its love, will endure forever. Herald of that wondrous Shabbat is Elijah, whom now we hope and trust, we invoke in song. Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi, Bimhera B'Yamenu, Yavo Eleinu, Imashiach ben David, Imashiach ben David, Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi. Shavua Tov, 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 Shavua Tov. A good week, a week of peace. May gladness reign and joys increase. A good week, a week of peace. May gladness reign and joys increase. Shavua Tov, and it is my custom to also say Shvuah L'Tovah. May all the promises, the oaths that you make in the coming week be for goodness. May you have a good week. Shavua Tov. Shavua Tov. So,
Thank you, thank you, Rabbi.
You're very
We
welcome.
really appreciate your being with us this evening. And thank you for leading us in that beautiful service. And thank all of you for joining us tonight. I really wish you could all be here in person. We are enjoying weather in the low 80s today and tomorrow, and we really would have liked to have shared that with you, but maybe someday in the future we'll be able to have you in person and host you here in Houston. At this time, we are opening our virtual hospitality suite, and you will all be unmuted. The suite will be open until 10 o'clock tonight. So we hope you will use this time to reconnect with old friends and also maybe make some new friends. We will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when we will continue with our exciting programming.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started, I would like to ask all conference attendees to make sure you're on mute. Thank you. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Cindy Ginsburg, and I am the IntraContinental Region President. Welcome to our 2021 IntraContinental Spring Conference, Light Our Way to a Bright Future. We come together virtually for a full day of learning, study, and ruach. I hope you enjoy your time here, meet new people in the breakout rooms, and re-engage with old friends. We will start the morning off with singing of the national anthems of the countries that make up the IntraContinental region. We will start out with the Canadian national anthem sung by Jane Reeder, Es Chaim, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, followed by the anthems of Israel sung by Nurit Mittelfeld from Shar HaShalom Sisterhood in Houston, Texas, followed by the Mexican national anthem, and the United States sung by Freddie Pink from Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Please rise.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commands. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ohol od balevav venima nefesh Yehudi homiya ulfaate mizrach kadima ain letzion Sophia od lo avda tikvatenu hatikva bat shnot alpaim להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים. להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched are so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the guns bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you for choosing to attend your region's conference this year. I hope that you will grow in your commitment to your faith, family, sisterhood, synagogue, and community, and yourself as a modern Jewish woman. I would like to invite Sandy Polanski from Sherry Zedek Synagogue in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, to give us our Devar Torah for today. Sandy?
Thank you, Cindy. Boker Tov to everybody. It's nice to be able to see you all. What a year we've all encountered. Between lockdown and losses, we have all experienced a wide range of emotions. Coming together at this time is so important for us to virtually see and reconnect with our sisters in the ICR. Biachad, together, as we are this weekend in our first step in lighting our way to a bright future. Time passes, life happens. Distance separates, children grow up, jobs come and go, love waxes and wanes, hearts break, parents dies, colleagues forget favors. Careers end, but sisters are there. No matter how much time and how many miles are between you, a girlfriend is never farther away than needing her can reach. When you have to walk that lonesome valley and you have to walk it all by yourself, the women in your life will be on the valley's rim, cheering you on, praying for you, pulling for you, intervening on your behalf, and awaiting with open arms at the valley's end. Sometimes they will even break the rules and walk beside you, or come in and carry you out. Girlfriends, daughters, granddaughters, daughter-in-laws, sisters, sisters-in-law, mothers, mother-in-laws, grandmothers, aunties, nieces, cousins, and extended family, all bless our life. The world wouldn't be the same without women, and neither would we. When we began this adventure called Women's League, we had no idea of the incredible joys or sorrows that lay ahead, nor did we know how much we would need each other. Every day, we need each other still. We hope that as time goes on, we can all be together again as the world returns to normal. Maybe all be together next year in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy, for your very thoughtful words.
You're welcome.
We now have a special welcome greeting from our Women's League International President, Debbie Kaner Goldich.
Shalom, friends. I am Debbie Kaner Goldich, President of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. Welcome to your region conference. It is a pleasure for me to greet you today, although I wish we were together, biachad, in person. This has been a unique and challenging year. We started our year with our virtual international convention in July. Since then, we have offered continuous programming with opportunities for learning and engagement. Our weekly newsletter encourages our members to join programs in sisterhoods and regions all over North America. In spite of the pandemic, the newsletter tells everyone that Women's League is alive and well. If you are not subscribed to it, please let your region president or me know, and we will connect you. During these past 14 months, I have had the opportunity to greet many of you through the magic of Zoom. Together, we have celebrated Sisterhood Paid Up membership events, Torah Fund events, Women's League Shabbat services, and now region conferences. Those visits are an important part of my role as president. Your comments and suggestions allow our organization to move forward with fresh ideas. Please continue to invite me to your events so that you can reach out personally. Soon, I hope to be on the road traveling and would love to be together with you in person. And so today, as you are together with your region sisters at your conference, please take advantage of all that your sisterhood, region, and the international organization has to offer to you as a conservative Jewish woman. Please join me in thanking your outgoing region officers and board for their hard work and support of Women's League over the last 3 years. And please welcome your incoming executive committee and board as they embark on an exciting road ahead. Thank you, and lahitraot. I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Debbie. I would now like to take a minute to let you know who is responsible for putting this fabulous day together. Region Conference Chair Jody Jacklin and virtual conference chairs Karen Lucan and Sheila Goldberg have planned a full and exciting day for us today. I would like to start by saying that I have been amazed by these three ladies. Thank you, Jody, Karen, and Sheila, for your hundreds of hours that you have put into coordinating, planning, and executing our first virtual region conference. You truly complement each other and have worked hand in hand throughout the process. And speaking of working hand in hand, our conference consultant is Carol Simon, and she has been involved from the start. Carol has been with us every step of the way and has been on every Zoom call we've had. She has provided us with invaluable guidance and insight. I would also like to give a thank you shout out to our Kathy Leonard, Communications Vice President. Kathy is responsible for the online registrations, forms, bulletins, e-blasts, photo collages, Zoom calls, and I could go on and on. I am not a detailed person, but these women are. I don't think there is anything that they and their wonderful team members haven't thought of. Thank you, thank you, thank you, all from the bottom of my heart. Donations will be made to the special Torah Fund project, Creating New Spaces, in each of your honor. I would also be remiss if I didn't add my thank you to Alex with BWA Video, our technical specialist. He is working behind the scenes to make this virtual conference happen. Thank you, Alex. Now, I would like to call on Jody Jacklin. Jody is from Tifereth Israel Congregation in Des Moines, Iowa. She is going to share some conference highlights and housekeeping information. Jody?
Thank you, Cindy, for your kind words. It has been a pleasure in working on this project in uncharted territory. Therefore, I want to say welcome to the ICR Spring Conference 2021. We are excited to see you all, even though many of you are thousands of miles away. I'm especially thrilled for all the new delegates that have joined us this year. If you know how to do a Zoom reaction, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Thank you. We thoroughly hope you enjoy yourselves and that we will see you again next year. If you're not familiar with me, I am Jody Jacklin, ICR Conference Chair. During the day, you will have a host of sessions learning from our region leaders on a variety of topics. Jews in Space, seeing a short film, to hearing from the author of The Third Daughter. Our 2021 to 2024 region board installation, and concluding with our laughter-filled region party. We also wanted to be sure there were plenty of breaks for you to step away, get some lunch, and have a snack. During the breaks, you will be put into a random group to connect with old friends and make new ones. What I personally have enjoyed most from conferences is truly the friendships built. You may not realize it, but many of the women you were not familiar with as of today will become your sisters in the future. I have met people from across North America that are now some of my dearest friends that I can count on, thick or thin. Many of us have so many compartments in our life, and ICR has become a big one. There is an individual I met over 10 years ago, and she is no longer involved, but our connection is stronger than ever. I hope for all of you to have that opportunity too. Conference 2021 has 112 delegates, yoo-hoo, registered, with 34 being new to our conference. That is 30%. We received 13 blanket registrations. Those that registered, 21 gave us an additional donation to ICR, and 18 contributed to our Tzedakah project, support special needs B'nai Mitzvah in Israel. As mentioned, this conference would not have been as successful as it will be without the following people, and I too want to thank you each. Karen Lucan and Sheila Goldberg are virtual co-chairs, who without their knowledge, diligence, and care, this would not have been the success I expected to be. Carol Simon, our conference consultant, who continued throughout this process to lead us with her extraordinary skill set. Cindy Ginsburg, our ultimate leader. She, as our ICR outgoing president, without your dedication and support each step of the way, it would not have happened. Kathy Leonard, who accomplished our marketing efforts from online registration to updating us with virtual information. And a special thanks goes out to Alex Beaumier, our video specialist and live stream expert with BWA Video, who is supporting our technical and video needs for this conference. We could not have a quality virtual conference without his guidance and assistance. Again, thank you to all of you. A few housekeeping notes. If you are a new delegate and have not already done so, please update your Zoom name so that we can identify you. You have received instructions with a prior email. The entire conference, you will be muted unless a specific session requested the delegates not be. Please limit during all segments to use the chat room unless it involves a specific question for the presentation, and send all the questions to the moderator only. During every break and lunch, the attendees in the room will be unmuted. A reminder when using the chat room is that to communicate with someone privately, and if it's a one-on-one discussion, otherwise it will be seen by everyone. However, we are hoping that during breaks, it will be a vast open dialogue. Lastly, you have received an evaluation form via email, and you will see the link again immediately after the conference. Please complete the form ASAP and have it turned in no later than 7 p.m. Tuesday night, the 27th. Thank you, each and every one of you, in attending this once-in-a-lifetime conference, and sit back and enjoy yourselves. Welcome. I am pleased to hand you back into our capable hands, our ICR President, Cindy.
Thank you, Jody. Many of you know that the IntraContinental Region is a merger of two of what were called branches, the Southwest Branch and the Midwest Branch. I would like to recognize now the past branch presidents in attendance today. Please wave when you see your name, or hear your name, sorry. From the Southwest Branch are Paya Greenberg, Harriet Stern, and Sherry Lynn Rubin. From the Midwest Branch, we have Ricky Haith and Randy Schwartz. Also in attendance are past IntraContinental presidents, Judy Goldstein, Karen Lucan, Ellie Sokol, and Artis Wexler. I hope I didn't miss anyone in attendance today. Thank you, ladies, for your dedication to Women's League and your sisterhoods. The past 2 years of my presidency have been a whirlwind. I knew that keeping track of our 25 active sisterhoods would be challenging, and I was right. I have been able to visit many sisterhoods and plan to visit many more when COVID hit. I have struggled with balancing my different roles between my family, job, and activities in WLCJ and the region. It has been overwhelming. Many of you know that I've been dealing with family health issues. Your kindness and compassion has helped me through this past year. Thank you. Well, enough now about me. Let's get a report of the state of our region. I would like to now introduce our executive committee. Denise Mosk, Vice President of Torah Fund. Jane Reeder, Vice President of Membership. Meryl Nason, Vice President of Education and Programming. Kathy Leonard, Vice President of Communications. Ruth Harris, our beloved treasurer. Louise Kaufman, Administrative Secretary. Artis Wexler, Immediate Past President and Nominating Chair. Roxanne Portnoy, Parliamentarian. And Jody Jacqueline, Conference Chair. Several of our vice presidents are now going to give you a brief update on the state of our region. I would like to call on Treasurer Ruth Harris.
I'm sorry, I have a problem with my background. And I don't know how to fix it. But I will give you a report. Oh, shoot. Doesn't this figure? It's a heck of a way to start off a year. I'm going to start with Conference 2019, which was held in Dallas, Texas. We had 46 full-time delegates, 12 part-time, and an additional 18 guests who attended luncheons and dinners. We strengthened our scholarship fund by the proceeds from the party auction and even had an overall net income of $388. Our current financial information is not complete due to my unexpected stint in the hospital and followed by a stay in rehab. I can report that the IntraContinental region is financially very healthy. We even purchased a new laptop for use by the current and subsequent treasurers of the region. A complete financial report will be available upon receipt of all income and expenditures. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Now we can hear from Jane Reeder, Vice President of Membership.
Jane on mute.
Looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll get Jane at the end. How about we call up Denise Mosk, Torah Fund?
Hi, everyone. I'm Denise Mosk, your Torah Fund Region Vice President. This has been a very difficult year for fundraising, and Torah Fund is no exception. Virtual events, fundraising by letters have become the norm. For the fiscal year 2019-2020, Women's League raised $1.4 million. Our region raised 80% of our goal, a total of $91,413. Congratulations to those who have met their goal. We will announce those individual sisterhoods later.
Thank you, Denise. Communications Vice President Kathy Leonard asked me to let you know that we are trying to fatten our archives a bit more. We are still gathering photos from our 2019 conference in Dallas. If you have any to share that you may have taken with your camera or your phone, please send them to Kathy at newicrconference@gmail.com. Thank you very, very much. And now, Jane from our membership vice president.
Okay, do we have sound?
We do.
Hey, I would like to recognize my team for their support and encouragement over the last 3 years. Beverly Jones, Sandy Polanski, Nancy Ruffman, and Sherry Lynn Rubin. Toda Rabah. The Intercontinental region has 25 sisterhoods and 7 independent members. We're stretching from Winnipeg in Saskatchewan, Canada, down the Midwest, or down the middle of the United States to Mexico City, where we have 2 sisterhoods. And the pandemic has been difficult on all of us. Many of our sisterhoods and synagogues have faced challenges and been hit pretty hard. 2 of our sisterhoods in the region are reorganizing and have taken a hiatus for a year. Mazel tov and thank you to the sisterhoods who have sent in their per capita this year. Currently, about half of our sisterhoods in the region still have outstanding balances on your per capita. We can try to get those in before year end. If your sisterhood is feeling stressed about membership or per capita, reach out to the region membership team for support. The ICR membership team will work with you and the international membership team to find a solution. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you to log into the Women's League website, update your member profile so we can keep you up to date with the latest membership news. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And thank you all very much. I would now like to ask Artis Wexler, nominating chair and immediate region past president, to discuss the nomination process and to hold elections.
Thank you, Cindy. I am pleased to present the report of the ICR Nominating Committee. The committee members are Judy Goldstein, Women of Adath, Minnesota; Marla Goldstein, B'nai Amunah, St. Louis, Missouri; Sally Gordon, Ohev Shalom, Prairie Village, Kansas; Mickey Kingsley, Kol Rina, St. Louis, Missouri; Karen Lucan, Brith Shalom, Bel Air, Texas; Sherry Lynn Rubin, Shahireth, Israel, Plano, Texas; and Randy Schwartz, Eitz Chaim, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. The IntraContinental Region is the largest of the 13 regions in Women's League, stretching from Winnipeg and Saskatoon in Canada in the north to Mexico in the south, roughly 2.5 million square miles, encompassing 3 countries, 2 provinces, 7 states, and 25 sisterhoods. The committee, recognizing the need for inclusiveness, has sought to have representation on the board and the executive committee from all of the sisterhoods in the region. The slate is as follows. President, Ruth Harris, Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Vice President, Communication, Amy Cook Porter, individual member, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Vice President, Membership, Sheila Goldberg, Shar Shalom, Clear Lake, Texas. Vice President, Education and Membership, Mickey Kingsley, Kol Rina, St. Louis, Missouri. Vice President, Torah Fund, May Leviton, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Administrative Secretary, Roxanne Portnoy, Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, Minnesota. Treasurer, Kathy Leonard, Shar HaShalom, Clear Lake, Texas. Parliamentarian, Sally Gordon, Ohev Shalom, Prairie Village, Kansas. And immediate past president and nominating chair, Cindy Ginsburg, Kol Rina, St. Louis, Missouri. The following board members. Conference chair, Marjorie Schneider, Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, Minnesota. Torah Fund team member, Nancy Rothman, Shereth Israel, Plano, Texas. Communication team members for directory, Sean Frank, Anshe Torah, Plano, Texas. Bulletin newsletter, Feli Steinberg, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Social media, Stacy Glazier, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Webmaster, Zoe Littman, Agudas Israel, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. Membership team, Phyllis Harris, Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Jody Jacqueline, Tefereth Israel, Des Moines, Iowa. Denise Mosk, Brith Shalom, Bel Air, Texas. Delma Suris, Sherry Zedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Education membership team, Cheryl Coleman, B'nai Amunah, St. Louis, Missouri. Beverly Jones, Agudas Achim, Iowa City, Iowa. Sandy Polanski, Sherry Zedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Jane Ryder, Eretz Chaim, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. The nominating procedure is as follows. At least 120 days prior to the region conference at which elections will take place, the nominating committee will report to the region board, immediately sending its written report to the Women's League for Conservative Judaism nominating committee and circulate its written report to the region's sisterhoods. Additional nominations may be made up to 60 days prior to the region conference at which elections take place by a petition signed by at least 5 sisterhoods within the region, together with the written consent of the nominee, which is submitted to the region nominating team. When the final date for additional nominations has passed, if no additional nominations are presented, the nominating team slate shall become the electoral ballot. The slate of the region nominating committee, plus the nominations by petitions, if any, shall be delivered to the sisterhood boards of directors at least 30 days before election at the region conference. Therefore, having received no such nominations, it is my pleasure as chair of the nominating committee to ask Louise Kaufman to cast a unanimous ballot to elect these outstanding, dedicated, and committed women as the officers and board members of the IntraContinental Region of Women's League for Conservative Judaism for the 2021-2024 term. Louise? I think she has waved her hand. I'm not sure. Okay. I'll take that as a nod. Once again, what?
On behalf of the Intercontinental Region, it is my honor to accept the nominations as presented by the nominating committee.
Thank you, Louise. Once again, I thank the nominating committee members for their excellent work developing this outstanding slate of women.
Thank you, Artis, and Mazel Tov to our new ICR President and Board of Directors. Before I introduce this year's region consultant, I would like to acknowledge those sisterhoods in our region who have reached milestones in affiliation with Women's League of Conservative Judaism. Agudas Akim, Austin, Texas, 72 years. Agudas Akim, San Antonio, Texas, 1 year reaffiliation. Anshe Torah, Plano, Texas, 30 years in 2020. Beth Shalom, Overland Park, Kansas, in 2020 celebrated 100 years. Ohev Shalom, Prairie Village, Kansas, 10 years reaffiliation. Sherry Zedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba, 2020 celebrated 90 years. Sherith Israel, Dallas, Texas, 54 years. Shir Hadash, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, celebrated 20 years in 2020. And Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, Minnesota, 95 years. Congratulations. Your certificates will be mailed directly to you. Now for our consultant, Carol Simon. Many of you know Carol as she was the 21st International President of Women's League. Carol's lifelong connection to Women's League began in her teens. Prior to her ascendancy to International President, Carol has served in nearly every important Women's League office, to include Sisterhood and Branch President, Women's League Executive Committee appointments, trainer, and 2008 Convention Chair. Carol and her husband, Jeff, reside in Tampa, Florida, and have 3 children and 7 grandchildren. Carol?
Thank you, Cindy. On behalf of Women's League for Conservative Judaism and our international president, Debbie Kaner-Goldich, I very happily present to both you, Cindy, as outgoing president of Intercontinental, and Ruth as incoming president of Intercontinental. Of course, this is virtual, as our calendar diaries are still at the printer. But the calendar diary will have this message to both of you from Debbie. May our flame continue to light up the conservative movement, and may it light your way. I would like to take this opportunity to thank your conference committee chaired by Jody Jacqueline and Karen Lucan, Sheila Goldberg, and of course, Cindy Ginsburg, for including me in the planning from the very, very beginning. They have worked hard envisioning a virtual conference, and I know that you will all enjoy the day. It has been my honor and pleasure to be part of this team. And I'd like to add a hearty mazel tov to you, Cindy, on the completion of your term of office as president of IntraContinental Region. You have led with compassion, vision, and tenacity. You have mentored others and looked to develop future leadership, all during a most unusual time. 3 years ago, when you took the helm of this region, we talked about what an exciting journey this would be and how fast the time would go by. And it did. Mazel tov. And to those that were part of your administration these past 3 years, Yasha Koach for your service to your region and to Women's League. Ruth, my wish for you is that as you embark on this amazing journey as president of IntraContinental, that you enjoy each day. Some will be better than others, but each day will bring you the opportunity to connect to the members of your sisterhoods and individual members. Each day will bring the opportunity to learn from others, to lead with your vision for the next 3 years. One of the very best benefits of being a region president is the friendships that you will forge with the other 12 region presidents. I wish for you, Ruth, 3 years of much success and mazel tov. And to those being installed later today, toda rabah for accepting to participate in your region for the next 3 years. I know that each of you will lead and exceed all of your expectations. Mazel tov.
Thank you, Carol. A donation will be made to the Special Torah Fund project, which is dear to your heart, creating new spaces in your honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That concludes our plenary session. Next up is Meryl Nason, Membership Vice President, to lead us in a program on membership.
Good morning. I'm just going to correct Cindy. I am the outgoing programming vice president, and this is a programming session. But I want to thank everyone for coming and for this to be the first session of many wonderful sessions that we're going to have today. We are going to have 5 presenters today, and they will be 3 that will talk about Zoom programs that have been ongoing this year, 1 who will talk about in-person programs, and 1 who will talk about a social justice program. And I am from Congregation Sheriff Israel in Dallas, and I welcome you again to the first session of the IntraContinental Region Conference. Our first presenter is Nurit Mittelfeld from Shar HaShalom, and I am looking forward to hearing Nurit's presentation. Nurit.
Okay, good morning. I'm Nurit Mittelfeld, co-president of the Sisterhood at Shar HaShalom, which is located in Clear Lake, in the area that's southeast Houston, in the area of NASA Johnson Space Center. Like everybody else, we closed our synagogue in March 2020 and haven't opened it yet. And again, like everybody else, we resumed meeting on Zoom. We're going to partially open it next month, but it will be a hybrid presentation, a limited number of people in person and the rest on Zoom. Our Sisterhood online meeting included a talk about electronically organizing photographs with our own member, Amira Hemi, an introduction to second serving of Houston, that's with Barbara Wonstein, a talk about risk reduction of breast cancer and new therapies by an MD Anderson oncologist, Dr. Amy Hassan, stories with morals by Rabbi Dan Gordon, and few hands-on sessions. The hands-on sessions. And there, with those hands-on sessions, we discovered some advantages to the online meeting. For example, in cooking sessions, which we had several, and one was with my co-president, Heather McKnight, it turns out that cooking sessions over Zoom, when you are at your familiar cooking surrounding and prepare material and ingredient ahead of time, is quite efficient. A different kind of hands-on session was conducted by another member, Bertha Iwinski. You know, sometimes you don't know which suitable gift you should give a friend or a family member. Then cash may be your best option. Yet there is always the accompanying hesitation. What is a good way to give money as a gift? Well, Bertha showed us one way to accomplish this: art, making art from green bills. And Bertha shows us how to make shirts from the green bills. And as she says, that has been accepted many times with very great acknowledgement. And Zoom sometimes hands you unintentional opportunities to laugh when two Zoom windows of two different people have combined into one, with the head of Risa Stein in the hands of Bertha Weinski. And it only happened, of course, on my screen because everybody's screen is different. So we always need to look on the half full glass, or better yet, as my husband's t-shirt says, technically the glass is always full. Mr. Thank you very much. And that's it.
Thank you, Nurit. Thank you, Nurit. And I want to mention, just please keep your self on mute. If you have questions, please put them in the chat, and Lori Silverblatt is monitoring the chat. And if we have time at the end of the session, we will bring up the questions. If we don't have time at the end of the session, we will address your questions. We will send you an email with the answers. We will not forget about you. Your questions are very important to us. Our second presenter is Karen Harris from Brit Shalom, and Lisa Estes, also from Brit Shalom in Houston, Texas. Karen.
Thank you. Hold on, let me a sec to share my screen and present. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. It's really good to be here. And as Meryl said, so we are CBS Women, Congregation Brit Shalom in Bel Air, Texas. And our programming, like pretty much everybody else's, moved to Zoom last year. And although it was a bit of a shock, it was also a really huge opportunity for us, because when you realize you can't do things the way they've been done before, all of a sudden you have to do things in a completely new way. And so it really started some good conversations about how to bring us together, because we realized even though we couldn't physically be together, our emotional needs for connection were very much the same or stronger because of the pandemic. So just wanted to introduce my co-president, Lisa. She was having trouble getting into the Zoom. So although we were originally going to co-present, I think it's going to be me, and I'll help her get in after the presentation. So just kind of wanted to, I guess, showcase a little bit of what we've been doing this year. And we have a monthly newsletter, and every newsletter is divided into these 4 different categories of social and creativity, spirituality, educational programming, and then the tzedakah and volunteering. And the interesting thing is the only thing in person is really the oh, good, my co-president is in. Is the volunteering is really the one bit that has its in-person component. And the other thing that we had is we had a new study group form in addition to our long-term weekly Torah study. So although I'm not going to spotlight all of these activities, I am just going to spotlight a small number of them. And the first up, just like Nurit mentioned, last presenter, was our cooking Zooms. And my co-president, Lisa, is going to talk about them and their success.
Hey, everybody, good morning. So super quick, we've had an amazing year and started it off. Our first program was a cooking Zoom. And that was actually with my mom, who you can see at the top right. Another one on the top left is a member, a long-time member of Shalom, who is actually a professional cook and has a cookbook. Underneath Ellie, you'll see on the bottom left is our synagogue caterer. And then on her right is another longtime member. Everybody basically welcomed us into their kitchen. Everyone had their own style. They talked about, some people talked about their kitchen. They talked about how they started cooking, and did a demo. It was really like, I would say, professional level. It was fantastic. And we had some, you can see on the right, some of the samples of menu items that we had. We did have another one, a teen did a cooking demo in April, which there's no photo. But each one of these was different. Everyone was casual and engaging, and showed us how to cook the meal, took questions throughout. And it was just, you know, it involved Judaism, home, culture, all the things that we like in just a very positive way. And I just want to give one shout out to Shelley Rappaport, our caterer, because it was really nice for us to give her the chance to feature her and, you know, offer her services. I mean, she does outside catering also. So it was a really nice way to give her a shout out, and well-deserved attention.
Thank you. So I think the theme for us this year with our programming was really about connecting, you know, virtually connecting in the heart, and acknowledging the stresses that we were dealing with. So the other kind of long-term series that we had was a 3-part series that we dubbed like Asking for a Friend. And we brought in different experts to talk about, you know, kind of sensitive issues that we might be dealing with given the pandemic, given job losses, given concerns about healthcare. And so we had 3 different experts, one talking about money concerns, that was the financial grit, one talking about health insurance and health concerns, so that was questions about Obamacare and Medicare, and then psychological concerns. So we had this one right before Thanksgiving about coping strategies for the socially distant holidays. And for that, we had a representative from Jewish Family Services, and just kind of acknowledging that you know, this was an unprecedented year, and that, you know, we're not just there for social programming, but to address issues that all of us might be dealing with but not want to talk about. The third kind of programming that I wanted to spotlight was this very creative, incredibly emotionally uplifting guided meditation. And we have a member who's a yoga teacher and does this professionally. And she managed to tie in these meditations with Sukkot and for Hanukkah. And it was so beautiful. It was so relaxing. And again, even though it was over Zoom, it gave us some calm and it gave us connection. And those are very much what we wanted this year. So, and the other thing that was really an upside about being online is that, you know, just like the conference, all of our programming was recorded. So all of our programming, if people had conflicts and other programs, they can find it on our Congregation Bris Shalom YouTube channel. And the CBS Woman is actually its own playlist. So you can search just on our programming, and you can catch it after the fact. So we have more recorded programs. I put the slide together at the end of the month. And we've had a phenomenal showing in person at each of our events, and then more people are able to view them online as well. And then just as our final slide, wanted to showcase both ourselves and our children and niece And my co-president has a brand new granddaughter as well. And just, we're not just doing it for ourselves and for our connection. It is about creating strong role models for the women in our life. So with that, are there any questions?
Karen, I actually have a question. Is the website open to any, can I go on the website, or do you have to be a member of Brit Shalom to go on your website and access your programs?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. No, the website access is totally open. And in fact, all of our programming has been free as well. So no, if you're curious, you just go to Congregation Bristol.
3 more minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen and Lisa. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you again, Lisa. Our third presenter for a Zoom program is Roz Benjet, the incoming president of Congregation Shereth Israel Sisterhood. And she will be talking about several programs that Shereth Israel has put on this past year. Roz. Roz, you're muted.
I'm going to be telling you about 2 particular programs that Shereth Israel Sisterhood has done historically. One is what we call Women's Shabbat, and the other one is a program we developed called Woman of Note, where we choose a local woman who is outstanding in some particular field. Historically, when we had Women's Shabbat programs, we had different members take parts in a Friday night service and pretty much run the service with the help of our wonderful female Rabbi Shira Wallach. But that got to be a little bit apparently boring, and people wanted something different. So we moved 1 year to having a program and a theme. We started out with a woman who was the president of a group who was bringing Ladino into focus. And she talked to us about Sephardic women and their part in the medieval times. And that was followed by a Sephardic meal for Shabbat. We did several others like that with different panel groups, and they all were pretty well attended. When we did Women of Note, we started about 5 years ago. The first woman of note was a state senator, followed by the president of Neiman Marcus, a federal judge, and a theater critic. This year, during the pandemic, we couldn't do any of those programs. And after much discussion, we decided that we would combine Women's Shabbat and Women of Note this year and make it a Zoom presentation. For the theme, there was no doubt in our minds that it had to be a medical theme given the problems put out by the pandemic. So we had a sisterhood member who is a cardiologist who was working in a hospital that had many COVID patients. We had an educator who had to deal with children during the pandemic. And we had a nurse who is the Shirley Davidoff, who is the president of our congregation. And instead of doing a Friday night service where we couldn't be in the synagogue and we couldn't have a Shabbat meal together, we had Havdalah on a Saturday evening, led by our our dear Shira Wallach. And that was followed by a panel discussion with the nurse, the doctor, and the educator. We had really, really good attendance. And our theme for the evening was finding something good that happened to you during the pandemic. And surprisingly enough, it turned out to be quite uplifting as well. And that's what we did this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Roz. We appreciate it. Our next presenter is Jane Reeder, the outgoing membership vice president for the IntraContinental Region and a member of Etz Chaim Congregation Sisterhood in Winnipeg. Jane.
Do I do that? Oh, I'm not even on here.
Prior to March 1st, 2020, and the COVID lockdown, our Women's League ran some amazing programs. Many of our communities are just starting to open up and run in-person programs once again. Two of the programs that I'm going to share with you came from the Jewels in the Crown section and the Women's League website. My programming team adapted the original programs to meet our needs. Jewish Weddings Through the Years, Ages was a fashion show. Was without a doubt one of the most successful programs. In the beginning, we sent out notices to our congregation looking for vintage wedding gowns, ketubas, stories, and other unique wedding items. In order to keep those heirlooms safe, we ask that congregants bring in those items the night of the fashion show, except the gowns. For this event, we were able to pull in a variety of our members whose skills and talents came into use to pull the show together. We needed volunteers for advertising and room setup. Fortunately, we had a volunteer florist and seamstress in our sisterhood. We even recruited a few of the men in the congregation who had tuxedos. Thank goodness we had Randy Schwartz, who wrote the script and enlisted the services of the rabbi and cantor. Our advertisement was an actual wedding invitation. Each of our sisterhood members took a dozen or so invitations and personally handed them out and invited guests to our wedding fashion show. We charged $10 admission, and that included a ticket for the door prize and the dessert reception afterwards, where we served fluffy white cupcakes and punch on tables with centerpieces with pink napkins. Our sanctuary was decorated and ready for a beautiful wedding. The rabbi and cantor and our two mothers of the bride and groom, who were our MCs, waited under the freestanding chuppah that had been placed in the center of our bima. Joyce, our matchmaker, made her rounds, handing out calling cards to all of the mothers in attendance. Our first bride down the aisle was Eve. She was dressed in leaves with Trab, the purple stuffed snake, twined around her neck. We were all a little verklempt when one of our sisterhood members walked down the aisle under the beautiful custom chuppah, which had been made for her own wedding. It was made extra special because on each of the corners were her 3 sons and her husband. Our oldest wedding gown on loan was from the early 1900s. It was royal velvet. It was blue royal velvet. It was so tiny, we had to recruit one of our teenagers to wear it. One of our models wore her aunt's wedding gown with a gorgeous family heirloom veil that had originally been worn by her mother and the 2 aunts. It was a real showstopper. For planning purposes, we requested that reservations be made in advance. We planned for 50 to 75 people. It was a very successful evening with almost 200 people in attendance. The Eye of the Beholder art show and auction was our other program. Our timing was perfect with this. Many of our seniors were in the process of downsizing. We offered several drop-off times at the synagogue, and a few of our members went in to appraise and organize the items. A local celebrity joined us as guest auctioneer and MC for the evening. We advertised in our local Jewish newspaper, community paper, and with posters and flyers throughout the city. A small fee was charged at the entrance, and each paid admission received a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres throughout the evening. It was a cash bar that served several choices of kosher wine. The event took place in our social hall on a weeknight. We rented portable walls to hang the art on and set up tables with tablecloths to display other collectible items. The project took well over 6 months to plan and organize. Storage, organization, and volunteer burnout were some of the big challenges. This can be a very profitable program. All of your stock is donated. Just keep an eye on advertising, catering, and rental costs. You're going to need lots of volunteers for this program. And to be honest, designating an after event crew just to clean up and do storage and distribution of the remaining art is a really good idea. Our planning team was amazing. This was a very successful program and well received in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to share these programs with you, and we look forward to hearing more about your programs.
Thank you so much, Jane. We appreciate your participation. Our final presenter is Artis Wexler. Artis is the past president of the IntraContinental Region, and she is from Adat Yeshurun Sisterhood in Winnetka, Minnesota. Artis.
Thank you, Merle. And it's Minnetonka, which is a Native American word for meaning many waters. Good morning, guys. I have been asked to describe the process of developing resolutions for International Women's League. If you go to the Women's League website, you will find a wealth of information about our whole organization. You, as a paid-up member, will have access to a fantastic array of topics designed to add substance and pleasure to your sisterhood activities and to enhance your appreciation for what your dues are actually supporting. First, there is a resolutions committee composed of volunteers just like all of us. We meet on average once a month to discuss current topics of interest, not only to Women's League members, but also to reflect Women's League's position on current issues. For example, for the past several months, the committee has been discussing the issue of racial justice in the community. We researched all past resolutions going back 50 plus years to see if there was a need to update or change the focus. Once this was done, the material was forwarded to the Women's League Executive Committee for discussion and approval. When approved, it is sent out to the general Women's League membership for comments. It's important for you as members to respond and send in your comments about these resolutions. Following this time period, usually a few weeks, the comments are returned to the General Women's League Board for approval, and then it is added to the already completed resolutions, also found online. The general members have access to these resolutions via Women's League Week, and as well to the previous past resolutions, which are archived on the website, as I've said. I hope you see these resolutions as a basis for developing programs within your own sisterhoods. There are many, many resolutions which have been passed over the years. And as a suggestion, you might choose to set up a program composed of a panel of local individuals to address these issues. Any member of Women's League can submit ideas for proposed resolutions by contacting Karen Cooker and Marlene Oslick, who are the committee co-chairs. If you have any difficulty accessing the website, please contact Rachel Kessler at the Women's League office. In the past, Women's League has developed and updated resolutions on women's choice, education, interfaith relations, and more, many, many more. Currently, the committee is working on a resolution dealing with women's health issues relating to underserved communities insofar as research into treatments are concerned. I will add as an aside that many of the research projects that are ongoing are geared primarily towards men, or white men in particular. And so, for example, when women present at their physicians and their health providers certain symptoms, they are sometimes put aside because they don't match the research that's out there already. I would also like to address the issue of social justice. I currently co-chair Women's League Social Justice Activity Area with Karen Block. Traditionally, Women's League women have been in the forefront of issues dealing with not only with a local congregation, but in the community at large. Over the years, we have been involved with child labor issues, environment, safety, education, and suffrage. This past year, you will remember that many issues of the Women's League Week encouraged our members to be involved in democracy, that is, democracy with a little d. We are a nonprofit organization and therefore cannot take political positions. However, we can encourage and support efforts to get out the vote. We can serve as election officials, register prospective voters, and provide education on the process. Our current project is Stock the Shelves, a response to food insecurity issues affecting millions of our fellow citizens. Sisterhoods are encouraged to work with their local with their local food banks or organizations within their own congregations, such as the Men's Club, USY, or the preschool, to help alleviate this situation. All the sisterhood presidents received information on a monthly ask, such as encouraging their members to donate each month a specific item: cereal and milk, peanut butter and jelly, where you got to choose the kind of jelly, and pasta and sauces. These are only suggestions, as the actual needs in your communities may change from time to time. If your group hasn't been involved yet, please check the website for more information. I paraphrase, as it is said, it is not up to us to solve all the problems, but we cannot desist from applying our strengths and our skills to do what we can when and where it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Artis. This concludes the programming session. However, I have 2 points. One, I want to, as this is my last session as outgoing programming VP, I want to in particular thank Lori Silverblatt, who has really helped me throughout the last 3 years with programming and education issues in the region. I also want to mention that Congregation Sheriff Israel Sisterhood has a very vibrant book club, and that since the pandemic, the numbers on our book club have increased almost triple-fold. That instead of meeting as we used to meet at a Barnes & Noble once a month, that because we've been on Zoom, we have had a much greater participation, and that even after we're allowed to go back to meeting in person, that I think we will always have now a Zoom component because of the numbers of women who really enjoy having that. And I just want to again thank everyone for participating. If you have any questions, please send them. You can send them to me, and I will make sure that the right person gets them and gets you an answer. And again, thank you so much for attending the programming session.
Next, we're excited to welcome Roger Weiss, presenting his interesting and informative program, Jews in Space. Roger has been proudly supporting the International Space Station, ISS, program at NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston for more than 20 years. As technical integration lead with NASA contractor Barrios Technology, he leads an ISS research, client service, and satisfaction team that interviews scientists and engineers about their space station research experience with NASA, and also monitors the ISS Research Client Helpline. Roger has been awarded NASA's Exceptional Public Service Medal for his contributions to upholding the excellence of ISS on-orbit research. Roger lives in Clear Lake, Houston with his wife, Nancy. We are proud to claim them as longtime active members of Congregation Sher HaShalom, along with their 2 sons, Zach and Justin. If you have any questions for Roger during the presentation, please submit them on chat directed only to Karen Lucan. And please try to not do any other chats during Roger's talk to help with the flow. At the end of the presentation, Roger will answer as many questions as time allows. We will share Roger's email with everyone and additional information after the conference in case we don't get to your question. So now let's hear from Roger.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break. You are about to see an impactful and educational movie for all ages created in 2019 called The Tattooed Torah. I had the opportunity to be introduced to this film almost 2 years ago, and I'm excited that I am able to finally share this with each of you. The film is presented by the Goldrich Family Foundation in association with the USC Shoah Foundation. It has been seen at film festivals and in schools across the US and Canada. Please note that within your conference material, you have received a letter that was written to the ICR delegates from Ed Asner himself, who is the narrator within the story. Today, we are privileged to have with us some of the film's creative team: Lisa Efris, the producer, Mark Bennett, the director and co-screenwriter, and Brett Copen, screenwriter. Please, before we play the film, you will see a short 6-minute clip introduction to the film and the creative team and others who made it possible. Then you will see the wonderful movie, which lasts about 21 minutes. To close our session, Lisa, Mark, and Brett will be available to answer any questions you have. Before we start, 2 things for our conference to remember. First, make sure you're on mute. Second, please submit any questions on chat directly to me, Jody Jacqueline. At the end of the presentation, as many questions as time allows will be answered. Please run the introductory clip and then the film, The Tattooed Torah.
Hi, I'm Beth Copen. I'm the executive producer and inspiration behind the animated short, The Tattooed Torah, based on the book written by my mother, Marvel Ginsburg. My mom was an early childhood Jewish educator and felt very strongly that the young should be educated about the Holocaust. She wrote The Tattooed Torah, a children's book, over 36 years ago.
My name is Martin Lemmelman. I am the illustrator of both the book and the movie, The Tattooed Torah. In 1994, I was asked to create color illustrations for Marvel Ginsburg's wonderful children's book.
As she was passing, we started to discuss what more we could do with the book to give her hope. Shortly after she passed, I came up with the idea to make it into an animated short. Our son, who had often talked to his puppy about doing a project together, agreed to co-write the screenplay with Mark Bennett, and we were able to manifest this beautiful book channeling my mom's intentions into a 3-generational project.
My Bubby and I were always very close, and one of the things that we always connected on was our love for writing. And so to take her book and to turn it into this wonderful animated film really felt like we were finally working on a significant project together. And to take the book and to work with director Mark Bennett and to transform it into a screenplay and then to hand that off to such a talented team of people has just felt incredibly special throughout the entire process.
Hi, I'm Mark Bennett. I'm the director and co-writer of The Tattooed Torah. I think Holocaust education is really important, especially for young children, because it's been 75 years since the Holocaust, and we still have genocide happening over and over and over again. So it's our goal with this film both to educate young children through stimulating this vital conversation and to inspire empathy and empathetic action to combat things like dehumanization that make genocide possible.
Hi, my name is Lisa Efris, and I'm the producer of the film, The Tattooed Torah. As the mother of a 9-year-old, I'm especially proud of this project because it's an age-appropriate and impactful film which can help educate children for decades to come. It's comforting to know that there's this rare opportunity to invite children into this conversation about the Holocaust at such a tender age.
Hello, I'm Ed Asner. I'm the narrator of the film, The Tattooed Torah. I'm so honored to be part of the passionate, dedicated team that spent years creating this multi-generational story based on Marvel Ginsburg's beloved children's book.
My name is Melinda Goldrich, and I'm one of the executive producers of The Tattooed Torah. When the project was brought to me, I was made aware of the fact that there's very little appropriate Holocaust education for young children. This film fills that void in a very palpable and beautiful way.
Hi, I'm Christian Robbins, and I help with the animation and compositing of the Tattooed Torah film. As the father of 2 young girls and coming from a Catholic upbringing, this story truly takes one of the saddest points of human history and tells it in a way that all people, regardless of age and religious background, can understand. It's a film everyone must see. So, needless to say, I was honored to be able to lend my expertise to the film. The amazing amount of work that Mark and Jeffrey Pittle had already put in the movie before I personally came on speaks volumes to the massive task of creating a 20-minute film from scratch. We truly hope that we help not only give Martin's illustrations, but Marvell's story the attention to detail and justice it deserved, which is what a story of this magnitude needs.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Alshay. I'm the composer who wrote the music to the Tattooed Torah. I think the Tattooed Torah is a very special and important film, especially these days with everything that's going on with racism, anti-Semitism around the world. And I really hope that families, adults, children, schools, temples have a chance to screen it, discuss it, and really enjoy it for many, many years to come.
I think hands down the most memorable part of this production was when I first heard Daniel Alshay's score for the film. Music has an amazing way of engaging you and bringing out the emotion in a project, and I think Daniel's score is just perfect for the film, and he did an extraordinary job, and we're all so grateful for his work.
There are so many beautiful scenes that I love in this movie, but I think perhaps the scene at the Westminster Synagogue in London had some form of a emotional core that kind of influenced the whole movie, and I hope I was able to do it justice with the music.
My hope and dream for the Tattooed Tour is that it be seen by as many kids and families as possible, and that it be distributed in as many languages and to as many cultures worldwide.
My hopes and dreams for this project are that we reach as many children around the world as possible. And we've been so fortunate to have so many amazing people come be a part of making that happen. We've had a tremendous response to the film at film festivals around the world, as well as many private screenings at museums, institutions, and schools.
Now, more than ever, it is essential that we are able to share and personalize stories like this for children so that they too may someday share them with their children, to increase understanding and to stem the tide of denial we've been seeing in recent years. Thank you so much.
This is the story of a little tattooed Torah. It was always little, but not always tattooed. Many, many years ago, before you were born, the little Torah lived in a handsome wooden ark with an embroidered velvet curtain. Next to the little Torah stood several big Torahs, wearing soft velvet mantles of scarlet, purple, and blue. For thousands of years, the Torah has been the most precious possession of the Jewish people. It is a collection of handwritten laws and stories rolled up onto a big scroll. The Torah is cherished and loved and passed down from generation to generation. Torahs come in many shapes and sizes. Some are tall and some are short. Some have silver crowns and look like kings and queens. Others have silver bells that make gentle jingling sounds when they are taken out of the ark on Shabbat mornings and other holidays. Shabbat after Shabbat, holiday after holiday, year after year, the little Torah was held by a proud child marching in the procession. There was one little boy who especially loved the little Torah. He always held it during the holidays alongside the grown-ups. The little boy's earliest memory was of his grandfather, whom he called Zaidi, the town scribe, finishing the little Torah in his workshop. There was so much joy in the community the day the little Torah was brought into the synagogue. All of the children fell in love with it, and the grown-ups did too. A few years later, the little boy was learning how to read from the little Torah for his bar mitzvah. A bar mitzvah is the celebration of a Jewish child growing up. He and his Zaidi were practicing together for weeks. All of a sudden, there was a loud pounding on the door. Scared by the noise, the little boy stopped reading. Nazi soldiers entered the synagogue and nailed a large sign on the wall, then slammed the door shut as they left. It was a sign announcing a curfew, which meant that all Jews had to be home by nighttime. Zaidi was concerned, but only smiled and told the little boy not to worry, and that this would all be over before his bar mitzvah. Then one day everything changed. There was a different kind of marching sound. It was not the sound of Jewish people marching into synagogue to pray. It was not the sound of people marching in the Torah service procession, singing Hebrew songs. It was loud, mean marching with loud, mean talk. An evil man named Adolf Hitler had started a war. His Nazi soldiers marched into Brno, Czechoslovakia, the little boy's town. They closed down all of the synagogues. They took all of the Torahs, mantles, and other religious items and loaded them onto trucks headed to the city of Prague. The Nazis forced the little boy, his Zaidi and father, out of their home, as they did with all the other Jewish people in the town. As they passed by the synagogue, the little boy froze. He saw a Nazi soldier throw the little Torah into the back of a truck. He thought, how could such a terrible thing happen to my little Torah? As the little boy waited in line to board another truck, he was scared. And imagined how scared the little Torah must have been when the Nazis came into the synagogue. The little boy wanted to hold the little Torah in his arms, to know where it was going, to know where he and his family were going. All the little boy had really known until then was that a war had started. But he didn't understand what that meant until the truck rolled out of Brno with his little Torah. A part of him and his family was gone. Many hours later, the truck stopped outside a warehouse near Prague. The workers were ordered to sort out many objects, including books like the ones the little boy's father would read at home. Menorahs, like the ones he lit with his Zaidi on Hanukkah. Kiddush cups, like the cup his Zaidi used to bless the wine on Friday nights. And Torahs, many, many hundreds of Torahs from all over Czechoslovakia. They assigned the little boy, his Zaidi, and his father to the group numbering the Torahs. They were forced to tattoo a number onto each Torah, and then record that number in a large book along with the location from which each Torah came. The Torahs were tagged and then taken through a back door and into a dark room. Day after day, they tattooed and recorded more and more Torahs. The little boy was so angry at first. He thought, they have no right to tattoo a Torah. A Torah is the most precious possession of the Jewish people. But before long, he forgot about his anger. As they numbered and recorded, numbered and recorded like a machine. Every day, the little boy saw Nazi soldiers march into the warehouse and deliver truckloads of Torahs and other religious items. By winter, the Nazis began taking workers out of the warehouse. The little boy's father was one of them. His aide said they were only relocating him to a different warehouse and that they would see him again soon. They went back to work, but the little boy was worried. What could he do? They had taken his father, just like they had taken his little Torah. His aide was worried too, though he tried not to show it. But as he painted the next number on the Torah, his brush slipped and left a long streak of white paint along the roller as he tried to hold back his tears. War is tough. It is lonely and it is cold and you're hungry and thirsty all the time. It is hard to keep hope. But this was more than just a war. What they were forced to do in the warehouse was really terrible and made the little boy think about what was going on outside. Were the Nazis making his father and all the other people do things that were just as bad? Or even worse? And one day, as the little boy stood there, sorting through Torahs, something amazing happened. The little boy pulled another Torah from the stack, as he'd done so many times before, but this time he felt his heart pounding in his chest. It felt familiar. He looked down, and in his hands he saw the unmistakable blue velvet mantle of the little Torah. He looked up at his Zadie, and their eyes met in disbelief. The mantle was dirty and torn, but the little boy had seen the Star of David pattern so many times and held this Torah so many times before. He knew it was the little Torah, and his Zadie knew it too. Tears welled up in their eyes. The little Torah had found them. One of the guards walked over and barked at them to keep working. Why are you moving so slowly? More shipments are on the way. Still! As the guard walked away, his Zadie looked at him. He told the little boy that no matter what happened, when the war ended, he had to find the little Torah again, just like it now found him. The little boy agreed. His Zadie wrote a quick note on a scrap of paper and tucked it inside the scroll. That way, when the little boy found it again, he would know for sure that this was the little Torah. His Zadie wrote the number 32804 on one of the rollers, and then wrote it down next to the name Brno in the catalog book. The little boy watched sadly as the little Torah was taken into the guarded back room and the door slammed shut behind it. The little boy would never forget how he felt in that moment. The little Torah had found him, and he hoped that one day he would find the little Torah again. The months passed. Less and less Torahs and religious items came into the warehouse, and so the Nazis took more and more workers away. His Zadie was among them, but they made the little boy stay. They didn't even have time to say goodbye. He went with a group of people onto a truck the same way the little Torah did, the same way his father did. And the truck rolled away. Where was he going? Would the little boy see him again? He was left all alone with the remaining workers. Then one day the Nazis were gone. The war was over. The other workers told the little boy he was free to go. But he wasn't going to leave without his little Torah. He had made a promise to his Zadie. The little boy ran to the door of the back room where all the Torahs were stored. But when he opened the door, he was shocked to see everything was gone, including the little Torah. Realizing he would never find his family after the war, the little boy began a long journey to America. But he never forgot the promise he made to his Zadie to find the little Torah. As the little boy grew up, he spent years and years following every lead in search of the little Torah. Many times he felt like he was so close, but each lead met with disappointment. This made the little boy very sad, but he never gave up hope. Then one morning he was in his kitchen reading the paper and saw a story about Torahs from Czechoslovakia, which were collected and carefully restored at the Westminster Synagogue in London. After so many years of searching for the little Torah with no results, he felt like he still had to follow this lead. So he booked a ticket to London. When he finally arrived at the Westminster Synagogue, the little boy was led into a big room. There, in front of him, were more than 1,500 Torahs on wooden racks. It had been so many years since the little boy had worked in a warehouse, numbering the Torahs, and yet these Torahs felt so familiar to him. He imagined that he could even recognize his Zadie's handwriting on the bottoms of the rollers. Overcome with emotion, he stood there, amazed at what he was finally seeing. That number was the one his Zadie had written on the Torah when the little boy's father was taken away. The little boy thought to himself that if this Torah was here, maybe the little Torah could be here too.
Grandpa Arthur, did the little boy finally find the Torah? Isn't that our name?
Yes, Tommy, that is our name. The little boy did find the Torah, and that little boy was me. That day in the Westminster Synagogue, as I searched the shelves, I found the little Torah. I took it off the shelf and was helped to take the worn blue cover off. We unrolled it, and right there, I saw the note my Zadie had written all those years ago. When I saw the note, I couldn't hold back my tears. I stood there crying for a long time. I told the manager of my story, and afterwards she agreed to let me take the little Torah back to America. I wrapped the little Torah in brown paper to protect it. After boarding the plane in London, I buckled the little Torah into the seat next to me. From now on, I whispered before takeoff, we will always take good care of you. But when I got home from London, I couldn't part with the little Torah. It was my Torah that I had found, and being with it felt like being with my Zadie and father again. But Tommy, I am telling you this story now because it is time for me to say goodbye to it. The little Torah needs to be back in the arms of Jewish children. Back in Chicago, I had this new red velvet mantle made for the little Torah.
Grandpa, it still has the number tattooed on it. That's so sad. Shouldn't we take it off?
No, Tommy. The number must stay on. This is how we never forget what happened. How we lost everything but endured and overcame and never gave up hope. This little Torah is the story of our people, tattoos and all. I never got my father or Zadie back, but I got my little Torah back. And I'm forever grateful. And now, children, the little tattooed Torah is yours. May it dwell forever in this house of love and learning. The actual tattooed Torah that this story is based on was permanently loaned to the Solomon Schechter Day School of Metropolitan Chicago in 1972. It still lives there to this day.
I again want to welcome the panel to our ICR Spring Conference. We will now open up the chat room for any questions you may have. Please send them directly to me and I will relay the questions to Lisa, Mark, and Brett. Welcome all. Brett, you're still on mute.
Hi, Jody.
Hello, welcome. I know everybody is from different parts of the country and I'll get straight into the questions because we're limited on time, but thank you again for coming and being participants in this. Our first comment came from Alice. She said, beautiful story. My husband and I were fortunate to visit the Memorial Scrolls Trust at the Westminster Synagogue in 2014. This brought back many memories. Sherry Zedek Winnipeg has a Torah on permanent loan, as do many other schools. Somebody asked, is there someplace they can buy it as an ebook?
Brett?
Yes, so we don't have an ebook version available. However, you can buy the, we are selling this version. So this right here is the second edition of the Tattoo Torah. It was created in 1994. And the illustrator, Martin Lemelman, of the book is the same illustrator for the film. So
Great.
I will stick the URL to purchase the book if you're interested. We have both hardcover and softcover available. So I'll put that information to the chat.
Thank you. Karen asked, what is the youngest age you think is appropriate to see this film and get out of it what you are intending?
Mark, do you want to take that one?
They want to know what is the appropriate age, the starting appropriate age for viewing this film.
Brett?
Sure, I'll go for it. First of all, I also just want to say it's really wonderful to be here. And especially for me, I have a very personal connection with all of you because I am a current rabbinical student at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies, and I'm actually graduating next month. I'm getting my smicha next month. And your organization has been an unbelievable sponsor to our school. I was able to go to my Israel year and also get supported by all of you over the last 5 years of my education. So first, I just want to say it's really special to be here and to share our film with you. And yeah, so in terms of the age, my bubby wrote the book as an introduction for early childhood education. So we've had all ages see the film, children from 5 years old and up. But we also really leave it to the discretion of all the individual communities to decide what the age range will be. So some communities are comfortable showing it to their 5-year-olds. Others say 10 and up. So it really is the discretion of every individual community. But I will say that we have shown it to every age range, and we get wonderful, beautiful responses from all ages.
And also, I'd just like to add that our co-producing partner, USC Shoah Foundation, has launched the film on their educational website, Eyewitness, and it's available to schools and classrooms and teachers around the world for free, with an accompanying educational curriculum that supports the film. And it's interesting that they usually gear their programs and educational materials to 4th or 5th grade, but they've been noticing that as teachers and schools have been using it as early as 2nd and 3rd grade. So I think that it's, Brett's grandmother wrote this in a very sensitive and palatable manner that works, I think, for any age, if it's accompanied by parents to explain any questions that they would have.
If I could jump in real quick too. I have an almost 10-year-old daughter, and she's been with me throughout this entire process of making and producing this film. We began production when she was about 4 and a half, almost 5. And I think at that time, she was a little too young to grasp just the general story and the ideas. And I would say when she reached about 7 and a half, 8 years old is when I was able to show her the film and say, what do you think? And she really got the story. She asked really pertinent questions. And I think at that point is when it really kind of hit home for her. And she really was able to actually enjoy the film.
I would like to share with our sisters in the Twin Cities. Lisa has a special connection to the Temple of Aaron. So her mom is, can I say Lisa?
Sure.
Okay, her mom is Sharon Pessis out of the Temple of Aaron. So we do want to welcome a sisterhood member actually here. So thank you for joining. We have such great questions. This kind of ties to what you had to say, Mark. Are there any study guides for interfaith students?
A very good question. And one of the most remarkable things about the educational material that accompanies the film on the Eyewitness website. If you just looked it up, it's eyewitness.usc.edu. That 95% of the schools that use this material are non-Jewish schools.
Wow.
So it's a very, it's not geared towards Jewish or non-Jewish. It's geared towards a universal audience. And that's one of the most important things that USC Showa and Stephen Smith were generous enough to emphasize when we were working with them on the project, that the strong message in this film is universal, that of focusing on our similarities rather than our differences, and the whole concept of when something is precious to you that's desecrated or stolen, that's wrong. And that is the way that Brett's grandmother kind of crafted the story around that premise. So in answer to your question, I think that the curriculum that USC Showa has developed it works for any faith and any generation. So I think it's pretty open, and I think you'll find it really interesting and compelling.
Did I understand, Mark, and correct me if I was wrong, but there was actually a connection between this movie and the Catholic Diocese Educational Program, that they are putting it within their curriculum?
Well, I do know that there's been a lot of communication between organizations. I'm not sure about that one particularly.
Okay.
I am familiar with, in Latin America, there is an educational organization that was started in Argentina by when Pope Francis, before he was a pope, when he was whatever his title would have been before he was
Cardinal.
Cardinal. Yeah. He was instrumental in starting an organization that is spread all through Latin America called Sholas. And they've been seeing the film, they love the film, and we're waiting hopefully for the Pope to see the film so that he could give it his blessing and we could start showing it all throughout Latin America, specifically pretty much non-Jewish schools. So that's very exciting. But again, it just comes back to that, it's a Jewish story, but it's a universal message.
All right. Kathy asked, what is the best way to share this film with their specific shul? Kind of how do we get it, how do we get the message out there so that federations, sisterhoods, and synagogues can get access to this?
Well, I think up until we get, we're pursuing a broadcast showing of the film on television. But in the meantime, part of us joining with USC Showa Foundation was just to that end, to get this film out to classrooms and schools around the world, both Jewish and non-Jewish. And I think the best thing to do is go to the Eyewitness website, which we could share with you, and drive traffic there, because they have the film, the trailer, and the educational program. For instance, an example of that is for Holocaust awareness last month, USC put the invited schools all throughout Canada to tune in and use to look at the film and the program. And they had no idea what the response would be. It turned out that over 12,000 teachers downloaded the film and the program and showed it to their 30 to 35 students. So they estimated over 400,000 students were able to see the film and participate in the program. And that was thrilling to all of us. And also the response from the teachers and the students was just through the roof. So we were very excited, because that, pretty much is all geared towards us reaching our goal. And our mission with this film was to get as many people around the world to see it as possible, because this message is so relevant and important now more than ever.
So with this being Oscar night, as we all know, what kind of awards has this film seen?
Lisa?
I can jump in. We have been really honored to have been accepted into, I believe we just got into our 39th film festival, which is amazing. That was the Phoenix Film Festival. And these festivals have all been very international, not just in the United States. As far as awards go, we very recently won Outstanding Achievement in the Humanitarian Award for a film festival called Best Shorts. Which I believe is a true honor for us just to be even considered in that category. We've won a lot of other cultural heritage awards along the way. There's been quite a few, and if you're interested, you can always check out the website because everything is posted there. And then we were written up in an article, I want to say it was last month as well, several weeks ago. The blog is called The Wrap, and this is a really famous blog in Hollywood, and it's all about film production and films and what's going on in the industry. And we were mentioned in that article as one of the top 10 films that help keep the memory of the Holocaust alive. So we were in a list along with Schindler's List, Jojo Rabbit, Sophie's Choice was in there.
Life is Beautiful.
Yes, all of the really very well-known and highly awarded films, and then to be on that list with those other films was just such an honor as well.
Great. We still have time, so if people have other questions, please keep sending them on. But one of the things I'd like to know is, do you guys, any one of the three of you, have additional projects that you're working on in the future?
Oh, yes. Mark, I'll let you take this one.
Well, actually, we've grown so fond of each other that we took on another project together, which is a documentary film. So it's a longer format, but it's actually a really, really interesting story about Ride for the Living, which is an annual bike ride from Auschwitz to the JCC in Krakow, 60 miles away. And in a nutshell, this started out as a much smaller project about this ride, memorializing the Holocaust and also raising money for the survivors that are taken care of at the JCC in Krakow. And in Krakow, if you don't know, is one of the cities in Europe where 95% of the Jewish population was wiped out during the Holocaust. And now, 75 years later, there's a thriving Jewish community there. So it's a really interesting story of how, the persistence and the ability of Jewish people to rebound from such atrocities as the Holocaust and endure. And the film has grown into a much bigger project with the addition of our co-director and writer, Tim Roper, who helped bring and usher the film into a bigger discussion of why is it that 75 years after the Holocaust, do we still have one genocide after another happening? And is some of the causes of these atrocities, such as dehumanization or our ability to dehumanize other people, is our best weapon of defense possibly the simplistic thing or the thought or the action of empathy? So we're all working on that together. Lisa's producing, Brett is one of the writers. We spent a lot of time in Poland and we hope to finish the film this year. So that's really exciting.
Question is, has this book been translated into other languages?
Brett?
Yeah, so we are actually currently working on the third edition of the book. We are working with an amazing publisher in Chicago called Cottage Door Press, and we're hoping to have the third edition available hopefully by September, October. We're working on it right now. We're getting close to the finished product, and it looks gorgeous. We're very, very excited about it. Obviously keeping all the words of my Bubby's story are sacred, so nothing there is changing. But we were able to add a couple more illustrations that Martin made for the film. We were able to throw those into the book, and we're really excited. And they have relationships with publishers all around the world, and so their plan too is to then get the book translated into multiple languages. So we're really excited. And I'll add on top of that, we do have a full Spanish version of the film that was Fernando Allende, who is an incredible actor. He's a telenovela star in Latin America. Him and his son Adon Allende did the voices for the film. And so now we have a massive presence in South America, and which is very exciting for us. We are also currently working on translating and putting subtitles for 8 to 10 additional languages for the film. So we hope to have it available to as many audiences as possible all over the world.
That's wonderful. Another question was basically, how did you guys all get together to work on this initial project?
Mark, you should take that one.
Well, in a nutshell, I was very fortunate to meet Brett's mom when I was doing an art show in Chicago for one of my art pieces. And she approached me and heard I was also a filmmaker, showed me this book that her mother wrote 30 years ago. And she had been trying to make into an animated film, but wasn't getting a lot of results from the people she met with. I looked at the book, and within 2 minutes, I said, I'll do it. The illustrations were magnificent. I thought the story was just important. And I had never heard of anything that was geared towards educating young children about the Holocaust. And I think, especially with what's going on in the world today, with rise in anti-Semitism and racism, and I think it just seemed something that would be really important to get out into the world, and that would expand the reach of the book. So I signed on right away. Lisa was a friend of mine for many years, one of the best producers I've ever worked with. She was my first call. She and her company, $11 Bill in Boulder and Chicago, joined on. I called a good friend for funding, whose family foundation, the Goldrich Family Foundation, is one of the largest supporters of Holocaust education around the world. I also spoke to the USC Shoah Foundation and Stephen Smith to come on for educational distribution. And lastly, we called Ed Asner, and he joined on enthusiastically, not just because he's Jewish, but he's also was very passionate about about this message and getting it out to the world. And lastly, through Lisa's connection, she brought on one of the most amazing composers, who was also the son of survivors. And he wrote that magnificent score that you hear, that we were fortunate to record in Moscow with a 60-piece orchestra and a 30-piece choir.
Wow.
Which was one of the highlights of this project. Lisa and I were fortunate to go to Moscow, and I had shivers running up and down my spine just listening to this huge orchestra and choir recording music for our film. Lisa and I were, there were a lot of tears, and I only could think about how Spielberg would think when he would be listening to scores for like Schindler's List or something. It was a pretty emotional thing, but it came together pretty quickly and easily, believe it or not. But I think that's a true testament to the power and creativity of Brett's grandmother in crafting a story that could teach this sensitive material in such a palatable way.
That's great. And short comment, besides Lisa's connection to the Twin Cities, Ed Asner actually has connections to this region also via Kansas City and Des Moines. So this is a regional project, for at least how I'm seeing it. So this is awesome. One of the questions we had is, for future projects, do you only want like true stories to tell, or could you also use fictional sources?
I think it's a combination. I think any project is definitely something to consider, and we would always consider a project. It doesn't have to be fiction or nonfiction, a children's book or non-children. I think we're very open. I don't want to speak for the rest of the team, but for myself, Jewish-centric themes are very important to me, and I would love to stay down that path. However, again, super open to any project that comes my way.
Sounds great. Somebody reached out and said, would they like, you'd be interested in their story. And The contact information is within the material we've already sent out. We'll send it out again after conference. So are you guys open to listening to some personal stories and potentially seeing if there's any meat to it?
Absolutely. If we invite you all to go to the website, which is simply thetattooedtorah.com. There you could see the trailer, all the film festivals, information about screenings, and contact information for us at the bottom of the homepage. So yeah, we're totally open. And I think, we're a community that needs to share stories and get these things out into the world. And because as a unified front, we have the ability to not only tell these stories, but to hopefully make a difference in the world. And so we welcome any contributions or feedback anytime.
Okay. Another question was in regards to, do you see any future books or films regarding mutual understanding?
Brett?
Sure. So Mark already talked about Ride for the Living, this documentary that we're working on, and the entire driving force of that movie, the message that we're putting across is that empathy is the number one aspect that our generation really needs to tackle, and how to come to mutual understanding and how to put ourselves into the place of others and to understand that we're all human beings living on the single planet. So that's our entire project. So we've been working so far for 2 years on this message and got unbelievable, we're so lucky, unbelievable interviews of world-class scholars and experts and educators all talking about empathy and what it means, and how we need to come to mutual understanding in the world. So that's a great question. And and as Mark said, we're hoping that the film that we're currently working on will be completed by the end of this year.
If I could just piggyback onto what Brett
Please.
said, part of that message on empathy is, our question is empathy teachable? Can we teach empathy? And if so, how do we teach that, especially to the younger generations, so that they grow up having empathy and knowing what it means to be an empathic person?
Great.
And part of the film, we've interviewed some amazing people, as Brett mentioned, but one of the memorable ones that maybe your audience would be interested in is Ben Ferenz, who is 100 years old and the last living prosecutor from the Nuremberg trials, who is as feisty as any 20-year-old. And so we have such a wide range of people. We have Jonathan Greenblatt, from the head of the ADL, Michael Berenbaum, the rabbi and scholar, Stephen Smith, the head of the USC Shoah Foundation, and on and on and on. All these people that were willing to be in the film to talk about, why are these atrocities still happening, and why are genocides, which were one thought to be the exception, they're not anymore, they're the norm. And how do we change that? And that's, as Brett was saying, our premise is empathy. And is it teachable? Can it be learned? And can it be passed on? And can it be a possible weapon of defense to help? So it's a pretty interesting project.
By the way, I also, just in terms of mutual understanding and the Tattooed Torah, I think one of the amazing contributions that the USC Shoah Foundation did for the film was they built this amazing educational curriculum. I actually linked it in the chat. I can link it again for those who don't see it. But the main theme of their curriculum is precious possessions, which is a phrase that was used in the film. And like Mark said, 95% of their audience is not Jewish. So the idea is, okay, well, if we know that the Torah is the most precious possession of the Jewish people, what is the most precious possession of people from other cultures and from other religions? And that was their access point to this conversation of understanding, okay, well, like the Jews have the Torah, we have this thing, or we have whatever it is that our community has that is the most precious possession, and we all share that in common. It's not necessarily the same object, but we all hold it very close to us. And that was their access point to start to begin educating students on the Holocaust and on mutual understanding. So that theme is really playing out in this project as well.
That's great. I know we only have a couple of moments left, but I got to ask Mark to share what he's doing next. He was in our breakout room and he kind of gave us a little inside tip of what his next moment will be in about 2 minutes. Just something fun.
Well, Ruth Westheimer, Dr. Ruth Westheimer is being given an honorary doctorate by Ben Gurion University in Israel. And so I need to get on that presentation. But I'm a big fan of hers, and she's a remarkable woman, and her life story is just very inspirational, but from her work and as a therapist, but also, you know, things like being a sniper in the Israeli army, which I never knew, or the upcoming Broadway show about her. So that's next today. It's a busy Sunday morning.
We'll be concluding in a couple. Do the three of you have any last comments you'd like to share with us? Anything that we have not covered that you think, you know, the audience would enjoy hearing? Yes, Lisa.
I would just like to comment on a comment that's in the chat about, it was a little earlier. I love the minimal animation as it is more effective than if the original illustrations hadn't been used. And I would just like to add that we felt very strongly about maintaining the integrity of Marvell, of her original book and Brett's grandma's book. And so we made sure that we stayed true to those original illustrations and didn't do too much animation that would detract from their beauty and just the purity of them. Good. So I really appreciate whomever was the one that made that comment, because when you're making a film for children, you think, oh, you know, it's got to be like 3D animation and just like amazing into this different world. And we chose to not go that route and to, again, stay true to the illustrations. So thank you for acknowledging.
And the thing I would like to just end with is, it's not only is it an honor to be here with you today, and we appreciate your interest in the film, but we would like to invite everybody watching today and to this afternoon to be, you're now a part of this project by you seeing it and talking about it. And we just invite you to help us reach our goal, which I believe is a shared goal for all of us, to get this message out to the world. So we invite you to please talk about it, share it, refer it, and help us achieve that, and join us in getting this out there. And I think it's really exciting. The more people we meet and the more talks we do, the ability we actually have of making a difference. And so we invite you to be a part of that.
Yep. And I would say too, we're very open to doing virtual events. If you want to take it to your local communities and your synagogue or Jewish day schools or non-Jewish schools, but we are available for the most part to do more of these virtual events. We've been doing them quite a bit now over the last year and several months. And it's just, we've been, you know, COVID was an unfortunate situation, but in our minds, it was a blessing, and the silver lining was that we were able to reach many, many, many more people than I believe we ever would have been able to. And I too would just like to say thank you so much for your time today, and to Jody, who's doing an amazing job with your conference, and whom I'm proud to say is my cousin. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
And I want to say thank you. It's a general question, so you can respond back later, but I want to say thank you all for joining us. And thank you for your time and everybody. And I'm glad we got to get to everybody together after working on this for almost 2 years. So again, thank you, and have a great Sunday afternoon.
Thank you.
So long. Thank you. It's a real pleasure.
Bye. Good luck with your conference.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Lucan. I am a past president of the Intercontinental Region, and it's my pleasure to announce the next session, which is the Israel update. And I'm going to be introducing Consul General Katz in a moment, but I want to give you 2 reminders. You've all been very good. but it never hurts to give you the reminders that before we start, you do two things. One, you make sure you're on mute so that we don't get the feedback while the Council General is speaking. And second, if you have questions, you don't have to wait until the end. But what I would ask you to do is to use chat and direct the questions to me. Again, that's Karen Lucan, and then I will convey them to the General Counsel. That way you can go ahead and ask your questions when they occur to you and not wait till the end, but you won't be distracting him while he's speaking. So if you do that, we would both appreciate it. So now let me give you just a very brief introduction to Consul General Gilad Katz. He was appointed as head of post on August 2017 to lead the Consulate General of Israel to the Southwest United States, which is responsible for the 5-state region of Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Prior to assuming the post of Consul General, he held the title of advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. During his tenure in the office of the Prime Minister, he was head of the Hebrew Correspondence Department and the Public Affairs Department. He holds a bachelor's degrees in political science, communications, and history, and a master's degree in political science and communications. He is married to Merav, I hope I said that correctly, Merav Katz, and they have 5 children. I invite you to read his full bio in our conference program. We have asked Consul General Katz to discuss, time permitting, 3 main topics: the impact of the recent elections on Israeli policy and something about what's going on with Iran. Second, the impact of COVID-19 on Israel with an eye towards when tourism will begin again and what restrictions there may be if we want to visit Israel. And third, if there is time, the recent new proposals concerning the policy on the acceptance of conservative conversions, what he thinks about that, if that may happen or not. So now I will turn it over to Consul General Katz, to first talk about the elections and the effect on the policies in Israel.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me with you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. Starting to talk about the elections is a little, I see it as almost as a punishment.
I'm sorry.
Since we all know, unfortunately, that we have just ended our 4th elections in 2 years, and surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we are in square one. That's how it looks like. According to all the last 4 elections, the Israeli society, and when I say Israeli society, of course I include the Arabs and the ultra-Orthodox and all the segments of the society, is split almost 50-50. 50%, I would say, are considered to be on the, let's say, the leaning to the left side of the political arena, and the other 50% or around that are right and leaning to the right segment of the Israeli political arena. And when we have to form a government, that is where we're starting to, or actually the politicians are stuck, and they are trying their best to find a solution by somehow forming understandings or whatever they call it, to form a government. For the time being, as we speak, Prime Minister Netanyahu, he has the mandate to form a government. He has 9 more days until his mandate is expired. In those 9 days, he will have to, if he succeeds, of course, he will have to show what government he formed. According to the Israeli law, and this may shock you, according to the Israeli law, of course, I would say, a priority to have a government with a majority, but according to the Israeli law, you don't have to have a government with a majority. You can have a minority government that is supported or backed with members of the Knesset, or maybe even parties that are not part of the coalition, but they support the coalition from out of the coalition, from being opposition, and that hasn't been yet. It has never been in the Israeli history, but it could be. And why am I saying that? Because it looks like, in any case, if it'll come from the right-wing Netanyahu's government, or it will come from the left-wing parties, they also don't have a majority. If you include all the parties they have, you get to 58 members. You don't have a majority. That's why, in any case, it looks like that we will see maybe for the first time a minority government being supported from the outside by an Arab, or at least a few Arab members of the Knesset in Israel. If you would ask any Israeli, is this situation healthy to the Israeli democracy? No one will agree with that, but this is where we are. And that is why I think that the only solution for the time being is that the leaders of the parties will have to understand that they will have to somehow let go on part of their promises that they gave to their voters. Doing so, they understand that they may be hurt. Their popularity may be hurt, but there is no other chance of having a government. And as I said, we're talking about already 2 years. Israel is, with its instability in its political system, it's starting to become more and more, I wouldn't say dangerous, but it's far more than annoying. And it's time for the political system. And as you see, I'm not even raising the question, what government do I prefer or the Israelis prefer? I'm putting that aside. That everyone can think for himself. I'm just talking about the understanding that we need a stable government that can rule for the next 4 years. Without that, we all understand, from the right, from the left, regardless of your political opinion, we understand that that may start eroding the stability, the actual stability of the Israeli democracy. And this is something that we do not want to get to. So as I said, Netanyahu still has 9 days. If he won't succeed, then the mandate goes back to the president, and the president will have to appoint someone else. That's according to the law. He has to decide to who will he appoint. It looks like he will appoint Yair Lapid. Yair Lapid is the head of the Yesh Atid, the central left, second biggest party today in the Knesset. And he has 17 mandates. The Likud has 30. Now he'll have to somehow, as I said, try to convince more and more parties to join him, to try and get as close as to the majority of 61. If he succeeds, and that's not going to be easy, because he'll have to go to parties from the more left-wing parties and right-wing parties, such as Bennett's parties and Gideon Sa'ar's New Hope party. And if he does succeeds in that, he'll somehow get to 58, and he's short of 3 mandates. He'll have to then go to one of the Arab parties. And as I said, we're back to square number one. This is, as an Israeli, I can say that it worries me tremendously. I think that on the one hand, this is the reality. I mean, the Israelis are split. Half half right, half left, and we can't ignore that. On the other hand, we know that we have to find a solution. I mean, we can't carry on this situation for too long, and we have to be creative. And from our experience, the politicians in Israel are extremely creative. So I don't want to say that I don't believe there'll be fifth elections, because I said that before the third elections that there won't be the third elections. I said that also before the fourth elections that there won't be, and I was wrong. So I'm not going to repeat that. I don't want to jinx anyone. So on the one hand, as I said, I think I was very, very clear. I think it's time for us to have a government, a stable one, a government that will be that will reflect the majority of the Israelis. I know it's not easy. I know it's I would say it's very, very sensitive these days, but we don't have any options. It's all that or going to the fifth elections. And I know that today Israelis, more and more Israelis are not, or even more than worried, going on that path. And I hope that in the coming days, maybe weeks, we'll find a solution. I still believe that the creativity of the Israeli politicians will somehow, from nowhere, bring a solution that no one has thought before. And if we'll meet, I don't know, in the future, I'll tell you how don't we think about it, and then we'll, that'll be off the table. That is regarding to the Israeli politics. But, and this takes me to the Iranian issue, which I think is today the most urgent topic that is on our table, on the decision makers' table. How do we deal with Iran? What should we do? How should we relate to the new administration and their new policy towards Iran? What do we do? This is something that is way beyond politics. When I say way beyond politics, I mean, I know that, people somehow even use or try to use this Iranian issue and make it politics. But I think that if you would ask all the politicians, or most of them, they understand that it's way beyond politics. And we today stand in a different place than we were 6 months ago. And when I say that regards to two main new circumstances that we are in. First of all, of course, the new administration. Biden administration has a new policy, a different policy altogether than the Trump administration regarding Iran. Once we recognized that there is a significant difference between those two policies, Israel has to see now how she would work, what she should do, how she would react to the new policy. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that time moves. And as time moves, Iran is not standing, and waiting for anything. They are continuing to what they see, what they call at least, to keep protect the Iranians' interests. That's how they call it. And every day that goes by takes them closer to their goal. And their goal is, and there's no doubt, if there is one issue that everyone in the international community agrees upon, is that the Iranians, and they say it out loud, the Iranians, their goal is to have a new nuclear power. They call it for civilian use. Everyone understands that it's a lie. They need the nuclear power so they can have leverage, and that will give them their security, that not one country will take the chance of trying to topple their regime, because if they do, they will use their nuclear arsenal. So now, knowing that we have a new administration, knowing that Iran is going on and working to get there to eventually get closer to their goal, what should Israel do? Israel's policy with the Prime Minister Netanyahu is clear. Israel, when I say we, I'm talking about Israel. Israel is committed only to one single issue, and that is to protect itself and its citizens. That is what leads our policy. If we will feel that the international community with Iran will sign an agreement that is good for our interest, then we'll see it as something positive. But unfortunately, according to what we saw in the past, our experience and what we hear from what's going now in Vienna, the talks with Iran, we understand that the direction is, in our eyes, in Israel's eyes, negative. You know, our motto is that if you do not sit around the table, then it looks like that you are on the menu. And unfortunately, we are not around the table, and we see that as something that it's not by accident. It's purposely. They do not. When I say they, I talk about all those players that are in Vienna, do not want us around the table, sitting around the table, and being part of these talks. And now I'm just telling you, what would you think about, how would you think that the intentions are? Why don't they want us around the table? What does that mean? How come we, even though the Iranians talk about threatening Israel, and everyone knows that the nuclear arsenal will be first and foremost aimed on Israel, how come we're not there? This is something that is in our security interest. Why don't they allow us to be part of the negotiation? I think the answers are unfortunately clear. The international community sees things differently than we do. Their interests are totally different than ours. When we talk about protecting the state of Israel in any cost, we will not allow having another Holocaust. We're talking about over 6 million Jews that live in Israel. We will not allow any regime whatsoever, to constantly threat and aim and on destroying the state of Israel. And that means we will do, and Netanyahu said this out clear. It's not something that, we're saying it's indoors, and we told it out clear. We will do only what is in our interest, even if that will be against the interests of other countries, even if that will be against the interests of the negotiations, even if that will be against, if there will be a peace treaty, a sort of a new Iran deal a new Iran deal, if we will see that that will be against our interest, we will continue with our policy. It looks, when I say it out loud, not only to, Jewish communities or organizations like yours, and you understand what I'm saying because you have relatives over there, you've been there, you feel part of the Jewish state, you are part of the Jewish state. But even when I talk to people that have no interest, no personal interest whatsoever with Israel, when I say what I just told you, they are amazed, they are astonished. How come Israel is not part of the negotiations? Why not? Why don't they let us in? Why don't we sit around the table? Why don't we give our inputs? This is something that is, in our eyes, very suspicious. And as I said, no Israeli leader will take any chance whatsoever. There may be, these, I would say, tactical differences between this leader or that leader. That may happen, but as a policy, as a strategic, not one Israeli leader will allow Iran to threaten us on a daily basis. We will, if that will be the case, just think of that. If that will be the case, Israel will live under an umbrella of a nuclear Iran, and any day, any time, they, with their demands, can threaten us. If you won't do this, okay, then we will feel free to use our abilities. They won't tell us, of course, what. They'll never tell us when. But this threat, which is in the air, can paralyze us. And this is something that not one state, not one country, not one people in the world will allow them to do. So
Consul
why
General,
should we allow that?
Consul General, can I stop you there? Because I'm sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned that we do have a lot of people that have relatives there and that visit there. Can you tell us, based on COVID and the situation, when they can go see their family or just go
And now I'll be
visit?
more optimistic. Now I'll be much more optimistic. And I just would like to finish what I said about Iran.
Sure.
You have to understand what I just said. I'm not pessimistic. I truly am not. I think that I'm realistic, and I would say I'm even optimistic. Israel is strong enough to protect itself. I'm just saying where we stand. That's our policy. Now, relating to the COVID, the situation in Israel, the regulations and all of that. So first of all, I checked today what the situation in Israel is. And in the last 24 hours, we had just 36 more new cases of COVID. I would say, when was this? Around 3 months ago or 4 months ago, we were at the almost 10,000 cases a day. So we dropped to 36. Around, I would say, 6.5 million Israelis, and that is including the Arabs and the ultra-Orthodox, have been vaccinated twice. Actually, around 5.5 million, or a little more, and around 800,000 have already had COVID. So I'm taking all of them in one basket. We're talking about around 6.5 million. We have around 2 million kids that are under the age of 16, therefore they are not vaccinated. So that brings us to around 8.5. And then we have around a little more than 500,000 Israelis that, for their reasons, do not want to get vaccinated, meaning today we are talking about around 80% of the Israeli population is vaccinated, which
Did
is,
you say 80%?
Around, a little less, but we're pushing to the 80s. Now, how does that have an impact on you guys? Very simple. And now what I'm saying is everything can change any minute, any day. So you have to understand what I'm saying now may be not relevant in a day or a week or 2 weeks from now. But I think that we can already see a sort of a pattern, and I'm very, very optimistic about the situation. So where are we now? It looks like, and it's not official yet, but this is where we're going. It looks like that on the 23rd of May, meaning less than a month from today, less than a month, on the 23rd of May, Israel will allow everyone who is vaccinated twice. And when I say will allow them to enter Israel, I mean they do not have to go or get permits through the consulates. You will just have to fill a form that you can find on the website, on the health ministry website. You fill out that form. If you are vaccinated twice, as I said, if you're not vaccinated twice, this doesn't apply to you. So it's, if you vaccinated twice, you have to take a PCR before getting on the plane. Once you land in Israel, you have to take another PCR test. You have to take another blood test, you know, we call it a serology test. And once you get the results, you don't have to go to quarantine or anything. Meaning, once you land in Israel, it takes around 2 days after you get the results, and you're there. No quarantine, nothing. Now, I would just like to look. I haven't been in Israel for almost more than half a year, so what I know is from my family, friends. It's unbelievable, but the situation in Israel is today that we are almost back to normal. Restaurants are opened, malls are opened, hotels are opened. Almost everything is back to normal. Even Sunday last week, the government decided that outdoors, no one has to take any masks outdoors. It's gone, only indoors. And as I said, everything, the government and the health ministry are very, very cautious. They, on a daily basis, they see what the results are, what the numbers are, and accordingly to that, they adjust the policy, or they keep the same policy that they have. As I said, I am very, very optimistic about that. Even if any one of you would like to go to Israel, I would suggest, and of course, as I said, vaccinated, I'd suggest you to try and go after the 23rd. I'm not saying you can't go before, you can, but it's a little more, the bureaucracy is a little more inconvenient. You have to go through the to the consulate. It's possible. But if I'd have to choose, then I would have gone after the 23rd of May. But as I said, and I'm saying it again because from our experience, you never know how things will turn out. This is what I'm saying is relevant to what the situation today. If God forbid things will change, then everything may change. This is not a promise. We have to be very, very cautious, and that's why we're on the one hand, we're going very slowly, but if you compare us to the rest of the world, we're in a different place altogether, and optimistic. So I urge each and every one of you, I can see there are 82 people on the Zoom, including me. I urge each and every one of you and your family members and your friends and neighbors and your community members to go visit Israel after quite a long, difficult year that we all experienced. Have a good time in Israel. Meet your families, friends. This is the right time. Summertime is now coming up. So I urge you to go. I think that it will be the best for Israel, and I think also for you. So I'm optimistic about that. If anyone has any questions about the COVID, feel free to ask. I try to give my best answers. Let's see what.
Yeah, there's a couple there. Someone asked, how can we support the situation in Israel? Because Israel is being blamed for the lack of vaccinations being made available to Palestinians.
Yeah.
Have you got a comment?
Well, can I look? Churchill used to say that a diplomat is someone who thinks twice before saying nothing. So allow me to say something. Whoever blames Israel that we do not give the Palestinians vaccinations, it's worse than a lie. It is just worse than a lie. And why is that so? I'll start by just mentioning that, first of all, at the beginning, and when I said the beginning, this is around half a year ago or even less, 4 months ago, the Palestinians themselves, the Palestinian Authority, and as you know, the Palestinians live, it's not such, I wouldn't call the Palestinian Authority a democratic authority, not even close. And the Palestinian Authority refused, I'm repeating myself, refused to get any vaccines from Israel. They refused. Why did they refuse? A lot of reasons. One of the reasons is that the world can blame Israel. Look, Israel is vaccinated, and we, the Palestinians, look, we're not vaccinated. How come the Israelis forgot us? They neglected us. We asked them, and blame us as they usually do. That is a blatant lie. Israel, not only did we offer the Palestinians vaccines, we even told them that we would like to vaccinate every Palestinian that enters Israel and works in Israel, because we told them it is in our interest. And we gave them those vaccines. We're talking about more than 100,000 vaccines at the beginning. I'm talking about 4 months ago. And the Palestinians rejected that. And then, as usual, when the Palestinians feel that they can somehow poke Israel in the eye, they went to all the international community and said Israel doesn't give us any vaccines. That's a lie, first of all. Second of all, Israel, when we're talking about back 6 months ago, when Israel only started the vaccination, I think like any other country in the world, we had our priorities. And we said back then that we have to first vaccinate our people. And when we say vaccinating our people, firstly, the elders. So it's like, just think of someone, let's say my age. Okay, I'm not that young, but a person, say 20 years old. Just think that a person is already 20 years old, 6 months ago, would write an op-ed saying, Israel doesn't vaccinate me. Israel is neglecting my health and my life. Why? Because they didn't give me the vaccines when I needed them. Why did Israel do so? Because Israel gave the vaccines to the elderly. That's our priority. So the Palestinians, they didn't care about our elderly. They said, we want the vaccines. They didn't take it, as I said. They rejected our offers, but we didn't receive any vaccines from Israel, and Israel doesn't allow, doesn't give us the vaccines. And then all the how should I say, neshamot tovot, the good souls in the international community who don't even bother to check the facts, immediately blamed Israel. Once again, Israel is acting crudely against the Palestinians, and it's depressing them and all of that. That is nonsense. We have said it time and time again. You can go and look, you can Google it up. So at the beginning, I was furious about that. Now I hear these accusations, and it's not even funny.
Council General, let me interrupt if I might, because we've got a couple more questions about the vaccine.
Yes.
Sounds like people want to come and they're not sure what to do. And I'll give them both to you and then you can answer them. One person has asked, in order to come over there, do they need to be fully vaccinated, or do they receive a vaccine twice? And I'm not sure if that's,
okay, I understand the question.
You only get one shot.
No. First of all, in Israel, we are only vaccinated by Moderna and Pfizer, meaning if anyone was vaccinated with any other vaccine, it doesn't count. It just doesn't count. That's important for everyone to know that, first of all.
Okay.
Second of all, and this has got nothing to do with the politicians. That's what the policy of the health ministry in Israel. Second of all, I'm not a doctor, but we all know today that the vaccines or the vaccination really helps around 2 weeks after you get the second shot. 2 weeks. So if you're asking me, when is one considered to be vaccinated twice? That means it's after the 2 weeks after you get the second dose. Not immediately after you get the second one, because it takes around 2 weeks for the body actually to get the, how do you call it, the
immunity.
Immunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I say vaccinated twice, I mean 2 weeks after the second shot.
Okay.
Then
And
you,
we had one question going back to your earlier talk about the elections, and I'll just read it to you. How do you think the ongoing new relationships with some of the Arab countries will affect Israel's foreign policies? And we've got probably maybe 5 minutes.
well, that is one of the topics that me and I think all the Israelis are very optimistic about. As we all know, in 2020, Israel signed 4 peace treaties with 4 different Arab Muslim countries. We're talking about the Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan. And these peace treaties mainly with the Emirates and Bahrain, but also with Morocco. You'll see Morocco is under the radar, but it's totally there. It's just like the Emirates and Bahrain. These peace treaties are real peace treaties, meaning as opposed to the peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan. With Egypt and Jordan, we have already peace for decades. With Jordan, we have 40 years. With Jordan, we have over 16 years. But unfortunately, those peace treaties are mainly between G to G, government to government, meaning the average Jordanian or the average Egyptian doesn't feel the peace treaty. He's never been, he never visited Israel. Most of the Israelis don't go visit Jordan or Egypt. And the peace treaty is only on the level of the decision makers, the government institution and the security institution. Whereas these 4 new peace treaties are totally different. The peace has drilled down to every single Israeli, Emirati, Bahraini. They feel it. Even though we are in the COVID era, over 100,000 Israelis have already visited the Emirates. A few thousands, not the same amount, but a few, and quite a few thousands of Emirates and Bahrain came to visit Israel. We are having business with them. There are direct flights, and this is ongoing on a regular basis. I get these reports on a regular basis. What's new with these peace treaties? And these peace treaties, and I'm not exaggerating, are nothing less than peace treaties between, say, France and Germany. Total peace. There's almost nothing that stops not us and not them from engaging. The Palestinian conflict is totally off the table. No one really, the Emirates, the Bahrains, no, they don't really care about the question, the Palestinian conflict. I can explain why, but it'll take us time.
Right.
There's a very few major reasons why they don't really care about it, but I can tell you that these 4 peace treaties that have been signed in 2020, I hope that we'll see at least 1 or 2 more peace treaties in the coming future. And when I say coming future, I hope it will be until the end of 2021, maybe at the beginning of 2022. I'm very optimistic about it. The 2020 was a very disturbing and difficult year, but it had, for Israel at least, it had its great moments, and the 4 peace treaties were these moments. And it will change. It has started to change the Middle East. We still don't see, the effect or the impact, the total impact. But I think that in the coming years, you'll see a tremendous change towards Israel from other countries, and we can already see it now. This is under the radar. So to your question, I think that regardless of the government that we will form, any government will understands that these peace treaties are essential, strategic for us, and they will continue in widening and strengthening them, so that both sides can actually gain profit out of them.
Council General, thank you for that. And I just, we need to get a clarification. If someone has taken the AstraZeneca vaccine, that doesn't count as far as getting to Israel, correct?
No, doesn't count. Not that, and not Johnson and Johnson. Unfortunately, that's the decision in Israel. I'm not saying that will prevent you from whoever got that vaccine. It won't prevent him from coming to Israel, but he won't be considered as vaccinated, and he will have to, he'll have to get into quarantine.
Right.
I'm not saying that he won't be able to enter Israel. He may. I also don't know if he had to go to quarantine. Every case, they'll check every single case, case to case. But she may have to get into quarantine for 10 or maybe even 12 or 14 days. Unfortunately, that's the policy.
All right. Well, Consul General, that's our time. I want to thank you so much for all the valuable information. I think we've answered all the questions, and I wish we had more time for you, but we really appreciate your time and all the information you've given us.
Thank you to you all. Stay safe and go visit Israel.
Yes, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And we'll hand it over to Jody now for to talk about the lunch break.
Thank you, Council General. Very much appreciated your talk. That was very informative. And again, we appreciate your time in joining us this afternoon. We are now taking a 20-minute lunch. Like before, we will be sent to a random room to meet new people. Again, take this time to talk to those in your room, get some lunch, stretch as needed. We look forward to seeing you back after lunch for more exciting programming. Immediately following lunch will be Karev, the conservative view on inclusion today. Thank you very much. Alex, to you.
All right, so I've got a reminder to everyone, two things before we get started, because I have the pleasure of introducing Rabbis Fort and Teller, and then helping to facilitate their session. And before I get to that, I want to give you your reminders. So before we start, there are two things I'd like all of you to do. I think when you joined back from the break session, you were put on mute. Please stay on mute throughout the session so we don't get the feedback. And if you do have a question, submit any question you have by chat, directed only to Sheila Goldberg, not to everyone, only to Sheila Goldberg. And then she'll convey the questions to either Rabbi Teller or Rabbi Fort, or if you don't have a preference who answers the question, she'll just ask it, and whoever wants to answer it will answer it. All right. And at the end of the presentation, we'll answer as many questions as time allows. All right. So let's get started. I'm just going to give you a brief introduction of both of the rabbis. They both have very interesting lives. And so I would invite you to look at their full bio, which are attached to our programs. So I'm going to start with Rabbi Sarah Fort, just because I was raised to let women go first. So Rabbi Fort is a rabbi at Beth Yeshurun here in Houston. She graduated from the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies at the American Jewish University in Los Angeles, California in 2017. Her rabbinate focuses on inclusion, diversity, and young professionals and young families, programming, and outreach. While in rabbinical school, she had the opportunity to travel to Russia to serve as a camp rabbi at the JDC Bar Bat Mitzvah family camp in the Russian Far East, alongside her husband, Rabbi Ariel, is it Scholklapper?
Yeah, Scholklapper.
Oh, Scholklapper. Oh, all right, great. And so she and her husband have one son. But do read her bio, it's very interesting. Same goes for Rabbi Renon Teller. He's the rabbi at Congregation Brit Shalom in Bel Air, Texas, which is a little enclave inside of Houston. He graduated from Columbia College with a BA in television writing. His writing career began in Chicago, led him to Los Angeles, and then he continued on to Jerusalem, where he began his rabbinical studies. Rabbi Teller began his career in the pulpit as an assistant rabbi at Congregation B'nai Amunah in St. Louis, Missouri, which is one of our affiliated sisterhoods. In 2004, he was recognized and honored with a promotion to associate rabbi there. And then in 2005, he joined Brit Shalom family in Houston. Rabbi Teller is married to Vicky, and they have 4 children. So the topic that they're going to talk about today is Carev, and it's the inclusion as it's seen from the conservative movement viewpoint. And I'm going to ask questions, and they know I've talked with them before. They may wander, and that's great. That's fine. We want to be flexible. And so remember, write your questions to Sheila Goldberg. So rabbis, let's start. And either one of you just hop in. And of course, once one has answered, if the other has something they want to add, please feel free to do that, because this is a dialogue, not a monologue. So let's talk about how the conservative movement changes in reaction to what is going on in our society to become more inclusive.
Amazing question.
Hopefully one you can answer.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of the reason, if I may, Rabbi Ford, it's part of the reason I'm a conservative Jew, is because of the way that we adapt to changes around us, right? I grew up in the Orthodox community, and that wasn't part of the language. That wasn't part of the conversation. And change management was not, halachic change management was not part of the conversation. And I'm really proud and to be part of a community that takes change management seriously and deliberately. And so it's an important question, and one that we grapple with all the time. Right? How do we appropriately change with the times? Right? We've been asking that question for a long time.
Thousands of years.
Thousands of years. And I believe it's the conservative movement that really is the flag bearer of that idea that we embrace change deliberately and methodically. That's my introduction statement.
How that change happens. I mean, if there's a need for in society, and things are progressing or moving along, and someone in the conservative movement thinks we need to do something on our end to move along with that and keep in step. How does that come to somebody's attention, and who makes that decision? Can you tell us generally about that process?
Well, it's a very formalized process. Gotta love the conservative movement. We're very good at systems. So we have a very formal process for, like Rabbi Teller said, we want to marry the fact that life moves forward and there's modernity and our knowledge of science and human nature changes, but we also are bound lovingly, like a marriage, to the system of halakha and Jewish law. And so we have a very purposeful system of developing laws and then rewriting those laws, and it goes to committees, and then we all vote on things. And not all of us, we don't all vote on every single thing. We all vote on some things, and some things go to the actual Committee for Jewish Law and Standards, CJLS. It's literally a committee. Whether we're talking about gay marriage or transgender issues or interfaith stuff or anything, any of the things that have needed adapting. Eating in a non-kosher restaurant, but eating ostensibly kosher food, everything. Musical instruments, riding a bike on Shabbat in an Eruv, everything, it's all in there.
Right, everything goes to a centralized committee that tracks all of these changes and either adopts or rejects, propositions for change.
Or both at the same time, which is
right. Sometimes both at the same time. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to that. Yeah.
So can rabbis such as yourself just raise that issue?
Good. Yeah, interesting question. How do issues get raised? Yeah, you can submit questions to the law committee, submit papers and ideas to the law committee for their consideration. But typically, those who sit on the law committee are the most interested in generating legal proceedings. And so it's mostly an insular, but it's representation. I shouldn't say insular. It's a representative, right? We elect these folks, and they get in there, And
there
so
are also committees. I mean, like, you don't have to be, I'm not old enough to be in the committee yet. You have to have a certain number of years, which I respect and understand. But you can sit on a committee. And there's lots of committees that pass resolutions. We're not talking like that conservative halakha, so to speak. Conservative halakha changes these things, but we pass resolutions, essentially position papers, which also help our members to know what does conservative theology and halakha have to say about various issues. Like, I'm on the committee for, currently it's titled Women's Health and Reproductive Rights. We're toying with the name because gender is a huge factor in sexual health and reproductive rights, but it doesn't necessarily only apply to women. So we're not passing laws, we're not writing to vote, but we are working on resolutions that literally address issues that are happening right now, working its way through the legal system and things that are very relevant to our members' minds.
And one of the interesting notes there, observations, is that the halachic system is a democratic system. It's a representational democracy. And so that's interesting too. It's a civics lesson, right? That the conservative movement has modeled itself after democratic systems of majority rules and minority opinions, and much like the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but and just because I feel like maybe this is my like shtick, because as a young woman conservative rabbi, I get this like, oh, you're inventing new things, women being rabbis and conservative Judaism. But Rabbi Teller kind of touched on it before, like what we are doing, our system of minority opinions and majority opinions and multiple opinions that are opposing to each other and addressing issues that are affecting people right now. That's what we've always done. That's the Talmud. That's all of our Jewish legal writings. We're carrying on the tradition. You said the flag bearer, and I thought that was really great that you said that. Like, we're just doing what we've always done. We're not doing anything new. We're addressing new issues, but we're not inventing the processes.
And if the committee recommends a change be made and the vote is that the change will be made, do the individual rabbis in the synagogues still have the right to say that's not what we're going to do here? Or is it binding on everyone?
You're asking all the right questions. That's amazing.
The hot seat, women's
much like a democratic system, there's systems of checks and balances, right? So the individual rabbis, we have the Mara de Atra, the master of the place, right? Which means they have autonomy over their own synagogues, so they have the autonomy to choose either the majority opinion or a minority opinion, right? Individual pulpit rabbi is welcome, as far as I know, I'm not an expert. I'm not a legal expert, I should say at the beginning, but is welcome to take a minority opinion and use it in their own synagogue. Right? And so those minority opinions are also valid opinions as long as they receive a certain number of votes, 6 out of 24, something like that. As long as they receive a certain minority of votes, it becomes an opinion that a Mara de Atra can use in their own synagogue. And so, right, it's both a system of autonomy and collective, and tries to strike that balance, much like democratic systems do.
Well said.
All right, let's talk a little bit, get into the inclusion side of it. And I know we've got 112 women on here, and they're in different synagogues doing different things or allowed to do different things. And we know that the treatment of women in the Jewish faith has evolved over the years. Can you talk just real briefly about that evolution, and then let us know what the majority is as far as just the most recent includes, like women can be rabbis now. Can you kind of take us through that evolution real quickly?
Yeah.
That's where we are today.
Rabbi, would you like to?
I mean, I didn't know who really asked the question. I think I sat down with Rabbi Artson, I think in Jerusalem. He's the dean of the Ziegler School, which is the West Coast conservative seminary. And he said something really interesting, which is that like what we're doing in the movement, we're not inventing things that people like, yeah, you should care about this thing. And we're responding to the conservative Jews and what conservative Jews need and feel is important. And that's true for everything that we've, especially particularly talking about inclusion, that conservative Jews already said, the place of women in our synagogues is not accurate to our interpretation of Torah and Halakha. This is just not accurate for us. It's not the right interpretation for us. So you start seeing papers going through and Chuvot being written about women counting in minions, and can women lead prayer services, and can a man be, you know, like, I don't know how to translate, you would say, like, you got your little checkbox, you count for saying a prayer if a woman led it. Yes, okay, so we're kind of like moving through women counting in minion, women, people did away with their pizza like a long time before that. They just didn't want it anymore. Like, women can, the last couple issues really are like just baseline halakha issues, like, can women be witnesses? Can women sign a ketubah, which is a big issue? And anything else, you know, women putting on tefillin, putting on talid and kippah and whatever, those are minor issues, to be honest. But I think as it became more common, people just became more accepting of it, and those Chuvot worked their way through. So there are still synagogues that don't let women be rabbis. We tend to know which ones they are, when all of us ladies just tend to not apply to them.
Right, but informally you're saying, or formally?
Yeah, I mean, so you're talking about we're moving towards being egalitarian. What is the majority view that women can do all these things now that's going to be accepted, or is that the minority view?
Yeah, I think in the conservative movement, we're pretty well established as an egalitarian movement. However, there are holdouts. There are folks that are not egalitarian and still want to be in the fold of the conservative movement. There's a conservative bastion in Toronto, I mean, in Canada, right, I believe. And at Beth Yeshurun, there's a Rabbi Fort's synagogue, there's a holdout minion.
Not completely egalitarian. I believe you have one. I believe JTS has one. There's
JTS has one. We have a 7 a.m. minion that meets in our sanctuary. Yeah, that's not fully egalitarian. And so how interesting it is that, and wonderful in my opinion, if I may editorialize, that we have a majority ruling that we are egalitarian. However, we allow for a minority opinion with whom we disagree vehemently, right? We don't think it's the right thing to do. However, we understand that we allow freedom of choice, right? A certain amount of leeway in the conservative movement, right, to make your own decision and still be considered in the fold. And clearly, right, egalitarianism is one of those things that we understand. It was, you know, it's a shift for a lot of traditionalists, and we want to keep. We also want to include those who can't wrap their heads around the modern shift. And so, as of now, you know, there have been calls to excise those who, you know, can't.
Yeah, there are. There are people like, this doesn't match with our values. Why do we let them be in our show?
Right. Yeah, I've heard it many times. And to this point, we've been able to fight, in my opinion, which is a good fight of, you know, promoting our values. We believe in egalitarianism. We teach our girls to put on tefillin, right? And we can allow a not fully egalitarian movement to meet in our halls.
Let's move to, let me ask you briefly about matrilineal descent. And, you know, just briefly, what is that? And do you think is there any thought to moving beyond that? Because if you've got a Jewish father and a non-Jewish mother, if you go beyond that, would you be including more children as being Jewish? So first tell us what it is and then what your thoughts are on that.
I think Judaism has a really beautiful egalitarian, like, is it very heteronormative, so assuming it's a man and a woman, but the setup is, in my opinion, in its way egalitarian. You know, like, as a Jew, your status back when these things mattered more, well, you know, Kohen, Levite, Israelite is through the father. Like, no matter what your mother is, it doesn't pass to you. Your father passed it on to you. And if you're a Jew or not, pass it through the mother. So in my mind, that's an interesting kind of egalitarianizing of it. Like, you get one thing from your mother, one thing from your father. So
never thought about it that way. It's great.
I mean,
that's the
it has its own
reality.
problems.
That's the practical contemporary reality, is we get our tribal affiliation from our father and our Jewish affiliation from our mother. It wasn't always that way, right? So back in the day when we were a more tribal confederation, it was more patrilineal, right? So everything just depended on who the dad was. And the dad, as you know, had some wives and some concubines and some, you know, it was a
different world.
family unit that we can't quite imagine. And so it had to shift. And so when it shifted into what we know now today as our basic family unit, that's when we had to adopt a different system, and that was the matrilineal descent, which is what we still hold on to traditionally in the conservative movement. And our brothers and sisters in the Reform movement have opened up, right, and said not only are folks who are born to a Jewish mother Jewish, but also those who are born to a Jewish father. And the question is, how do we as a Jewish community, as a unified Jewish community, deal with that very kind of serious issue in terms of marriage and community and Jewish identity moving forward?
Let me move now to the LGBTQ community. And I know that each of those letters means something different, but can you just tell us generally what that encompasses? And then we'll break it down into the different groups.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So let me begin by saying you have an interesting diversity of, even though there's only two of us, we have a diverse panel because Rabbi Fort, a next generation rabbi, if I may, and was trained in a rabbinical school era in which these were at the forefront. I lag behind, right? And so you're getting a perspective of up and coming leader and just sort of a middle-aged suburban rabbi. So I think that'll be the interesting thing. But having said that, I think I'll let Rabbi Fort describe sort of the details of the information.
I mean, I bring an individual's point of view, but LGBTQ plus kind of lumps together genders and sexualities that don't necessarily even go together. So lesbian and gay, bisexual, LGBT. T is transgender, so we're not talking about sexuality. You're talking about gender there, which is different. Lesbian is sexuality, gay is sexuality, bisexual sexuality, transgender is gender. Q usually is queer, meaning kind of more of an amorphous, like not straight. Some people say questioning. I've heard it, and there's a bunch of other letters trying to encompass the intersex, which again is gender. And then you've got pansexual, which is in the more bisexual line of thinking. And I don't know what the other Qs are. There's a bunch of Qs and I even okay. Asexual, gotta remember the asexual community as well. And gender fluid and gender nonconforming.
All right. So let's talk about the sexual part of it, the lesbian and the gay part of it. Are there, what, if any, maybe there aren't any, prohibitions, either biblical or in our Jewish tradition, that meant originally that individuals, either lesbian or gay, I don't know if they're the same, treated the same or differently, were not to be included, were not to be welcomed in the Jewish faith.
Right. I'll start there. I think the biblical prohibition is a man may not sleep with a man like a woman, right? So you're not allowed to sleep with a man as you sleep with women. It is sort of the technical prohibition. And having said that, right, then we have to start grappling with the biblical prohibition. After all, we are not biblical Jews, right? We don't offer sacrifices in the Mishkan anymore, right? And which means that we are rabbinic Jews. We live our lives as through a rabbinic lens of the Bible, right? There were books written, right? The silly books, but a year of living biblically where you let your hair grow, right? That's not the point, right? We are rabbinic Jews, and so we live according to our rabbinic interpretation of the Bible. And so that's our challenge. So it says, a man may not sleep with a man, and so we need to figure that out. And some say, right, very simply, that act, that homosexual act, is the prohibition. That physical act is forbidden. All the rest of it, all the love and all the, whatever else you can come up with, is not prohibited. It's only that one single act, right? And that's how some conservative rabbis have dealt with it. The way that I deal with it, and I think a lot of the movement deals with it, is that the act that was referred to in the Bible was of a certain context, right? And the context was a biblical context. So what was happening biblically in terms of homosexuality? Biblically, right, what was happening was homosexuality was used not like it is today. There were no gay loving couples buying houses and right, this when people were when men were having sex, it was either in a violent interaction at war or something like that, or it was like in the bathhouse, right? So it's sort of like not in a very nice space, right? But there was not a public recognition of homosexual couples, right? That's a recent innovation, as we all know. And so the prohibition in the Bible was not prohibiting loving gay sex. It was prohibiting violent, aggressive, behavior. And so that's an interpretation that I use and believe in wholeheartedly, and allows me to perform same-sex marriages. I performed my first gay wedding 4 or 5 months ago. No, that's not true. About a year ago. Time is just not
time is meaningless. Who even cares anymore?
But it was a milestone for me as a middle-aged white privileged rabbi to perform my first gay wedding, and it was a really meaningful experience and a beautiful experience.
And was it 2 males or 2 females?
2 males, yeah, 2 males.
And so before we talk about females, what kinds of things did you have to take into consideration to make them feel included, that you were doing the service the way it needed to be done religiously, but also to accommodate their personal needs?
Yeah, the personal needs were very straightforward. Yeah, there didn't seem to be much difference between your average couple and this couple. But ritually speaking, we had some challenges in terms of the text of the ketubah, the text of the wedding document, and the text of the wedding script, and the blessings that we recited are all Chatan v'Kala, are all bride and groom. And so these were traditional folks who were very respectful of Jewish tradition and wanted to do things right and by the book and halachically. And so we spent a lot of time exploring ideas. And the main challenge was, you can't just translate it, because Chatan v'Chatan doesn't make sense. May God bless this groom and this groom. These grooms is what you would say, right? And so there are also some syntax and grammatical issues that we had to grapple with. It was a beautiful experience from start to finish.
Rabbi Ford, what's been your experience? Have you conducted any same-sex marriages?
I have not yet gotten to. If you know anyone, 2 Jews wanting to have a same-sex marriage, pick them my way, because that would be fun. I like a good challenge in adapting text. The movement does have its own ketubah text and text for a get, also for a divorce document. We're very, covered all our bases here for same-sex couples. But I do know they're already kind of they've already kind of revised it at least once that I'm aware of. And yeah, I'd be down to do it. I haven't gotten to yet. But I've been to gay Jewish weddings. Never done one.
One of the interesting issues also was the mutuality of it, right? So as we're many of us know, right, that it's not the Jewish wedding is not a completely mutual experience.
Not classically.
Not classically, but the rabbis, like Rabbi Ford, I'm hearing, work very hard to make it a more mutual experience. But it's a bit of a challenge to keep traditional and mutual at the same time.
Right. Well, the traditional language of the ketubah is a language of acquiring.
Right, of acquisition, where the man
acquisition of a man acquiring a woman.
Right, so it's quite a challenge to make both happen, right? But you'll tell me how you do it. But for us, we had to for this wedding, we had to really rewrite the whole thing from scratch because of
you just have to
scratch it. Yeah.
Interesting.
And I would say it's also not just an issue for if you have two people who are the same gender who want to get married. This ancient ketubah that talks about a man acquiring a woman doesn't work for them because it's 2 women or 2 men. Also, the issue if you are so inclined as it's an opposite gender couple like myself. You get married and you're like, I don't want to be acquired. That doesn't work for me. And I don't think luckily I have to. And then you find a very ancient ketubah that existed a long, long time ago. And they dug up in the Cairo Genizo. So, you know, you're not just inventing it. We're not inventing things over here. You go, oh, so like for thousands of years, other women have not wanted to be acquired by a man. Cool. And so you use that text. And so the text for my ketubah, which is the text I do weddings just for opposite gender couples. It's kind of boring, whatever. And that is the text that I do recommend. I would be fine if someone wanted to be acquired. If this is our ketubah rabbi, can you help us? I'd be fine, sure, but not the language I volunteer when they're asking. And maybe it's just because of who I am, I tend to attract the women who don't want to be acquired. So they're happy to have the text that I use.
Awesome. That's a great story about inclusion and how the process changes. That's a wonderful story, and in real time story. Right? So the
history happening in real time.
Yeah. And I took a class with Rabbi Eli Spitz, a local California conservative, lovely rabbi, whose theory was all legal rulings have a perspective. No one goes around digging deeply into the text if you're not looking for a perspective or a point of view. You know, you're looking to go somewhere if you're investigating that deeply. And so you're motivated by your perspective and opinion. You know, you want the law to say something when you go exploring so deeply. And I think Judaism has found a way to embrace that, to say that's okay, right? We have this legal system that's manageable. So if you have an opinion that needs to get in there to keep Judaism alive and beautiful and sensitive and inclusive, you can do that. There's a legal way you can maneuver for that to happen.
But doesn't it say in the Talmud to turn it over and turn it over and turn it over?
Yeah. Our tradition is so complex that you can find your way through it if what you're looking for is truth and beauty. You know, it's going to be in there.
Very
well, he's got to go digging.
You know, the United States, the Supreme Court in 2015 finally said that same-sex marriages were legal. And I assume before that happened, you would be breaking the law if you performed the civil law, if you performed a same-sex marriage. Since 2015, has the conservative movement evolved so that the majority view allows same-sex marriage?
I don't know about the majority. It has passed.
Okay.
We're like Rabbi Teller said, you know, every rabbi, either the solo rabbi or the senior rabbi is the Maradat, the one who gets to make the rules for the shul and all things halachic, Jewish legal. And so you're allowed to do them if you want to do them. And if you don't want to do them, then you can't be compelled to do them, not by the movement, at least. So we kind of, I don't know about majority, minority. I've never seen any kind of poll done.
Right. Yeah. But I should say the flexibility that I'm admiring in Judaism, right, is it can also be a detriment, right? Because if you have folks who have bad intentions, they can also find a lot of proof and reasoning in our giant catalog of rabbinic texts, right? And so it gets a little tricky, right, to figure out. And that's why we need leaders like Rabbi Fort to guide us into the future.
I did have a very heated debate when I was at yeshiva in Jerusalem with a rabbi who was in charge of that class about what can women do. And it's just weird, we're having this debate and there's other women in the room and he's telling me about how well, women can't really do this or this or this. And I'm like, I'm surrounded by women who are going to be rabbis. Are we really having this debate? And we were really having that debate. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can also report Rabbi Ford is my daughter's teacher, and so
oh yes,
it inspires my teenage daughter, who's also very into her Judaism, which is a beautiful thing. And if I may report, she told me one story about Rabbi Ford. May I? Which it's a beautiful story.
Well, as long as it paints me in a good light.
It does. I believe you're on a panel with other denominations, and the question was, what's it like being a woman rabbi? Right? And the answer seems to have been, it's a lot like being a man rabbi. Is that right?
I did say that. It's guilty, yes. I did say that.
I love that answer because
Makes
we're living
sense.
in a post-feminist world, right? We're here. It's not a question anymore, right? You're here, right? Baruch Hashem. So that made me very happy.
I'm just happy when teenagers are excited to listen to anything about Judaism. I'm doing something good.
We've got some really interested ladies. The questions are coming in, but I'm going to hold them to the end. Let's move on to the T part of that equation we're talking about, which is the transgender individuals who, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, that would include someone who has had a sex change and to become the other sex or not. Is that correct?
Well, transgender are folks who we're all born in a certain body, and I think probably most of us at some point are like, yeah, this is accurate. This is accurate. I look like my driver's license says female. I feel like a woman. Yeah, woman works for me. But other folks don't, because they don't. And people are trans whether or not they have bottom surgery. They're still trans before or after. Doesn't matter. You're still who you are. And yeah, that's what we're talking about. People who are born biologically male, biologically female, but their gender is something different. And that's something that even the Talmud recognizes. Like our ancient rabbis literally wrote about other genders. Like there are other ways. There's male, there's female, and then there's other categories. And I feel like if our ancient rabbis could talk about other categories other than male and female, I'm pretty sure we can talk about other categories other than male and female. We're not inventing anything. That's my shtick. Clearly, that's my shtick.
So what issues do you see in the conservative movement that you become aware of in the way transgender individuals are to be included?
Right.
Does that question make sense?
Yeah. Part of this is change management, as I referred to earlier, right? So part of this is inclusion. There are certain challenges. It's not easy to be inclusive all the time, right? What's the challenge of being inclusive, right? It's strange and hard, right? And like, okay, let's try this. It's a challenge, and right. So one of my challenges, for example, coming from an Orthodox background, was women in tefillin. When I looked around at the davening and saw women wearing tefillin, I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? But it's how long it took me? It took me a week. 7 days later, I never dawned on me as a question, right? And so part of inclusion is just getting over the creep out, right, of some of this stuff, right? And
you said a creep out?
Yeah, just being creeped out by it. Yeah, just xenophobia, straight up like xenophobia. It's a human condition, And right, the more I spend time around gay couples, the more I get used to the idea, right? It's just exposure, right, is the issue. The reason I bring it up is because there's a transgender counselor at a Camp Ramah that I met a couple of years ago. And it was the first time I sat down with anyone who was transgender, right? And it was beautiful. And so I think that's part of it, as much as we, you're hearing that Rabbi Ford and I, as two conservative rabbis, are saying, right, inclusion is part of our Jewish tradition and an imperative and a mitzvah. What are some of the challenges? Some of the challenges are just getting over the social aspects, the social dynamics, right? Getting used to just being a radically welcoming community, right? It's hard, right? And it takes a lot of work.
And I'll start with you, Rabbi Fort, since you probably had classes in this and teach classes in this. How do you help your congregation who may be new to this, who may be resistant to including those people in a Jewish way of life? How do you make an adjustment in somebody else's viewpoint?
It's really hard because, as Rabbi Teller said, you smack someone in the face, they're not going to want to listen to you. And so I think that a lot of it's normalizing language and I remember one time, I don't know what the occasion was. I think maybe I gave this sermon, or I just said in a conversation, I said something about someone was cisgender, so like the gender that they were born, they're like, yeah, that's me. So like, that's most of us. They go, yeah, I'm a woman. For one, they oh, mazel tov, it's a girl, I'm a girl, cisgender. And they said to me after, and she's
Do that,
like,
again. Do that one more time. Yeah, I know I'm a little bit confused.
What?
And I'm assuming people my age are also confused about.
But
all
cisgender?
Yeah, slow down.
Cisgender is like you're born a man and you're like, I'm a man. I was born a girl and I'm a girl.
And it stands for cisgender?
I don't know. It's literally just the word. Cisgendered as opposed to transgender.
Gotcha.
So cisgender means you're the gender you were born, and that's the one you're like, yep, accurate. Transgender, you were born and they're like, it's a boy, and they're like, no, transgender. And so I use the term cisgendered in, I think, a conversation or a sermon, I don't remember. And a congregant came to me who's also cisgender, like, she's cisgender just like me, but she's a lesbian, and she said, like, I've never heard a rabbi say that.
Oh, yeah.
I've never heard a rabbi say the term. And she knew the term, but she never heard a rabbi say it. And so I think for her, it was just feeling kind of like seen as someone who's in the LGBTQ community. And I think for people who are not, it's just hearing things. Like, I think it's important in sermons to use the terms cisgendered. I think it's important to say like neurotypical, because it makes people go like, wait. And if you're in that community that knows what that word means, you feel seen. And if you've never heard it, and obviously I give explanations, then it introduces these things to people and helps them realize that the world is bigger.
Yeah, there's a bottom line here, which is getting to know language and your membership, right? The members of the conservative Jewish community, right, are transgender, right? So now let's figure out how to relate with them, right? And right, that's a beautiful thing. And I was just going to say, like, I've never spoken the word. So I'm your audience. I've never spoken the word gender. Like, rabbis never use it. I've never, from the Bima, I've never spoken it in my life, right? So I've heard
also I feel like I'm getting more credit than I'm due. Like, yes, I'm the young woman rabbi, blah blah blah. But like when I came to Beth Yeshua, and I remember asking, like, would I be allowed to do a same-sex wedding? And they're like, oh yeah, well of course, because Rabbi Rosen, who was the senior here before Rabbi Strauss, he has a child who is in a same-sex marriage, and he loves his kids. He loves both his kids. He loves all his grandchildren. And so he was the one who stood up on the Bima and said, like, yeah, this is what we're doing now because it's the right thing to do. And I think that's also how change happens, is someone, and you like Rabbi Teller's story and like Rabbi Rosen's experience. Like, someone, I've had the same experience. Someone, and you don't see, it's not just like a term that's thrown in your face every once in a while, but it's a human being. You go, oh, this is a human being. This is a Jew like me. And yeah, okay, this way they're different, that way they're different, but they're a human being and they're a Jew. How do we make Judaism include them too? Because it does, because it has to.
Right,
because they're inherently divine.
Yeah. Thank you. For rabbis like us, I think the answer, the question isn't should they be or should they not be. The question is, how do we serve them? Right? How do we connect with them better?
Exactly.
Is it allowed? Like, I don't know if it's allowed. It's not a question for me, right? The question is, what do we do?
Let's go to our last, maybe our next to last topic, interfaith marriage. Are you seeing more of it now, less of it now? Is it about the same?
Well, I've done none of it, so I've done none of it, and I am not doing any. But I guess there's that. It's very easy. It's not
ours are closed. That's correct. Yeah, we're shut out of that universe. But I have had members of my shul who are upset that I don't do their kids' weddings who marry out of the faith. Yeah, I've had several kids walk away from the shul and families walk away from the shul. So I'm a living, we're a living example of how it is affecting and diminishes our movement when we don't perform intermarriages.
And what is it about either the Jewish law or tradition that prohibits you? Because I assume you're prohibited by the conservative movement from performing
the Jewish law.
One of the very few things that would get us kicked out is doing an interfaith wedding.
Right, which connects before, right? So Mar Atra has a lot of autonomy, but not this.
Not on this.
There are certain things that the Mar Atra does not have autonomy on. And one of those things is performing and attending, if I'm not mistaken.
They got rid of the attending. They got rid of the attending.
Oh, did they?
Recently,
So it used to
recently,
be-
it used to be that you couldn't go to you couldn't attend an interfaith wedding. And some people are like, okay, well, I'll never go to like my kid's wedding or my friend's weddings. Like none of my Jewish friends from childhood married Jews. Like, well, they can not go to their weddings. So they got rid of the attending prohibition, but they have kept the performing an interfaith wedding prohibitions. It's a hard line conservative.
Yeah,
How do you know, though?
for fear of, with threat of getting kicked out of the movement, right? I guess is the threat.
Right.
I think they've done it once, but he did it. It was on purpose. He did it as a statement. He knew
But
what he
how,
was
how do you know, unless you ask everyone, if both partners, be they same sex or not, but if they're both Jewish? How do you know when you marry
It becomes
someone?
clear. Yeah, it becomes clear. I mean, when you perform a wedding, you're getting to know if you're doing it well. you're getting to know the couple intimately, and especially their Jewish journey, right? And so it becomes clear really quickly. And I think the conservative movement folks, the conservative politic, are aware of the prohibition for the most part, and so they typically don't ask us. It is just if it's going to be an interfaith marriage, they just don't bother calling the shul. They just go elsewhere.
Yeah, I've never gotten a question at Beth Yeshurun about it because people know from my friends back home when they get married and they're like, oh, they have a friend who's a rabbi, and they're like, oh, can you do the wedding? I'm like, I'll never get a job.
That's a big problem. Right? It's a big problem.
Big
even
So you don't ever see our movement progressing beyond where we are now?
Didn't say that.
What does the future hold? Yeah, so there is a movement, a minority radical, conservative coalition that is calling for a change in policy, and I don't know what that looks like, but I know it's made the headlines. Rabbi Fort, do you know more about that?
I know it's a minority. It's a growing minority of people who want to see the conservative movement in the same way we've officially through tshuva, through positions, through resolutions, blah blah blah, have formalized that we say women are people and should be treated like people in all ways. That gay, LGBTQ people are people and should be treated like human beings, and Jews in all ways. And there are a very strong minority, and I'd say it's a growing minority. I don't know, 70, 30, 25, I don't know the numbers of people who want to see the movement allow conservative rabbis to perform intermarriages. My gut is that there are fewer people saying that than there are recognized patrilineal Jews. I think that's more. Is my guess, just based on which call has been going on longer. But there's a lot of people who want to see interfaith weddings happen. There are a lot of people rabbis who want to see some like weird gray area. And I'm sure Rabbi Teller's heard all these like permutations. They don't want to see us do interfaith weddings, but they don't want us to not do interfaith weddings. So there's this kind of like, well, what if they get a special status? Or what if we do an ofra and give them a blessing, but it's not an ofra? But how do we trying to like, I don't know, squirm around.
So you don't give ofras either in interfaith marriage before they're married. Is that right? You don't call them to the bima?
Different synagogues have different policies.
Right, the idea, right? The general philosophy is we want to do everything we can, right, to embrace this couple without doing the actual wedding.
Yeah,
right?
While rejecting a big part of them.
Right, and so Ofruf is a hard one, and we also like standing up. We don't want to sanctify it by God, We're trying to find ways to just be happy for them without sanctity, right? And so we use words like congratulations and may you be blessed, just without sort of direct sanctification.
But then once they get married and they have their kids and their kids are in the school and their kids are like, they have the bar mitzvah or whatever, like every shul has their own policy 100% and it changes everywhere, but we don't say nope. We let the non-Jewish parent be in the bima. The non-Jewish parent stands up there when they have the aliyah. The Jewish parent's one who says the blessing, but the non-Jewish parent stands up there. They do the blessing at the ark, which is a big thing for us. So I don't know, it's a weird dance.
There is some inclusion, yeah. So around
sure.
the bar mitzvah, and the idea is, I think, behind the spirit is, if they've reached bar mitzvah as a unit, even though they're an interfaith couple, they've done a good job. They raised the kids to be good Jews, and so we can kind of celebrate that moment.
Yeah, we have to recognize and honor non-Jewish people who raise Jewish children.
Right.
That's
right.
huge.
It is huge.
That's
Yeah, I got yelled at by a non-Jewish parent for not recognizing them enough.
It's hard raising Jewish kids as a Jew. I can't imagine as a non.
I know, yeah.
Oh
He drove carpool. He drove carpool for all these years, back and forth, and all those. He was a good Jewish parent, right? But just
They are. You make a Jewish home, and as a non-Jew, that's a huge. We don't recognize it.
Yeah,
formally in our way.
interesting conversation. But so we do what we can around the bar mitzvahs, but the wedding continues to be a painful sore, right? That drives wedges in our families, in our community.
Well, I'm going to open this up to questions. We're getting a ton of questions. So Sheila, have you got some questions that you can?
I've gotten a lot of questions. Some of them I think were answered as we went along. So I'm going to go through what I have, and if I'm missing somebody's question, then maybe they can ask it again. But the first one was, what are the concessions that we have made for COVID? For example, Zoom on Shabbat.
That's a great
Zoom
question.
on Shabbat.
Yeah, so I was going to say digital inclusion is actually an interesting idea. The only reason we put in a live stream in the first place, like 10 years ago, was for folks who were hospitalized or homebound and couldn't get to shul. Right? It was an inclusion effort, right? And that continues to be the case. Just before I jumped on this call, I was in a chat room here in one of the other rooms, and someone said just that. Isn't it great that the convention is digital so that I can make it? I couldn't make it if it was physical, right? And so it's an inclusion effort. And so what an excellent question, right? The digital era has power to be more inclusive, right? And we're seeing that with Zoom technology, and we're rearranging for Shalom. We are in the process of rearranging our sanctuary to be digitally accessed, really, right? To have Zoom capability to zoom into the sanctuary is the hope right now, for even for these high holidays. And so it was hard at first. It took me 3 weeks to say, oh well, I guess we're going, laptop with this, But once we did, I did it for the sake of community. I did it for the sake of sanity, literally. That there are some suicides being reported because of isolation and loneliness. Not in our community, but just in general, right? So there, I found a pikuach nefesh. Right, talk about Jewish law, right? I found a life-saving reason to connect with people on Shabbat, right? Because to help combat the loneliness and isolation of the pandemic. So I found ways of getting on the computer halachically.
Let me make a statement to everybody that has sent questions in, because we have 14 questions and we have 8 minutes. So if you will remember your question, if it doesn't get answered, I'm betting if you email it to me and I ask either Rabbi Teller or Rabbi Fort your question, I'll get an answer for you. All right? All right, I'm getting thumbs up here, so good. All right, so y'all can kind of relax. We'll answer as many as we can. Okay, Sheila, have you got some more questions?
Okay, and the rabbis discussed this somewhat about the latitude for conservative rabbis to implement the committee's rules in different ways. But if rabbis implement their beliefs in different ways, how do you find a rabbi who supports your belief?
Do you
different conservative rabbis have different, yeah, there are more traditional conservative rabbis and there are more progressive conservative rabbis, right? And that's one of the dances we do with our congregations, right? Is it how much of the rabbi's personal voice is able to shape the congregation? How much do you want the rabbi's voice to shape the congregation, right? And how much do you want to have a diverse, community that welcomes different voices into the community? And so it's a political struggle within congregations, and yes, and it works both ways. Sometimes the congregation defines the spirit, or the people define and sometimes the rabbi defines the spirit of the congregation, right? Depending on the personality of the congregation and the personality of the rabbi. Yeah, and but I think it's a key crucial question, and one should find a synagogue, right, that really suits their position, right? And there are lots of synagogues around, right? And one chooses them based on size and sometimes philosophy. But now I think it's mostly about size, I think, if you want. But sometimes it's about philosophy too.
Yeah.
Okay, this is,
sorry, that's a long answer.
sorry. This is, I know we talked about the progress on patrilineal descent. Has there been any change in patrilineal lineage of Kohanim? Is it still only father to son, not a mother who's the daughter of a Kohen to son?
Great question.
Right.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah.
The short answer.
Yeah. Yes, you are correct. Though I do try to, I mean, when I have people who are, when I know I'm doing like a Brit Bat, Simchat Bat, baby naming, whatever you want to call it. So there's a girl and her father is a Kohen or a Levite. I do ask the parents, like, do you want her, how would you like her name to be presented? And because like, she's a Bat Kohen, she's a Kohen or a Levite. And so like, if you're in a shul that does things for Kohanim and Leviim and for women, like she should know what her affiliation is. And if that's something that's important to you, because it is hers by right.
Yeah, a woman is a Bat Kohen. Yeah, and there's actually an egalitarian issue with Kohen Levi Yisrael and the conservative movement. Which is to say, egalitarianism isn't only limited to gender; it's also about status, right? And so the Kohen is an elite class, right? And some people don't like that, right? Egalitarianism, right, rejects elitism, right? And so there is a movement, probably a majority movement in the conservative movement, that wants to do away with that kind of tribal affiliation because it's elitist and non-egalitarian. And there are traditionalists who want to hold on to it, but those are the philosophical discourse there.
Sheila?
Okay, this question was for Rabbi Teller. The lady wanted to know, was the gay wedding you performed on the Bima?
Yes, front and center.
They were both Jewish, right?
Both Jewish. Thank God. Thank God, both Jewish. Yeah, we have a couple in shul that I always wish they were both Jewish. But this was so that was really beautiful that I could hold them up as really examples of the Jewish community moving forward. And yeah, both Jewish. It was really exciting.
Okay, this question, I'm going to show my stupidity. Says, I thought Keruv, K-E-R-U-V, okay, am I pronouncing that correctly? Was also about including non-Jews. Is this no longer considered an issue?
Yeah, does Keruv include non-Jews?
I can't get these yes or no answers. It's too quick.
I guess it could, sure. Why not? My experience of Keruv was always certain streams of orthodoxy trying to make you be like them. So it was always interior to Judaism. Jews trying to make Jews be like the way they are Jewish. So that was my personal experience of Keruv. I like though really the definition of it is just bringing people in and together. The more innocuous version. Including non-Jews? Sure, why not? I don't know.
Yeah, so finally we'll disagree a little bit, right? I think Keruv means to bring people in, right? And so the equivalent would be like proselytizing would be, right? So to be mekarev, a non-Jew, means to proselytize, which we don't really do, right? And so it's a different conversation how we interact with non-Jews. We believe in a tribal connection to our Judaism and our roots, obviously. And we also believe that we're led into the nations and we need to influence all, right, and be a part of everything. But that's kind of a different conversation than a Keruv conversation, which is more of an internal conversation of bringing people closer to Torah is really what it refers to.
And this is just a comment. A scientific theory is that gender is not two definitions, but lays on a continuous line. There are very few people who are on the two pure ends of it, and all the rest of us are somewhere on the line, which explains trans beautifully.
Very nice, yeah. Nice. Like John Wayne. John Wayne is on one side, and Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe is the other side.
Okay, and this is, do you have a theory on why Jewish clergy seem to understand the same-sex concept more than Christian clergy? Is it about the level of conservatism or more about the interpretation of biblical law?
I missed the first part. So Rabbi Ford, you can answer.
Do you have a theory on why Jewish clergy seem to understand the same-sex concept more than Christian clergy?
Yes, good. Yes, Rabbi Ford, do you want to start that?
I mean, I don't think I necessarily agree with the premise in that I don't know that we are Jewish clergy rabbis are more accepting of same sex than Christian rabbis. Maybe if we just know different like rabbis versus Christian clergy. Like I know a lot of really progressive Christian clergy, but that could just be me. And I know a lot of non-progressive Jewish clergy.
Yeah. I think part of it might be the proselytization. I'll go back to the proselytization issue, which is that you'll see a lot of right-wing Christian clergy out in the streets protesting, go home, right? But Jews don't do that because we don't care, right?
It's true.
We're more interested in we have our own
internal
very high ritual purity of ethics. And then we have the 7 mitzvot of Noah, the Noahide laws for everybody else, right? Don't kill anybody and don't, but that's, just leave us alone, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why we don't hear a lot of, although they believe it, right? A lot of the right-wing Jewish folks, right, will not tolerate homosexuality. They don't go out into the streets with it.
Exactly.
Well, and I hate to do this because we probably could go another hour with the questions we've got, but we're out of time. So like I told everybody, don't stress if you didn't get your question answered. I know both these rabbis and I know they'd love to answer your questions. If you'll send it to me when you get my email address, I'll run it by them and they may not agree. I'll tell you that, but they'll give me an answer.
We'd love
Thank you, everyone. And Rabbi Fort, Rabbi Teller, thank you so much for coming. It's been fascinating. You can tell by the questions how interested people are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. How is everybody today? I am Denise Mosk. I am the current and outgoing Torah Fund Vice President. For the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to discuss something very near and dear to my heart, which is Torah Fund. Most of the sisterhoods have a Torah Fund VP, but it doesn't stop there. It is important to know that there is a Torah Fund VP or Torah Fund chair at every level of Women's League, from the international board to the individual sisterhood. We also have a Torah Fund cabinet made up of various members of Women's League. There are resources from these amazing women, as well as on our Women's League website. If you're looking for more information or need more help when it comes to Torah Fund, it's always available. As you may know, Torah Fund's goal is to perpetuate conservative Masorti Judaism through active giving to our Torah Fund campaign. The campaign supports the education of our future rabbis, cantors, educators, and scholars who will serve as the gifted leaders and innovators of the conservative movement. Before we get any further, I'd like to introduce to you our International Torah Fund Chair, Barbara Ezring.
I'm so happy to be with you at your region conference. I'm Barbara Ezring, International Chair of Women's League for Conservative Judaism's Philanthropy, Torah Fund. What an amazing and challenging year of fundraising we're having. Our usual approaches to raising money have been tweaked. Very special volunteers followed unique protocols to go to JTS to sort, pack, and label Torah Fund pins. Many pins traveled to a variety of cities before they reached their destinations. And some pins are still on their way to their recipients. You developed virtual Torah Fund events that wowed. You introduced your members to students and graduates of all 5 institutions of higher Jewish learning that we support. You studied Torah learned about foods and customs in the cities of our seminaries, heard beautiful music, visited museum exhibits, mixed drinks, and honored special people in your communities. Everyone had fun. But most important, Sisterhood Torah Fund chairs and vice presidents maintained relationships with our Torah Fund donors. Thank you so much. And thank you to your Region Torah Fund Vice President. You trained, organized, emailed, phoned, attended meetings, supported your sisterhoods, and created region-wide virtual events. It is always the right time to donate to Torah Fund. Your gifts to the Torah Fund General Campaign provide programming and scholarships for students who attend the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York, Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in Los Angeles, Schechter Institutes in Jerusalem, Seminario Rabbinico Latinoamericano in Buenos Aires, and Zacharias Frankel College in Potsdam. Contributions to the special project, Creating New Spaces, will be used at Ziegler for the Women's League Institute on Gender Bias and Harassment, and at JTS for the Women's League Study Space in the new undergraduate residence hall. Plan for the future. Join the Torah Fund Legacy Society and ensure the future for the students of our institutions of higher Jewish learning with your bequest. We are so grateful for your creativity, your enthusiasm, and your patience during this challenging year. Toda Rabbah to each of you for your continued support and donations to Torah Fund. B'yachad, together, we guarantee Jewish continuity.
Thank you, Barbara. Torah Fund has raised nearly $106 million over the past 79 years. Where does this money go? And why is Torah Fund the only fundraiser mandated by Women's League? Let's take a look. In 1976, the Matilda Schechter Residence Hall for undergraduate students at the Jewish Theological Seminary was complete. This would be the beginning of an amazing relationship and future. In 1982, also at JTS, bookshelves were provided for a new seminary library. In 1984, the sculpture garden at Schechter Institutes in Jerusalem was dedicated. In 1989, the residence halls at the American Jewish University in Los Angeles, formerly known as the University of Judaism, was dedicated. These are just a few of the many projects that Women's League has supported through Torah Fund. Let's continue. In 1992, the financial aid fund of $1 million to enhance the seminary's student aid program began. And in 1993, we renovated the library reading room by transforming it into the Women's League Seminary Synagogue, a permanent egalitarian synagogue we affectionately call Willis. In 2004, the Women's League Education Pavilion and classroom on the 4th floor of the Kripke Tower at JTS in New York, featuring a high-tech lecture hall, was completed. We did this. We did this all together through Torah Fund. Our 2020-2021 Torah Fund campaign is B'yachad, together. Each year, a beautiful pin is designed especially for Torah Fund. This pin is our way of thanking you for your support. It is our gift with a minimum donation of $180. While many women received their B'yachad pins in January, many continue to wait for its arrival. We expect these women to receive their pins in May or June.
Everyone should have one to proudly display at the High Holy Days in September. Due to financial concerns, we have made a very difficult decision to continue our Biyachad campaign for an additional year. This will ensure that our resources from our generous donors go directly to the students. The Torah Fund campaign supports scholarships and programming at 5 seminaries. Yes, 5 seminaries. The most familiar one is the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York. However, we also support Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in Los Angeles, Schechter Institutes of Jewish Studies in Jerusalem, Seminario Rabbinico Latinoamericano in Buenos Aires, and in 2017, Zacharias Frankel College in Potsdam, Germany. A rabbinical school to train a new generation of Masorti conservative rabbis to address the spiritual needs of the expanding European Jewish population. Women's League is proud to support this 5th school as part of its mission to provide higher education and training for the Jewish leaders of tomorrow. Let's take a look.
Als ich mich dafür entschieden habe, Rabbinerin zu werden, standen mir die Türen von vielen Ausbildungsstätten offen. Der Grund, warum ich mich dann für das Zacharias Frankel Kolleg entschieden habe, ist, weil ich teilhaben wollte an diesem Projekt, ein neues Judentum zu denken innerhalb des Zentrums Europas.
For me, it came at the right time. I just moved to Berlin. Coming out of Israel and coming into Berlin, my Jewish identity, my Jewish practice became more and more relevant and more important. I started being in touch with people and people were kind of asking me questions. We were doing Shabbat services at my house. Yeah, I kind of started to feel a bit like a rabbi. And then I heard that they were opening the Zacharias Frankel College in Berlin, and I was loving Berlin. So everything fit together and I joined.
Das Wichtige an Masorti oder das Entscheidende ist, dass es wirklich halachisch fundiert ist, also dass ein großes Augenmerk auf das jüdische Religionsgesetz gelegt wird, aber dass es immer im Zusammenspiel tatsächlich mit den modernen Fragen auch betrachtet wird. Weltweit gibt es insgesamt 5 Masorti-Rabbinerseminare. Zacharias Frankel wurde 1854 der Gründungsdirektor vom Jüdisch-Theologischen Seminar in Breslau. Und aus Breslau sind dann sehr viele Impulse ausgegangen. Später ist es zur Gründung vom Jewish Theological Seminary in New York gekommen. Wir kooperieren mit der Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in Los Angeles, die an der Westküste sitzt. Und es gibt in Buenos Aires in Argentinien noch das Seminario Rabbinico und dann natürlich in Israel das Schechter Institute, wozu das Schechter Rabbinical Seminary gehört.
Also das Zacharias Frankel College gibt all seinen Studenten die Möglichkeit, sich frei zu entfalten. Wir versuchen, die Tradition authentisch und intensiv zu leben, aber gleichzeitig an das moderne Leben anzupassen. Das schlägt sich vor allem in einer gewissen Toleranz nieder, dass wir alle Menschen willkommen heißen, auf alle Juden zugehen wollen. Das ist unser Leitmotto.
So I brought the Gebetbuch für die neue Synagoge in Berlin, Oranienburger. The emphasis on tradition, Hebrew, but also Talmud study. In a lot of seminaries, you get a very broad education of Jewish studies, but you don't get the opportunity to study Talmud so much. And I really wanted to focus on rabbinical texts and on Talmud, and you can do that at Zacharias.
¿Esto cómo lo hacías, la pausa esta? Para mí lo más importante es que somos un grupo muy internacional de estudiantes de todas las partes del mundo. Creo que no hay nadie que venga del mismo país. Y eso hace que nos enriquezcamos muchísimo más. La perspectiva que cada estudiante da desde su punto de vista, desde la comunidad a la que pertenece, desde el país del que viene y desde la diferente educación que he tenido.
Ich bin auch jemand, der dort sehr gut hinpasst. Einmal natürlich, weil ich dort Freunde habe, die auch wie eine Familie in gewisser Form sind, aber auch, weil ich dort eine sehr gute Lerngruppe habe. Also Leute, mit denen ich gerne studiere. Wir helfen einander, wir verbringen viel Zeit miteinander.
שלוש מסוים וחמישה נויסים ונויסים וגויים בשבעו.
במה?
רבן שמעון בן גמליאל אומר בשלושה מתחיל על מה? על עיבור החודש, עיבור השנה.
עיבור השנה בשבע.
אבל לא עושים את זה בכל עיר, רק בירושלים.
אולי עיבור פרטי של כל עיר בגליל.
Ich schätze das Studium in Berlin sehr, eben auch durch die kulturelle Vielfalt, die Berlin als Stadt mit sich bringt.
One of the great things about Berlin is that you have many Jewish communities, and there are many different opportunities to find your niche somewhere.
So part of our 5-year learning curriculum is 1 year in Israel, in Jerusalem. We study at the Conservative Yeshiva in Jerusalem, and that's probably the most influential part of my studies, I'd say, for me.
Aussi, c'est bien d'être à la yeshiva parce que tu connais les autres rabbins du monde, surtout des États-Unis, mais tu connais aussi les rabbins qui viennent du séminario de Buenos Aires, et aussi tu connais les gens qui viennent de Londres. Donc c'était très enrichissant de connaître tous ces gens et de voir comment ils faisaient aussi.
Ich glaube, dass zukünftig Rabbiner und Rabbinerinnen in Deutschland viel mehr auch auf außergemeindlichen Ebenen arbeiten werden müssen. Das bezieht sich auf Studentengruppen, Schulunterricht, soziale Netzwerke. Das Gemeindeleben wird natürlich auch zukünftig wichtig sein, aber ich denke, dass gerade auch wir im Frankel College wissen, dass der klassische Gemeindeberuf nicht das Einzige ist, was dem Rabbiner oder der Rabbinerin offen steht und von Interesse und Wichtigkeit sein wird.
I think at the time at the Frankel College, I've learned also to trust myself, that I have something to give to the world, and also not to trust myself too much. I think to keep asking questions.
Étudier ici à Berlin, au Zacharias Frankel, ça veut dire pour moi qu'on a une opportunité magnifique d'être au milieu de l'Europe, mais il faut être conscient que c'est à nous de faire notre propre chemin.
All of this is possible when we contribute to Torah Fund. At this time, I would like to recognize the sisterhoods who, under very difficult circumstances, reached their goals for the 2019-2020 Chesed campaign. Your certificates will be mailed to you in the near future. Agudas Achim, Coralville, Iowa. Anshe Torah, Plano, Texas. Congregation Beth Torah in Richardson, Texas. Congregation Beth Yeshurun in Houston, Texas. Kol Rena in St. Louis, Missouri. Congregation Shereth Israel in Dallas, Texas. Temple of Aaron in St. Paul, Minnesota. And I have a big welcome back to the Congregation Agudas Achim in San Antonio, who just reaffiliated in March of 2020. You were not given a goal this year, but you did raise $2,500. Thank you very, very much. In 2019, we launched the Creating New Spaces campaign. This special campaign will equally fund 2 important projects. The first one is a Women's League study space in the new undergraduate residence halls in the Jewish Theological Seminary. This is in New York. The second thing is a special course of training for our rabbinical students at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in Los Angeles. This course is entitled Women's League Institute on Gender Bias and Harassment. Our goal is to raise $200,000 that will be split evenly between the 2 projects. So far, we have raised more than $103,000. We're more than halfway there. When you give to our Spaces campaign, you help further the educational goals of the future generation of Jewish clergy and leadership. Remember, this campaign is separate from our Torah Fund General campaign. Many people ask me, should I wait until we meet our yearly goal for the general campaign before advertising the need for creating new spaces? My answer is no. Many of our donors will give to both campaigns. What is important is that we educate them on both campaigns. We don't always have a separate campaign or a special campaign, but when we do, please do not dismiss its importance. As you can see on the slide, we ask that you make your checks payable to Torah Fund, but it is important to note that the word spaces should be in the memo. This way, your donation will make it to the correct fund. Torah Fund e-cards. Recently, due to the COVID pandemic, it became necessary to create and have available greeting cards online. Torah Fund e-cards. Our familiar designs are available in this new format. Just like the physical cards in the past, these e-cards support the Torah Fund General Campaign. I personally have sent a card or two, and it was easy, quick, and my sisterhood received credit for my donation. You can find these cards at www.torahfundecards.jtsa.edu. Some people will only send physical cards, and that's okay. However, due to COVID, we've been unable to get them to our sisterhoods as quickly as we would like. I would be remiss not to mention matching funds. Many large corporations have a program to match an employee's contribution to various charities and institutions. Some corporations match 100%. Some corporations match 150%. Check with your employers, your spouses, children, grandchildren's employers. Torah Fund is considered an institution of higher learning. The Section 501c3 or charitable organization is under the name of the Jewish Theological Seminary. If an employer does not have JTS on that list, request it. Also, if the employer's headquarters is located in a different state than the donor, please contact your region VP or your region chair, and she will be sure that your sisterhood gets the proper credit. I personally have had my contribution matched 100% as long as I can remember. Believe me, it makes a difference. Finally, I would like to mention the Torah Fund Legacy Campaign. The Torah Fund Legacy Society is an initiative of the Torah Fund Campaign of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. It's administered by the Jewish Theological Seminary. If one of our leaders from the Legacy Society contacts you, please take the time to understand how you can support our conservative Masorti future, even after you're gone. When you become a member of the Legacy Society, you will receive an additional charm to attach to your Torah Fund pin. This charm is removable and can be used every year. Before closing, I would like to introduce to you the people who make all of this happen. Lisa Paul. Lisa is our new Torah Fund Executive Director. She's been on board since June 15th of 2020. She has big shoes to fill, but has been doing so very nicely. Welcome to Lisa Paul. Cheryl Moss Solomon. Cheryl is the Torah Fund Finance Manager and has worked with the Torah Fund campaign for over 17 years. She is responsible for the processing of all Torah Fund donations. Cheryl also works with donors, Torah Fund chairs, and region VPs in regard to the Torah Fund donors' accounts and ensures that the donations are applied and credited appropriately to their accounts and sisterhoods. Meg Morrison. Meg is the Torah Fund Administrative Assistant. She relocated to New York City from Michigan, joining the team in September of 2020. She's responsible for helping maintain Torah Fund donation records, filing orders, filling orders for pins, greeting cards, and materials. She assists donors, Torah Fund chairs, and region VPs who have questions and concerns. Please remember, although we have a wonderful team at JTS, your first stop will always be your Torah Fund Region Vice President or Region Chair. I know that we have gone over a great deal of information, and I will send a copy of the workshop to all of the Torah Fund Vice Presidents or Chairs in our region so that they may educate all of us about Women's League and Torah Fund. I have enjoyed my term as your Torah Fund Vice President and wish all of you health and safety. We will be together again. And until then, let's continue our efforts to strengthen Jewish education and ensure the vibrancy of the Jewish people for decades to come. Remember, we can do this together. Biyachad.
Hi, Denise.
Hello.
Hello. And I just want to inform everybody, we did have a PowerPoint glitch, so apologize for that. But we will, besides sending it out to the Torah Fund chairs like Denise mentioned, we'll also put it on our supplemental document so anybody who is a delegate can also get access to that. Because it was a really good PowerPoint, so apologize for that, Denise. I have one initial question and then we'll go from there, and we're opening it up for question and answers, please. The question was, somebody asked, sorry about this, it's not opening up easy. The question was, can women also receive, does the Torah Fund apply to women going to rabbinical school to become a rabbi?
Yes, absolutely. Anybody who attends JTS or any of the other 4 schools.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to visit any of the rabbinical schools yourself?
Only JTS, unfortunately. I would love to go. I was going to go to Buenos Aires, but I wasn't able to go with the rest of the crowd. So I only went to JTS. And it's beautiful. When it opens and you have a chance to look at it, it would be wonderful to see.
Excellent. I think Ruth Harris may have a question. Ruth, will you unmute yourself, please?
I wouldn't have a question. I just had a comment. When I was in Israel a few years ago, I did get to go to the Schechter School.
That's cool.
And it's a beautiful facility. So if you ever get to Israel again, or if I get back there again, or if you get the opportunity to go, it really is a beautiful facility to see.
Thank you, Ruth.
Great.
You're welcome.
We have a few minutes. Does anybody have any questions about Torah Fund or electronic Torah Fund? That is very brand new to the COVID era. So I'm sure there's a lot of questions on even the how-tos, the technical part of it versus the access of it.
I'll put my email address in the chat. So if anybody needs to contact me, you're more than welcome, especially the Torah Fund chairs that are on the Zoom today.
Okay, thank you, Denise. So you mentioned you went to JTS, and I had a very special opportunity to go with you on a second visit. Can you kind of explain a little bit how the rooms are? You know, there was some special rooms, some Torah Fund, honored rooms. There was that special library that we attended.
So when Jody and I went there was actually a room with rare books, a rare book room, which they have completely changed around now. And actually the rare books are going to be in glass for everybody to see more eloquently. But we actually sat down with a rabbi in the rare book room, and he showed us many rare books that, just looking at it, I mean, you wanted to touch it, but you couldn't. And it was very exciting and very informative. Again, if you ever have a chance to go to JTS, it's definitely worth the visit.
Does anybody have any other further questions? I guess one other one, you mentioned about my congregation was able to get the pins in, but you're expecting to get more pins in the very near future to be sent out?
Yes. The pin order actually has been shipped to JTS now. So as soon as it gets there, we will gather some more volunteers to go to the Torah Fund office and mail the next shipment out. So if you haven't ordered your pins, and double check with your Torah Fund Vice President to see if she has or not. But if you haven't ordered your pins, get that order form into Meg, and at least they'll have it so that when they do get the volunteers in there to ship all of the pins, the order will be in there.
Great, thank you. Question, did you say the logo for next year is the same as this year?
Logo, good question. It's not actually the logo, but it's the pin. Yes, we are going to use the pin for one more year. For those of you who don't have the new Biyachad pin, we had been asking you to use the Chesed pin up until you get your Biyachad pin. And now that some people have received the Biachad pin and others still haven't, we're going to use it for one more year.
Okay. Well, I see that our time is about to run to break time. And Denise, I appreciate it. Do you have any last comments, or you gave your email, so that's much appreciated. And definitely contact her. If there's one program that is extremely important to Women's League of Conservative Judaism, it is Torah Fund. Every session is important, but this one is thriving for the future of Judaism because it's thriving for the future education of rabbinical students. And as you each have probably heard on your own, your rabbi is more than appreciative because not every rabbi can afford the tuition. So this is getting them through the program, and they're more than appreciative of us women who are contributing to their future and to our future. Denise, any last words?
Nope, that's it. I'm good. Have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you. Alex will be sending us out into breaks again. As he has done in the past, we will be randomized, and please stretch. I know I need a stretch myself, but please stretch, take a moment, get a snack, and we will be back in, I apologize, we will be back in 10 minutes to hear about the third daughter.
Membership is the cornerstone of every organization. There's no question that all of our sisterhoods have been faced with a multitude of membership challenges this last year. Between the COVID pandemic, our aging population, let's throw into that many of our younger women who are mothers, daughters, wives, and busy professionals have every second of their day accounted for. We've had to come up with creative virtual contactless ideas to reach out to our current, former, and the potential new members. These are all women who are looking for ways to connect with like-minded Jewish women. These are women who are looking for a little more me time in our topsy-turvy world. When your sisterhoods start planning for the upcoming year, it's important to remember that your sisterhood membership campaign should be a year-round. Membership is not a solo project. It touches every part of the sisterhood and requires a team approach. Matilda Schechter's vision was to create bonds of unity among Jewish women so that we could learn to appreciate everything that is fine in Jewish life. Her vision becomes a reality when we incorporate the following elements in planning each sisterhood event. Have a welcoming and supportive sisterhood. Promote the sisterhood that strives to educate, empower, and enlighten every member. Share your sisterhood's accomplishments with your synagogue and community. Acknowledge and thank the generous and talented volunteers who support sisterhood. All sisterhood chairs should understand that the activities they plan impact others. Therefore, every sisterhood event is a membership activity. Make sure that your sisterhood's Judaica shop is displaying sisterhood materials for purchase, like Torah Fund cards, which we can't see, and your calendar diary. Ask to have your posters and flyers for upcoming sisterhood events displayed for Judaica shop in your Judaica shop. And don't forget to let your community know that the Judaica shop is a sisterhood activity. Your programming team should involve as many members as possible in every program. Involve your synagogue and other community groups. Ways and Means should organize fundraisers that appeal to your members. Involve new members and veteran members. Inform members and potential members the purpose of the fundraiser. Learning is for everyone. Encourage the participation in adult education. Take an active role in your synagogue's adult education programs. Publicize that your sisterhood contributes to the synagogue's youth and Hebrew school programs. Be an advocate for those programs and encourage the women whose children attend synagogue youth and Hebrew school programs to join your sisterhood. Community service is about building a community of doers who are also sisterhood members. Be an advocate for the less fortunate while building your sisterhood's participation. Torah Fund, every sisterhood should aspire to 100% participation. Encourage an investment in the future of conservative Masorti movement. Women's League membership serves the conservative Masorti movement by strengthening the bonds of unity among Jewish women through personal growth, education, empowerment, and involvement. Perhaps one day we can all travel to Israel and study together with our Masorti sisters at the Women's Day of Study. This is a joint project of Women's League for Conservative Judaism, the Masorti Movement, and the Schechter Institute. There's really no need to recreate the wheel. There's some really excellent membership tools available on the Women's League website at www.wlcj.org. Much of what I'm sharing with you today is taken from the Blueprint for Membership. This is compiled by International Past President Margie Miller and membership chairs Sue Tuppett and Sue Bangle. When building your sisterhood's membership team, choose women who are knowledgeable and dedicated to building the membership of Women's League. The members of your team should consist of women who represent a cross-section of ages, geographical, and social groups in your synagogue. Team members should be personable and interested in developing the potential of others. Where to start? Ask yourself, who should be on your membership team? The membership chair works directly with the potential new members. Your sisterhood's president, who is the official spokesperson for your sisterhood. The financial secretary, who maintains the official list of all members. Don't forget your program chair, who creates programs and events who meet the needs of your members. She works hand in hand with your publicity chair, who informs others of sisterhood projects and accomplishments. And a really good retention chair maintains and involves all members. The responsibilities of the membership team are multifaceted. An active membership builds future leadership. Be creative when developing your team. Its makeup will dictate your sisterhood's needs and strengths. Enlist your most effective volunteers, whether your sisterhood is large or small or struggling for volunteers. You can establish an effective membership team by using the information on the Blueprint for Membership. Be creative. Adapt the material to meet your sisterhood's needs. The membership team should strive to find a purpose within the sisterhood for every member. Connecting new women so that their strengths can build on the sisterhood structure. Weaving a connection that builds community, a strong community of women with shared values and vision. When presenting your membership plan to your sisterhood, this is a great idea for a visual. Every activity and woman helps to build your sisterhood's membership. Give each board member 3 pieces of ribbon. Ask the hello?
I think it's working. One second. Keep going.
Okay. Okay. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay. All right. Give each board member 3 pieces of ribbon. Ask the women to write their names on 1 piece of ribbon, a strength and a weakness on the other 2 pieces. Prepare your frame in advance by attaching the ribbons with things that are relevant to your sisterhood's growth. I used membership, synagogue, community, family, Torah Fund, Tikkun Olam, etc. Ask your women to weave 1 piece of ribbon into the frame each time it's passed around the table. There's a great sense of community built just in the weaving. When the last ribbon has been added, show your members how strong and beautiful the weave of your sisterhood membership is when we all pull together. Later, you can display your weave in the Judaica shop. This is a great conversation starter, and especially for new potential members. Times are changing, and we must change with them or risk losing what we have. Years ago, very few women worked outside the home. Sisterhood offered a community that no other organization did. Women today wear different hats. We're daughters, wives, mothers, and busy professionals. The landscape has altered Women's League and our sisterhoods. We can survive, and we will survive if we look outside the box and meet the needs of the women in our communities. Enrich, engage, and empower conservative Jewish women. So why should women join sisterhood? Because we offer unique benefits and a great tote bag. Women's League women become informed about Women's League issues, world communities, arts, health, family, Jewish traditions, and much more. Women's League women become involved through representation in internationally recognized organizations. Women's League women are enriched by sharing ideas and friendships within a community of Jewish women and the Women's League International. Women's League women are inspired by the personal mark they make on a community, the conservative movement, and the world at large. So don't be afraid to beep your own horn. Starting sharing your successful and not so successful programs. By doing this, you can grow stronger together. For ideas or checking the Women's League website for successful membership programs is a great place to start. Sisterhoods, your sisterhood team helps within the sisterhood. Last year, during a hospital stay, the women from my sister's sisterhood sent me this quilt. This is the perfect example of membership bringing women together from all ages and walks of life. I am told that a young mother from their sisterhood ran quickly to the Hobby Lobby on her lunch break to purchase styrofoam balls for her son's science project. While waiting in line, she noticed a few remnants of fabric in the bin next to the cash register. She thought of the ongoing Tikkun Olam project that her sisterhood was working on. So she decided to help out and purchase the fabric. On the way back to the office, she dropped off the fabric to Dorit. Poor Dorit, she'd been stuck at home with a broken foot for weeks. Within a few days, Dorit had cut the fabric into squares. She called Miriam and Judy. They collected the quilt pieces, and with the donations of thread, batting, and binding from the other sisterhood members, Miriam and Judy sewed pieces together. When the quilts were finished, they called Cindy. Cindy recently retired from teaching and has lots of time on her hands because her son just moved to Chicago. Cindy picked up the finished quilts, packaged them in gift bags, and delivered them to the hospital. That single piece of fabric really couldn't do very much. But together with the gifts and talents of the other women in the sisterhood, each one adding their own part to the project, this beautiful quilt was made. The sisterhood was able to reach their goals, and the heartfelt gift from the sisterhood was given to someone in need. By working together, our sisterhood can achieve goals that we could never do alone. Long and short-term goals should help determine our programs and projects. It should also help our sisterhood plan its complete schedule of activities for the year. Make your goals SMART. Specific, measurable, attainable, requires reach, achieved, and timed. Specific, what do we want to do? Measurable, how do we know we've done it? Achievable, Can we really do that? Reach to achieve. Do we have to work for it? Timed. How long do we have to reach this goal? A few possible goals might be an increase in new members, larger membership turnout at meetings and events, programs that touch all sisterhood members, increase enthusiasm, decrease apathy. You have a team. You have the Women's League resources at your fingertips. Now what do? Go to the Women's League website, pull up the blueprint for membership, schedule a workshop with your membership team, and review the blueprint for membership. Analyze the various groups in your synagogue. Look at the current state of your sisterhood. Who belongs? Take a look at your membership numbers and identify some trends. Set SMART goals. What do we want to accomplish? Who do we want to attract? How many women do we want to participate? Good ideas are often developed by sharing thoughts with each other or brainstorming with other team members. Assign numbers to these goals. What is an acceptable number to be considered a success? Share the goals with your membership team and your sisterhood board. Prioritize. Pick the easiest task as your first goal. Success will build momentum. Develop an action plan. Evaluate your results. And don't be afraid to adjust your initial plan. Our members are our most valuable asset. Everything you need to know can be summed up in 5 phrases. We're glad you're here. It pays to be a sisterhood member. Did you know that sisterhood did this? We couldn't have done it without you. And thank you for all you do and continue to do. Get excited about sisterhood. Acknowledge the way, and I'll acknowledge and always say thank you to your sisterhood members and the individuals in your community who support Women's League. Among the many pearls of wisdom that I brought back from my Women's League LTI course at the Pearlstone Retreat Center in Maryland was a story that International past president Margie Miller shared with us. Years ago, Margie was the financial secretary for her B'nai B'rith women's group. Before computers and mailing labels, Margie hand wrote 350 bill statements for her membership. On every single bill, she wrote a personal note. Thank you for your loyalty to our chapter. Thank you for always paying so promptly. I hope we can count on you next year. Thank you for your support. I hope we'll see you at our first meeting in September, et cetera, et cetera. Well, unless they died or moved away, her retention rate was nearly perfect. She took the time to make sure that every member knew that her membership counted and they were grateful for it. Social media, email, and text are all great ways for connecting people. But don't underestimate the value of a personal handwritten note or a spoken thank you. Remember, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. We've often asked, what motivates our members to attend activities? No matter where you go, the answer is always the same. In fact, we probably already know the answer. It's universal. People attend because someone asked them. Their friends were coming. They thought they'd learn something. They were committed to the organization or the cause. Or they had to be there because they had a responsibility to attend. How do you ask people to attend your events? Do you just send out a flyer or put a blurb in the bulletin? Well, if that's all you do, you're never going to get those who don't come to attend. Some respond to emails. Others need a flyer on the fridge. Some other ones need a phone call. If all you do is send out an impersonal PR piece, you're never going to get those marginal people. It's about relationships. One way to get people connected to a cause is for them to have a reason to attend. So give that woman a job. Give her a reason to show up. Greet her with a smile. Acknowledge that she's there and ready to help. And tell her how much you appreciate her. My second year as Sisterhood president, we ran an amazing program called the Sunday Morning Discussion Series. We discovered a tiny window of time between 10:30 and noon on Sunday mornings that was wide open. Women of all ages and stages of life signed up for the sessions. Our members volunteered their homes to host small groups of 12 women. They provided a light brunch and invited a speaker who presented on topics like safe use of over-the-counter drugs, which was presented by a woman pharmacist. We also had a woman lawyer who spoke on what women should know about the law. Both presenters were paying members of Sisterhood, but had never attended an event or a meeting until we asked them to present at our discussion series. Our lawyer now sits on our Sisterhood board and is a regular Torah fund reader at our Women's League annual Shabbat. Several of our guest presenters have become active Sisterhood members since then, as well as the women who attended the series. We just gave them a reason to attend. Co-sponsoring programs with your synagogue is just one more way you can recruit new members. Co-host a lunch and learn session or a scholar in residence weekend with your synagogue. Ask for volunteers from the Sisterhood to help at events like the Purim Carnival, Chocolate Seder, or the Synagogue Golf Tournament. Suggest your current members wear their Torah Fund pins or Women's League t-shirts when volunteering. Maybe bring out some of those old tote bags from past Women's League conferences and use them as a lunch or shoe bag. One of my favorite things to do is whenever I'm invited to a current or potential new member's home for dinner, I transport my hostess gift or dinner contribution in a conference bag. This always leads to a lengthy conversation about Women's League. Today's women have more synagogue skills than ever before. It is often through sisterhood that they gain these skills. Whether it's preparing for the Sisterhood Anniversary Shabbat, or participating in a Rosh Chodesh group, or an adult bat mitzvah. Sisterhood helps grow synagogue skills. Reach out to the women in your sisterhood who can read Torah and have the skills to lead an evening service. Encourage your current sisterhood members to commit to attending a minyan one night a week. Your synagogue and community will be guaranteed to have a minyan that evening because they're going to know that Women's League women are going to be there on that night. Invite your bat mitzvah girls and their mothers to participate in your Women's League Anniversary Shabbat. Invite your legacy members, past presidents from your sisterhood, to participate in the service. And if those women who are no longer physically able to participate, ask their daughters, daughter-in-laws, or granddaughters to participate in their honor in your Women's League Anniversary Shabbat. Keep an eye on your Jewish community. Has there been an influx of members in the rabbi's conversion class? New married couples or members of your synagogue? Extend a free membership to your sisterhood. Maybe even send out a copy of your sisterhood's cookbook. If you don't have any left, contact me. I've got about 500 in storage. My sisterhood presents a certificate on the day of the Simcha to bar and bat mitzvah mothers, offering them a 1-year membership to sisterhood. Reaching out to the new bar and bat mitzvah parents is a great way to connect with new potential members. Ask your Judaica shop chair to host an exclusive open house for bar and bat mitzvah parents. Offer discounts on talit, personalized kippahs, and encourage the use of your gift shop's gift registry for those special one-of-a-kind gifts. Acknowledge life cycle events for people in your community by sending out Torah Fund cards. You would be surprised how far that little bit of goodwill goes. It is important for your sisterhood to have a mission statement. Explain why the sisterhood is important to individual women, the congregation, and your community. You should explain the benefits of sisterhood and why women should be a member. Women are constantly changing as their lives change. Sisterhood and Women's League should provide a warm and friendly environment that supports and encourages those changes. The 3 R's of membership are pretty important. They're listed in all the Women's League material. So what are the 3 R's? Recruit, retain, and reclaim. Recruiting is all about the various portals there are for women, whether they are older, younger, married, single, parents, or grandparents. Are they a synagogue member or an individual member? The secret is to find the area of interest they have and offer opportunities to them to join in. It is important when recruiting and retaining and reclaiming members to and Women's League. Sisterhood should provide a warm, friendly environment that encourages and supports all women. By joining Sisterhood, you also become part of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. Women's League is a network of women who seek to enhance Jewish knowledge, nurture Jewish life, and support Israel. It's an active arm of the conservative Masorti movement and the largest synagogue-based women's organization worldwide. We must strive to make Women's League relevant to all of our members. Now comes the hard part. Do you have a real plan for how to welcome new members? Perhaps your membership team delivers a challah on Shabbat with a welcome package. Did you include a survey to collect their personal interest and a calendar of upcoming sisterhood events? Recruit. Well, it's been 2 weeks. Did you make a follow-up call to let her know what is available within the interest she noted? Did you pass her name along to the various chairs on the board so that they can stay connected? How about assigning a buddy to remind them of events and to go with them to meetings and have someone to sit with? Reclaiming a member. We should never lose a member unless they die or move away. We must have a plan of action to ensure that everyone who pays her dues is appreciated for her loyalty and support, whether she is active or not. We can't expect people to rejoin if they don't feel connected. It's all about relationships. Reclaiming membership has to do a lot with damage control. Reaching out to those past members and trying to re-engage them. Did a seasoned sisterhood member greet her when she arrived? Did she attend a meeting or event and have to sit alone? Did she finally get the courage to speak up and make a suggestion and was met with, "We don't do it that way"? Did she offer to help with a program or an event and never got a call back? Or maybe her feelings were hurt years ago. Take that woman out for tea and apologize. Even though it happened years ago, tell her you miss her and ask her to please give Women's League another try. Perhaps she just lost interest, but now your sisterhood has a new clear direction. Call her. Offer her an opportunity to participate in something you know will interest her. From her personal interest survey, you know that she's an avid reader. Ask her to sit on a panel for a book club. Everyone on your board has to think about membership. How you speak to your members, the wording you use when you send out your due statements. Evaluate everything. Make sure that your sisterhood isn't sending out any prickly pears or negative messages. We know that good programs can capture and retain members. Women's League has done the work for you. Just remember the Women's League website. Did you know that your ICR membership vice president, Sheila Goldberg, is part of the region and international membership team. She can offer guidance and the resources you need for a successful membership year. The region vice president, membership vice president, and the sisterhood membership chairs form an effective, productive team of the region. Ask your sisterhood president to update the data on the Women's League website so that your region membership team can update your sisterhood and membership chairs with new membership information as it is released. If you're struggling or have a membership question, ask your membership vice president for advice or to help set up a training seminar. Women's League Training Services can assist via telephone, on-site, or with a mentor. Our time is almost up. I want to leave you with the 10 commandments of membership. Be a good listener. Look people directly in the eye, even the complainers. Listen to what they're complaining about. They may just want to be noticed, but they also might be making you aware of something that needs repairs. Identify everyone's strengths and their place in sisterhood. Make people feel valued. Identify their special skills too. Everyone wants to be noticed, appreciated, and is unique. Words you can't say too much. Hi, my name is, what is your name? I'm so glad you came. Come and join us again, and thank you. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Be energetic and sincere and be genuine. Communication is so important. Use social media often and face-to-face contact frequently. Phone calls are good, but don't use a script. Just be natural. Explain constantly why your sisterhood's brand, philosophy, and mission are so important. Let people know what your sisterhood values and make them want to belong. Be everywhere and anywhere. Be at every program at your synagogue and promote sisterhood. Create an action plan to show how you are working to promote your brand. Be proactive instead of reactive. Anticipate your members' needs and your interest. Thank you. We have a few minutes left for questions. Any questions?
No. Thank you, Jane. Love your enthusiasm and ideas.
Thank you, Jane.
Oh,
Now
you're
I
still
would
there.
like to invite our conference consultant, Carol Simon, back to the screen. Many of you know Carol as our 21st International President of Women's League. Carol is going to impart some wisdom, tell us some more about Women's League, and then give us some closing thoughts. Carol?
Thank you so much, Cindy. Jennifer Williams said, "Your work is to discover who you are, and then with all of your heart, give your light to the world." Lighting our way to a bright future is a theme today. There is always much excitement, anticipation, and yes, even some anxiety as a region changes their leadership. Remember back to when you were in elementary school and each new school year brought that excitement of the possibilities that could be in your future. Then as now, we enter this time in your region with the same possibilities of creating a new and bright future. Throughout the book of Leviticus, we continually learn about Moshe and Aaron and both of their challenges in recognizing their own leadership skills. God had to cajole and plead with Moshe to accept the role of leader of the Jewish people. God had to assure Moshe that he would be by his side, that he would, in today's vernacular, have his back. And Aaron had been in all respects second to Moses. He had been by his side throughout, helping him speak and lead. Yet today we realize that there is a psychological difference between being second in command and being the one identified as the leader. We probably all know of someone, maybe even yourself, who readily serves as that second in command role, because they are terrified at the prospect of holding that title of leader. We read throughout the Torah that even our greatest leaders were reluctant. Moshe at the burning bush found reason after reason to tell God that he was not the right man for the job. He actually turned God down 5 times. Isaiah and Jeremiah both felt inadequate as well. And then there was Jonah, who, when he was summoned, ran away. Can some of us relate? Absolutely. Yet our rabbis teach us that the challenge of real leadership is in living up to the highest standards of our community's aspirations. A leader fulfills the community's ideals and encourages the rest of us to do the same. If each of us could find a task that speaks to us, a mission that's necessary and important, then we should all say, Hineni, here I am. Together, we can do great things. We can do great things if we are willing to try and willing to give our best. People do not become great leaders because they are great. People become great because they are willing to serve. As we light the way to the future of your region and Women's League for Conservative Judaism, it is our collective voices of all of our members that inspire us to make a difference in the Jewish world. In the words of Rabbi Ellen Mullins Fields, our own executive director, she said, in Women's League for Conservative Judaism, there is a place for all sisters. Every woman who is a member of your sisterhood is therefore also a member of our international organization and is an important and vital member that brings their own light to shine on each of us. Each of us has the potential to be a leader, and each of us is a blessing to our entire community. During these past 13 plus months, our Women's League leadership understood that we needed to support the communities and our sisters that we serve. On March 15th, 2020, we began our daily Zoom study and prayer sessions. We pivoted to online learning and programming at the beginning of the closures of our synagogues, our schools, our businesses without any hesitation. The first week, we studied the prayer for the day, along with singing the Mishaberach to pray for our loved ones in need of healing. How naive we were, thinking that life would return to normal in just a few days. The following week, we started studying the Psalms, one each day, except for Shabbat and Yom Tovim. When we completed all 150 Psalms, we celebrated with a very meaningful siyum, and still continued on. We are now studying Pirkei Havot. During these 13 plus months, our 12 noon session has been tweaked. It is now called Machon Bayachad, and we've added the recitation of the Mourner's Kaddish and encourage participants to sign up to teach, lead us in the Mishaberach and Mourner's Kaddish. This community has grown and encompasses more than 75 participants each day from around North America and sometimes Israel as well. This holy community has provided support to those not only saying Kaddish for a yahrzeit, but for those that recently lost a loved one. We have shared happy occasions, births, b'nai mitzvot, and have supported one another by joining in a Shiva Minyan. This holy community has helped so many of us cope with the world that we now find ourselves living in, where we have little control and so much still feels uncertain. I encourage each of you to join us each weekday at 12 noon East Coast time. Newcomers are always welcome with open arms. The leadership of Women's League has said many times during this pandemic that as difficult as it has been, there are some silver linings. Just as we have all shared life cycle events, Shabbat, birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays over Zoom, so has Women's League expanded our services to engage our community of women. For the past 2 decades, Women's League has supported the Days of Study in Israel for the women in our Kehilot throughout the country. These Days of Study are held twice a year, once in February and then in June. This past February, there were 3 sessions, one in the north, one in the south, and the third in central Israel. The sessions are held in 5 languages: English, Hebrew, Russian, Spanish, and French. In the past, the June session was held on a Friday in Jerusalem at the Schechter Institute for more than 400 women. However, because of the pandemic, I, along with many other members, around 65, of Women's League were able to attend not only last June, but this past February as well. It was so inspiring, not only to learn from those in Israel, but to have women participate, not only from Israel and the United States and Canada, but from Buenos Aires, England, France, Germany, and several other countries. It showed all of us how important it is for Women's League to continue supporting these days of study. I hope that you will each mark your calendars for Sunday, June 13th, to join your sisters from around the world to engage in learning and camaraderie at the next Masorti Days of Study. Please watch for registration information in your region newsletter or in our Women's League this week. Our Women's League calendar is overflowing with a variety of offerings, as are many organizations. We have all learned that the Jewish community is growing smaller and smaller as we all pick and choose what we want to attend from the comfort of our homes, just like today. That we could literally spend many hours in front of our computers learning new skills, taking classes, and connecting to our sisters in other communities. From our inception in 1918, Women's League has been all about educating our members. From the first publication of Jewish Home Beautiful to today, education is our top priority. I would like to take a few minutes to highlight some of what is happening in the world of Women's League that I sincerely hope that you will consider attending if you are not already doing so. Women's League Reads is our online book club that was started in 2015. The program is structured so that we read the selected book and then spend about 3 weeks discussing it online. The questions are posted by the moderators. And this culminates with a live interview with the author, just like we did today, utilizing Zoom. It's always interesting to hear the perspective of the author into the creation of the storyline and the characters, just as we heard today. Jewish Women in Film and Jews in Comedy were 2 series that were presented this year. Both series can be found on the Women's League website and can be watched at your convenience. Both were extremely interesting, educational, and a lot of fun. Brought back a lot of memories. Have you always wanted to learn the alphabet or need to brush up a class but cannot find the time? We can help with that. Women's League currently has a beginners, an advanced beginner, and intermediate level classes available for you to attend from your home. Again, please check out the website to find how and when to register. I don't know about many of you, but I was a bat mitzvah at the age of 12, and I was only allowed to lead services at Kabbalat Shabbat. Starting this past fall, over 65 of my sisters from across North America are part of the new B'nai Mitzvah class. It's a 3-year commitment culminating at Convention 2023. I am so excited to share this wonderful experience with my Women's League sisters, and to be able to celebrate a convention will just be memorable. Are you taking on a new position in your sisterhood or region and not exactly sure what you need to do? I promise you that you are not alone, nor do you need to figure it out yourself. Women's League offers several options just for you. There are seminars utilizing Zoom on a variety of topics such as membership, programming, or even how to be a good parliamentarian. Another option is that you can contact consulting services and request a mentor for each member. I like to call it your personal trainer. You will be assigned a consultant that will work with you, share resources, and share ideas. We also have several groups that meet with a specific focus. There is a group just for sisterhood presidents, whether new or ongoing. You will need to register for the president, and you will learn how at our Sisterhood President sessions. Mark your calendars, all Sisterhood Presidents, for June 27th. As a Sisterhood President, you can communicate with other presidents within our organization to share challenges and successes. There are Google groups available for our Judaic shop chairs, our membership chairs, Torah Fund chairs, treasurers, and there's even a group for mothers and grandmothers that have children that have made Aliyah, known as the American Mothers of Olim, just to name a few. Our website is getting an update as we speak. The goal is to continually make it user-friendly and current. That website is www.wlcj.org. Besides our website, you can find Women's League on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, with assistance from our consultants to get you on these platforms. One area that Women's League is most proud of is our focus on social action. Over the years, we've instituted a social action project at each convention, with the goal for each of you to replicate the project at home. Whether it was Books for Baltimore, Support the Girls, or the year that we knitted and crocheted scarves and hats for the United Way of Detroit, the goal is that the regions, sisterhoods, and individual members would include these projects in their lives. This year, our social action project has been named Stock the Shelves. In response to food insecurity caused in part by the pandemic, sisterhoods and our individual members are being encouraged to collect food or make donations to their local food banks. Have you ever thought about journaling but did not know where to start? Have you ever thought about writing your story to share with your children and grandchildren and other family members? In essence, writing about your life, leaving them a legacy. It started with an idea that we should share with our children who they were named after and a little bit about that person or persons. Our education team developed a 3-part series with some wonderful ideas on how to write your story for future generation. The 3rd session is this coming week, but because all sessions are recorded, you can attend at your convenience. I can tell you that after that first session, I started a family holiday cookbook for Passover, collecting recipes from extended family members. I also interviewed my 96-year-old mother just the other day so that I could share with my children stories about those that they were named after. I was inspired because I attended the sessions, and that could happen to you too. I encourage each of you to check out the Women's League website for past and upcoming sessions that might be of interest to you. Every Tuesday, you should be receiving our Women's League This Week in your email box. Every single paid up member is in the Women's League database. If you are not receiving the Women's League This Week and our other notifications of all these opportunities to learn and connect, it could be because we may not have your email address or your sisterhood has not updated the membership list on the Women's League database. I am here to tell you that we do not share your email address with anyone. We don't even share the Women's League database with Torah Fund. So I don't want that to be a reason for you not including your current contact information. I promise you of that. My email is csimon@wlcj.org, And I will put that in the chat, or if Jody or Cindy can do that now. Please send me an email to let me know that you are not getting emails from Women's League and that you would like to. There's so much that you can take advantage of. The program idea of the week, the link to join Makom Yachad, Rabbi Ellen Mullins-Field's weekly Words of Torah, and a list of upcoming events within the regions, other sisterhoods, and the other arms of the conservative Masorti movement that you can take advantage of. When I've mentioned the website and that you can find so many programs that have been recorded that you can experience, it's really a two-step process. Please go to www.wlcj.org and log on. You then, right under My Account, click on Download WLCJ Member Materials, and all of the programs will be waiting just for you. Health and wellness sessions, Paula Scheuer Tu B'Shvat cooking classes that are really for all year long, a challah baking workshop, plus so much more. You may think, this all sounds great, but it's really not for me. That you can't imagine that sitting in front of your computer could be so inspiring. All I can say is that during the past 13 plus months, those of us that have engaged in any of these workshops and sessions have benefited greatly. Not only because of the information that was shared, but because of the friendship and concern for one another that has developed as well. It has been a silver lining to this pandemic. I know that I was never alone, and that when I got kind of antsy from staying at home, that I could look forward to visiting with my sisters. You are a part of this wonderful community of conservative Jewish women. You will be welcomed with open arms. You may also be wondering why I have spent so much of my time with you sharing what's on the website and the programs that are available to each of you. Simply because you're members of your sisterhood, which also means that you are a member of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. Without sounding trite, this organization that we are all a part of has changed my life. I've learned new skills. I have been mentored and mentored others. I've been surrounded by like-minded conservative Jewish women that share my vision, my values. I have formed unbelievable friendships from all over North America and IntraContinental. Friendships that I never would have experienced if I had not ventured out from my hometown or state. We are a community of women that encourage one another, support one another, and are truly there for one another for the simchas and the sorrows. We have enriched each other's lives, and my wish is that for each of you, in every single little box today, take the time, make the effort to participate in just one of the Women's League programs in the next month. And I would love to hear from each of you when you accomplish that goal. In conclusion, I would like to share the words of Albert Schweitzer. At times, our own light goes out and is rekindled by a spark from another person. Each of us has cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have lighted the flame within us. And now, as we take a short break, prior to the starting of installation, I would like to add my wish to those being installed this evening is that you will be the light for IntraContinental, shining bright for your future and the future of Women's League for Conservative Judaism. Mazel tov on starting on this wonderful journey. Shalom.
Torah is the pulse beat of the Jewish people. The perpetuation of the teachings of Torah is the ultimate aim of each sisterhood. An organization as large as Women's League for Conservative Judaism, with which we are affiliated, requires many emissaries of goodwill to carry the message of its works. It is fitting that we install our new officers and board members about a month before the season of Shavuos. We remember that Shavuos is Zaman Matan Toratenu, the season of the giving of the law at Mount Sinai. A midrash tells us that when the children of Israel stood trembling with awe at the foot of the mountain and the law was offered to them, It was the mothers of Israel who cried out in unison, Na aseh v'niasan man, we do and we will obey. These women were ready without hesitation to accept the precious burden of the law. It was they who showed the way to the rest of our people, and for this we revere their memory. They are the role models we have chosen to emulate.
If we were together in person, I would now say, will the following elected team members please rise and remain standing? We'll now recognize these individuals in 2021 Zoom fashion. Please raise your hand when your name is called. Jody Jacqueline, Tefereth Israel, Des Moines, Iowa. May Leviton, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Mickey Kingsley, Cole Rena, St. Louis, Missouri. Sherry Lynn Rubin, Ashney Torah, Plano, Texas. Thelma Tsuris, Sherrit Sedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Faye Lee Steinberg, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Sheila Goldberg, Shar HaShalom, Houston, Texas. Sally Gordon, Ohev Shalom, Prairie Village, Missouri. Lori Silverblatt, Brith Shalom, Bel Air, Texas. Beverly Jones, Agudas Achim, Coralville, Iowa. Sandy Polanski, Sherrit Sedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Marla Goldstein, B'nai Amuna, St. Louis, Missouri. We will now see our outgoing officers. Denise Mosk, Brith Shalom, Bel Air, Texas. Jane Reeder, Eitz Chaim, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Meryl Nasan, Sherith Israel, Dallas, Texas. Ruth Harris, Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Louise Kaufman, Tefereth Israel, Des Moines, Iowa. Artis Wexler, Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Roxanne Portnoy, Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, Minnesota. And Kathy Leonard, Sher HaShalom, Houston, Texas.
On Shavuos, we read the book of Ruth, a beautiful story of loyalty and devotion. Like our ancestor Ruth, you women have worked long and diligently and fulfilled your duties with loyalty and devotion. Just as Naomi and Ruth nearly came to a parting of the ways at the Judean border, you today are standing at a crossroads. You, like Ruth, must make a decision. Do you feel like the faithless sister-in-law, Orpah, that you have already done enough for Women's League and are now entitled to return home, allowing us to continue without your help? Or are you going to say, as Ruth did, whither thou goest, I will go? Will you follow us into a new year, into a new future, and again, like Ruth, lend us your willing hands and hearts? Will you, out of your cherished sense of responsibility, continue to work for Women's League? May your decision be a positive one. And just as the Jewish people were blessed through Ruth, also may we be blessed through you. You are officially discharged from your duties and may continue to be seated. Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Alex.
We will now recognize the following incoming team members. Jane Reeder, Eitz Chaim, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Phyllis Harris, Bethel, St. Louis Park, Minnesota. Beverly Jones, Agudas Achim, Coralville, Iowa. Thelma Tsuris, Sherrit Sedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Sean Frank, Anshe Torah, Plano, Texas. Marjorie Schneider, Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, Minnesota. Nancy Rothman, Sherith Israel, Dallas, Texas. Faye Steinberg, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Zoe Littman, Agudas Israel, Saskatchewan. Stacy Glazer, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas. Denise Moss, Brith Shalom, Bel Air, Texas. Jody Jacqueline, Tefereth Israel, Des Moines, Iowa. Cheryl Clayman, B'nai Amuna, St. Louis, Missouri. and Sandy Polanski, Sherry Zedek, Winnipeg, Manitoba. It is said that a vision without a task is a dream. A task without a vision is drudgery. But a vision and a task together are the hope of the world. In today's world, an ever-changing society presents challenges which we face together. Take your responsibilities seriously. Be role models. And together we will walk in the paths of understanding. Together, we will be successful. We thank you for the commitment you have made in accepting your position. And I install you with the words of Robert Browning. Our aspirations are our possibilities. Mazel tov. And now on to our incoming officers.
Will Administrative Secretary Roxanne Portnoy, Temple of Aaron, St. Paul, and Treasurer Kathy Leonard, Shar HaShalom, Clear Lake, Texas, raise their hands? Throughout the book of Exodus, we read a history of travels, successes, and travails of the early Israelites. We read of the collection made for the building of the tabernacle. A record of these happenings is the essence of our early history upon which our tradition is built. Each of you, in your respective positions, will keep records. The Administrative Secretary has a record of what we have said and done. The Treasurer gives an ongoing accounting of the various finances of the administration. Thomas Carlyle said, "In books lies the soul of the whole past time, the articulate, audible voice of the past." Your records will continue the history of our region upon which future administrations will be able to build. I install each of you in your respective office with full confidence in your abilities. Mazel tov.
Parliamentarian Sally Gordon, Ohev Shalom, Prairie Village, Kansas. Raise your hand. It is the parliamentarian's responsibility to assist the entire board to run smoothly by assuring that the correct rules for conducting meetings are followed. May you go from strength to strength. Mazel tov.
Alex, if you'll please show the following vice presidents. Amy Cook Porter, Member at Large for Communications, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Mickey Kingsley, Cole Rena, St. Louis, Missouri, Education Programming. Sheila Goldberg, Shar HaShalom, Clear Lake, Texas, Membership. And May Leviton, Agudas Achim, Austin, Texas, Torah Fund. You have been selected from among many to share both the responsibilities and pleasures of leadership. Each of you brings to your office your special talents and abilities. However, the most important will be the interrelationships you will develop with your team members and your colleagues on the executive committee. So together you will move the IntraContinental region forward. You each have an individual responsibility and will provide the necessary support and guidance as the right hands of the president, ready to step in whenever and wherever needed. Your service to Women's League will provide challenges. It will also bring you much gratification as you participate in the important task of safeguarding and transmitting our heritage. I truly congratulate you and install you with the words of the late Abraham Joshua Heschel. In faith, our task is to act, not only to discover. Mazel tov.
Cindy Ginsburg, Cole Rena, St. Louis, Missouri. It is time for you to relinquish your president's gavel. But before you do, please take time for your farewell remarks.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Artis. As I step down as Intercontinental Region President, I can't help but reflect on all of the wonderful people I have worked with. It is hard to believe that it has been 3 years already. This is definitely bittersweet. I am excited about what lays ahead, but I will greatly miss working with each of you. Thank you to all the members of our Intercontinental Region Board, not only for your tireless commitment to Women's League, but also your friendship. Your unwavering support and guidance cannot be topped. As a departing gift to the region, I would like to present you with a banner that can be used at future meetings and upcoming conventions. It will display our logo, and we will proudly show it at upcoming events. I'm sorry it's not ready to show you today, but it will be in the near future. Ruth, as you begin your presidency of this wonderful region, you can be assured that you have my support and assistance whenever you need it. I look forward to seeing your accomplishments and moving our region to bigger and better things. Of course, this isn't goodbye. I look forward to continuing in my role as nominating chair and, of course, immediate past president. Thank you.
Cindy, all of us here hope that your creative leadership has enriched your life as you surely have enriched the Intracontinental region. We look forward to your continued leadership activities. As a token of our thanks and affection, the region has planted a circle of 5 trees in the JNF forest in Israel in honor of your dedicated service to the region, and the certificate is in the mail. I discharge you from your duties as region president and now address you with the 3 most beautiful words in the English language: immediate past president. We will now hear a message from Rabbi Harold Kravitz, Senior Rabbi of the Adath Yeshurun Congregation, Minnetonka, Minnesota.
It's a pleasure to get to address the regional conference for the Mid-Continent region. I know you've been gathered today looking at and studying themes of light. Such an important theme at this challenging time when there's so much darkness to dispel. At this time, it's a time of transition. As one board ends, another board of the Mid-Continent region begins. We want to first thank those who served on the board up until now, and thank you for all the work you've done to sustain our Women's League regionally. And as we now welcome the new board, it's really an honor to get to install our beloved Ruth Harris. Ruth is a member of the Adath Yeshurun congregation. Our chapter at Adath has been around from the very inception of Women's League when Matilda Schechter was first beginning the organization in order to support the seminaries, to support its students, to make sure that they were provided for. Ruth has been an exceptional president, serving multiple terms. She has brought her energy, her sharp thinking, her creativity to maintaining its vitality. She is joined with her dear friends, Judy Goldstein and Artis Wexler, in serving as co-president to keep our chapter strong, keep it going. It took a lot of work. And now Ruth brings her talents to the region. And so we're really delighted she's having this opportunity and what it'll mean for the activity of the Mid-Continent region. And as we reflect on that, I want to go back to the theme of light that you focused on today and with which I began. In the Midrash Tanhuma, the rabbis speculate on the construction of the building of the ancient temple, the Beit HaMikdash in Jerusalem. Because normally in an ancient building, the building would be constructed such that the windows on the outside were wide and then they narrowed, so they brought as much light as possible into the building. But the construction of the ancient temple, the Beit HaMikdash, was the opposite. The windows of that building were wide on the inside and they were narrow on the outside so that they would shed their light out, right? I was like, why would you do that? The answer was they would shed their light out into the world, because that was the purpose of our ancient temple, to bring light into the world. And that's the challenge we all face, right? How can we be that light and cast that light from our synagogues, from our seminary, from the activities of our Women's League? The Midrash ends by quoting the famous pasuk from Psalms 97:11. Or zaru ala tzadik, l'ishrei lev simcha. Light is sown for the righteous and gladness for the upright in heart. I'm confident that Ruth will lead this board with righteousness and gladness and uprightness, so that it continues to shed light on all who encounter it. Mazel tov. We wish you all the best and have a wonderful, wonderful year.
Ruth Harris, Women of Adath, Minnetonka, Minnesota. Abraham Joshua Heschel said, "There is no human being who does not carry a treasure in his soul." You're not, Ruth. A moment of insight, a memory of love. There she is. A dream of excellence, a call to worship. You have chosen to share with all of us the treasures in your soul. Your warmth, your sense of humor, your dedication of purpose, and your exciting creativity will give us extraordinary leadership. And sometimes your love of red wine will come in handy. You are experienced in working for Women's League and in the greater community. I know you will face each challenge with courage, imagination, and stability. And never forget, you have a cadre of former presidents to call on if needed. The president's pin is an outward sign of your office. When you receive it, wear it proudly. Oh, you have it already. Wear it proudly. I declare you officially installed as the IntraContinental President for 2021-24. Mazel tov.
Thank you. Thank you, Artisan Judy, for doing a beautiful installation. I also thank you for your past and continued friendship and support. To Rabbi Kravitz, Hazan Dulkin, and Rabbi Weininger of Adath Yeshurun, my thanks and appreciation for your kindness, guidance, and encouragement over the years, not just to me, but to the women of Adath. A virtual community. According to Wikipedia, it's a group of people interacting by electronic means for educational, social, religious, or other purposes. The Women's League community. It's not just our individual sisterhoods and cities, it is our IntraContinental Region, the worldwide organization for Women's League for Conservative Judaism. We have seen many changes within Women's League across the country, and yet we continue to perform tzedakah to enhance our communities, raise funds for the rabbinic seminaries, attend conferences and conventions to expand our horizons. We have moved from the kitchens to the boardrooms and the bimas, and now here we are Zooming together. Community. One of the most meaningful symbols of community for me is the orange that sits on our Seder plate. Open it up. All of the segments are there, connected to each other. Never a segment missing. This is how I see our IntraContinental community. Individuals connected to each other to make up the whole. My thanks to the newly installed officers. I am grateful you have agreed to be an important part of the IntraContinental region. The IntraContinental region made history today. This was our first virtual conference, and there were over 100 of us who were educated and enriched, all in the comfort of our homes. And we learned that in spite of the challenges we have faced, we, like the segments of the orange, will always be a connected community. Thank you. And now, ta-da-da, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Hazan Joanna Dulkin. There you are. Hazan Dulkin is an honors graduate of Stanford University received her master's degree of sacred music and investiture from the Jewish Theological Seminary. She's an officer of the Cantors Assembly, has taught and performed internationally as a cantor, musician, and scholar in residence. I am proud and thrilled that Hazan Delkin is here to share her music with us. It's all yours.
Thank you, Ruth, and Mazel Tov to you and to this whole amazing cadre of human beings. It's also been a fun little reunion with all my St. Louis friends as well. So,
cool.
Hi. So thank you for the warm welcome. Hi. I'm going to perform a few songs, and Ruth and I had a couple of really nice conversations about this specific event, and you should all know how much this means to her. In case you're not aware, Ruth is really dedicated and cares a lot about you guys and about Women's League. And she and I were talking about different music to share. So I'm going to share 3 songs. And the last song is going to be a Shehecheyanu that I'm going to invite everyone to sing in the comfort of your own homes, in your own Zoom windows. They're not boxes, they're windows. We get to see through them and see one another. And we're going to end on a note of blessing, as if we haven't been blessed enough today. And the first song will be in Hebrew, the second song in English, and we'll finish with a blessing all together. So at this time, I'm just going to make sure that everyone is muted, because singing on Zoom is really hard for more than one person. So there you go. So welcome, and I'm very excited. I'm gonna begin with a song by one of my idols, the amazing Israeli composer, singer, songwriter Chava Alberstein. And this song is called Rikma Enoshit, and it means a human tapestry. So it's almost like the orange segments, Ruth. It's almost like that. And Chava Alberstein imagined our interconnectedness as all part of one tapestry of humanity. We're all responsible for one another. If one of us is hurting, then we're all hurting. If one of us is celebrating, we're all celebrating. So I want you to look out. If you're not a Hebrew scholar, that's okay. Listen for the word kulanu. Kulanu means all of us. She'amut ma shehu mimeni, ma shehu mimeni yamut becha, yamut becha, shetamut ma shehu mincha bi, ma shehu mincha bi yamut itcha. ימות איתך, כי כולנו, כן כולנו, כולנו רקמה אנושית אחת חיה, ואם אחד מאיתנו הולך מעימנו, מה שהוא מת בנו, ומה שהוא נשאר איתו. אם נדע להכיר איך להגיע, איך להגיע את האיבה, אם רק נדע, אם נדע להשפיל את שערנו, אם נדע להשפיל על חלבוננו, לומר סליחה, אם רק נדע, כי כולנו, yeah, get those mazel tovs in the chat, כן כולנו, כולם ברקמה אנושית אחת חיה, ואם אחד מאיתנו ito. This next song, Ruth asked for this specific song. She loves it. She told me, I love this song. And I said, me too, Ruth. You know why? I think you love this song, Ruth, because you always are looking ahead and thinking about how everything can be even better. Looking forward to that day, one day, when all of us will be free. All of us will be taken care of. All of us will be appreciated and loved and live in peace. Sometimes I lay under the moon, thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day. Sing with me, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent, blood-drenched pavement. Keep on moving though the waters stay raging. In this maze you can lose your way. Might drive you crazy, but don't let it faze you. No way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. When this all will change, people the same. Stop with the violence, down with the hate. One day we'll all be free, proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like way All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. No more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. Last time, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. This would be the time where you put your arms around each other in a really big circle and scooch together. Of course, all in spirit. And we thank God for this moment in our lives when we are kept together in this holy community and allowed to reach this incredible moment. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, shehacheanu v'kirmanu v'higianu b'zman hazeh. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was amazing. I appreciate it and thank you. I don't know how else to put it. Mwah. Now we get to take a short break. Everybody can go grab themselves some goodies to nosh on, perhaps a libation or two, and then and even put on some comfy clothes or your jammies or however you feel relaxed, and then join us for the IntraContinental after conference party. Don't miss the entertainment and a major announcement that will be made during the course of the celebration. So we'll see you all shortly. Thank you.
Well, guys, we are nearing the end. I hope you enjoyed your last break. You made new friends and reconnected with old ones. I just want to say thank you to all for attending our conference this past day or so. It's seeing all your faces and getting to interact with everyone again. We have had a great time learning new things, sharing information, seeing Ruth installed as president. Congratulations again, Ruth.
Thank you.
And growing in our networks. Now we can sit back, enjoy our region party. Everyone will be muted. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and see your talent. At the end of the performance part of the party, please unmute yourself and we will keep Zoom open for anyone who wants to stay on and talk with people. Thank you to Alex with BWA Video, who will be leaving the Zoom shortly for us to be on our own. We do appreciate you and could not have successfully executed this conference without you. We will start with individuals who pre-recorded. We hope you have a good time now. Now on with the show. We're going to start with Sherry Lynn Rubin and sharing a couple of her talents via video. Thank you very much, Sherry Lynn. I think we actually now have one more video in regards with Sherry Lynn. She has an additional talent she will share with us. Take it away, Alex. Thank you very much, Sherry Lynn, for the wonderful exhibit of your talents. This was awesome. Next video we have up is from Margaret McCulloch, and she will be reading a poem, I believe.
Hello, my sisterhood friends. My name is Margaret Kellerman McCulloch, and I'm recording this in Winnipeg, where we just had some snow, and we're going to have some more snow tomorrow. I'm going to tell you about my favorite poet, Wisława Szymborska. She's a Polish poet who is translated to many languages, mainly because she has received a Nobel Prize for Literature in 1996. She grew up in Kraków, Poland, only wrote in Polish, but she had many international influences. One of her first teachers was, of course, her very own mother, Anna Rotermund. Today I'm going to read for you a poem by Wisława Szymborska, first in original Polish and then in English translation. And the poem's title is Miłość od pierwszego wejrzenia, or Love at First Sight. Miłość od pierwszego wejrzenia. Oboje są przekonani, że połączyło ich uczucie nagłe. Piękna jest taka pewność, ale niepewność jest piękniejsza. Sądzą, że skoro nie znali się wcześniej, nic między nimi się nie działo. A co na to ulice, schody, korytarze, na których mogli się od dawna mijać? Chciałabym ich zapytać, czy nie pamiętają, może w drzwiach obrotowych kiedyś twarzą w twarz? Jakieś przepraszam w ścisku? Głos pomyłka w słuchawce? Nie, ale znam ich odpowiedź. Nie, nie pamiętają. Lecz były znaki, sygnały. Cóż z tego, że nieczytelne? Może 3 lata temu, albo w zeszły wtorek, pewien listek przefrunął z ramienia na ramię. Były klamki i dzwonki, na których zawczasu dotyk kładł się na dotyk. Walizki obok siebie w przechowalni. Był może pewnej nocy jednakowy sen, natychmiast po zbudzeniu zamazany. Każdy przecież początek to tylko ciąg dalszy, a księga zdarzeń zawsze otwarta w połowie. Love at first sight. They're both convinced that a sudden passion joined them. Such certainty is beautiful, but uncertainty is more beautiful still. Since they've never met before, they're sure that there'll be nothing between them. But what's the word from the streets, staircases, hallways? Perhaps they've passed by each other 1,000,000 times. I want to ask them if they don't remember a moment face to face in some revolving door, perhaps a sorry muttered in a crowd, a curt wrong number caught in the receiver. But I know the answer. No, they don't remember. But there were signs and signals, even if they couldn't reach them yet. Perhaps 3 years ago, or just last Tuesday, a certain leaf fluttered from one shoulder to another. There were doorknobs and doorbells where one touch had covered another beforehand. Suitcases checked and standing side by side. One night, perhaps, the same dream grown hazy by morning. Every beginning is only a sequel after all, and a book of life always open halfway through. So I hope you enjoyed these poems. one in English, one in Polish, the same poem, and perhaps it will encourage you to read more poetry, perhaps by Wisława Szymborska.
Thank you very much, Margaret. That was really, really cool to listen to. And now on to Karen.
It should be going. If not, just go on to somebody else. I'll try to get it going.
Alrighty, thanks, Karen. So we will now have some live participation too. If I call your name and you're no longer interested, please just let me know. I'll give everyone about 5 to 10 seconds. And if there's not a response, we'll move on to the next person. First one will be, I hope I don't mispronounce it, Pixie Cone.
Okay. I'm wearing my sort of Houston shirt. This is, whoops, it's this side. This is the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. So anyway, my kids, we all paint t-shirts and we painted moons and stars and stuff. And this is not a cross on the other side, it's a glider. Okay, when I went to Israel for the first time, which was a long time ago, I got some impressions of the land and I wrote a poem. It's actually a prayer, and on Sisterhood Sabbath, Sisterhood Shabbat, this is what we did instead of the normal prayer. So it's called A Prayer for Israel, Land of Contrasts. Farmers plowing with animals, drip irrigation, Bedouin tents with TV antennas, shows you how long ago. Towering apartments, women in tank tops, women in long dark dresses, faces covered. A soldier holding a rifle, his girlfriend carrying a bouquet of flowers. Open air markets selling kippahs and crosses, hajibs and halava. Camels, buses, taxis, donkeys, churches, temples, mosques, and shuls. Lord, bless this land, so sacred to Jews, Muslims, and Christians. Open the eyes and hearts of the people and their neighbors. May they come to understand one another and cease this endless conflict. Bring healing to all those wounded in battle. Dry the tears of their families. Return our missing soldiers to the arms of their loved ones. Lead us from fear to faith, from hatred to hope, from carnage to calm. Spread your wings over the land and the people of Israel, and grant us peace.
Thank you very much. Next up, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure if these people wanted to participate or not. I got like question marks on the registration form. So again, if you're not interested, just either say you're not interested or don't say anything, and we'll jump to the next person after about 5 to 10 seconds. Cindy Ginsburg.
Yes, thank you. I would like to read 2 poems. One is on friendship and one is on sisterhood. The first one, The Gift of Friendship. Friendship is a priceless gift that cannot be bought or sold, but its value is far greater than a mountain made of gold. For gold is cold and lifeless. It can neither see nor hear, and in the time of trouble, it's powerless to cheer. It has no ears to listen, no heart to understand. It cannot bring you comfort or reach out a helping hand. So when you ask God for a gift, be thankful if she sends, not diamonds, pearls, or riches, but the love of real, true friends. And then my next one is on sisters. It seems we just connected right from the very start, meant to be naturally sisters of the heart. And though we don't share parents, as real sisters do, growing on my family tree is a special branch for you. A time-tested kinship in which God plays a part through talks and laughter, sorrow and dreams of sisters by the heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Renee Glazier. Renee, are you still with us? All right. After that, we have Paya Greenberg. Are you still interested? Okay, if Renee or Paya would like to do something later, we're still open to that. Hey, Carol, do you have anything for us? Carol Simon. All right. And the offer goes to you too, Carol, if you'd like to do something down the road. Ellie Sokol, would you enjoy doing something for us?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Everybody else has been very serious. I'm not going to be. I'm going to be telling some jokes. As the bus pulled away, Bubby Schwartzbaum realized she had left her purse under the seat. Frantic, she called the bus company and was relieved to hear later that the bus driver found her bag. When she returned to pick it up, several off-duty bus drivers surrounded her. One man handed Bubby her purse, 2 typewritten pages, and a box containing the contents of her purse. We're required to inventory lost wallets and purses, he explained. I think you'll find everything there. As Bubby started to put her belongings back into the purse, the man continued, I hope you don't mind if we watch. Even though we all tried, none of us could fit everything into your purse, and we'd like to just see how you do it. Da-dum-dum.
Ba-dum-bum.
Okay. A doctor was addressing a large audience in Tampa. The food we are consuming is killing us. Red meat is awful. Soft drinks corrode your stomach lining. Chinese food is loaded with MSG. High-fat diets can be disastrous, and none of us realizes the long-term harm caused by the germs of our drinking water. But there is one thing that is the most dangerous of all that we all have eaten or will eat. Would anyone care to guess what food causes the most grief and suffering for years after eating it? After several seconds of quiet, a small 75-year-old Jewish man in the front row raised his hand and said, wedding cake?
That's oh.
Rabbi Applebaum thought it would be a great idea to hold a marriage seminar at his congregation, and sure enough, many of the couples showed up. The therapist was focusing on communication, and Moishi and Miriam Silverman were listening as the therapist declared, it is essential that the husbands and wives know the things that are important to each other. He addressed the men. For instance, gentlemen, can you name your wife's favorite flower? Leaned over, touched Miriam's arm, and whispered, Bilberry all-purpose, isn't it?
Excellent.
All right. I got a couple more if there's time.
Please.
A little Saul came back from his Jewish day school and was very happy. His mother asked, what happened? He said he had won a part in a play that was being done at school. The mother asked, what's the part you'll play, Saul? Saul responded, I shall play the Jewish husband. To which the mother replied, well, you go right back and tell that teacher you want a speaking part. And last, a Jewish couple won $20 million in the lottery. They immediately set out to begin a life of luxury. They bought a magnificent mansion in the Hamptons and surrounded themselves with all the material wealth imaginable. Then they decided to hire a butler. They found the perfect butler through an agency, very proper and very British. They brought him back to their home. The day after his arrival, they instructed him to set the dining room table for 4 as they were inviting the Cohens for lunch. The couple left the house to do some shopping. When they came back, they found the table set for 8. They asked the butler, why 8, when they just as specifically instructed him to set the table for 4. The butler replied, the Cohens phoned and said they were bringing the Blintzes and the Knishes. Good, I'm done.
Okay, cute.
Thank you, Ellie. Ellie, for those that are new to conference, Ellie is a past region president who's currently living in Washington, D.C. So we welcome her all the way from D.C. to our lovely Midwest region. So thanks for
appreciate it.
Ellie. We love that. Next up is Louise Kaufman.
Yay.
It has been requested by our esteemed Louise, and I won't give away who she's going to be, to remain on mute. However, if you have a question or something to say, please raise your hand, and her assistant, which is moi, I will call on you. You can also put your comments and questions in the chat room, and I, again, will read those as her lovely assistant. Go for it, Louise.
Hi, welcome everybody to this video conference. So the nice thing about it is you don't have to wear your pants, but you do still need to practice safe sex. It was very, very nice of you to invite me again to this conference. It was nice because I did not have to pack a suitcase, but you know, it's harder to get my gun now through the screening process. Do any of you have any questions for me?
This is a different format, so we know it's not as easy as in person.
Years ago in the Twin Cities, one of my questionnaires was unbelievably pregnant. And I said, you have not been practicing safe sex. And I just found out that that baby that she had just turned 21. Boy, is she getting old.
And Alex will spotlight you. So if you raise your reaction hand, he will then bring you up so we can all hear you. Does anybody else have a question for Dr. Ruth? Dr. Ruth, I know you're, hey, Dr. Ruth.
Yes.
You're being honored. You know, that was told to us earlier today. How can you be there and here simultaneously, time zones apart, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, the wonders of modern technology. Fortunately, I don't have to do anything but show up.
Sounds good.
But it's about time, you know, all those years I was a sharpshooter for the Haganah. At 16, it was very hard at those time to do that. Now, it seems like everybody can take pot shots at anyone.
I have a question for you, Dr. Ruth. Oh,
yes.
First one is, should men wear boxer shorts?
Oh, you know, it's a question of comfort. Does he sway when he swings or swing when he sways?
Okay, from our esteemed past region president, the question was, Dr. Ruth, what should I do to keep my husband happy?
Take out the garbage yourself.
Wow. Okay. Okay, we got a hopefully PG-13 answer on this one, maybe not. But the question is my son is now 18 and his girlfriend is 17. Any advice for him?
Yes, the best method of birth control at their age is an aspirin. You put it between your knees and you make sure that it stays there.
I'm sorry. All righty. Another question. What is the difference between a married man and a single man?
Not yet. I haven't been called.
Alimony.
Go for it, Dr. Ruth.
Alimony.
Oh, oh, ouch. All right. Does anybody else have some more questions for Dr. Ruth? Or does Dr. Ruth have many more wise anecdotes for us?
At our ages, now that we are getting a little less flexible, yoga can sometimes help keep you limber. It also gives you an excuse to buy those little skinny pants. And you can fudge it in your grocery budget.
That's
for the classes. Yes.
Nope, that works. Oh, we have some more questions. Oh, they're just flying now. Oh, how many children is the right number?
Takes the amount of money that it costs to send one child to college for 6 years, multiply that by 0.03 and subtract 2 children from the answer.
Okay, that's good. So why are we having an explosion of births since COVID began? Ooh, deep.
Well, you know, you can only watch so many episodes of the Game of Thrones.
Okay. How do you tell who wears the pants in the family?
Whichever one fits her better.
That works. Okay. This one wants to keep it relatively clean like we can, but we'll do our best. My partner has trouble in bed. What would you suggest?
A step stool and a safety belt. Was that clean enough?
It works for me. We got to cheer her on that one. Hey, I'm giving her, yay! All righty. Let's see. This is a new question. Is it safe to kiss my husband before he's been vaccinated during the pandemic?
As long as he's wearing either a mask or a condom, yes.
Okay. Dr. Ruth, any more words of wisdom for us or any more questions? Well, Dr. Ruth, we appreciate you staying up extra late for us and showing up to this party. Every year it's very enjoyable and we look forward to seeing you in person next year.
God willing and the creek don't rise, whatever that means.
Sounds good. If I missed anybody or called on anybody and I did not do that, I apologize. However, is there anybody else who would like to perform as of now? If not, we'll move on to our newest. Oh, Alice has.
Yes. I'd like to sing a song.
Alice can sing. And then
Yeah, I
we'll go
hope
to
so. And then I want to do my PowerPoint if it'll work. Okay, so I'll go first then, or? Yes, you go first.
And then it'll be Karen and then Ruth.
Okay. I'm going to sing Ma Tovu by Danny Massang. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. How goodly are your tents, O Jacob, your dwelling places, O Israel. Ma Tovu, Ma Tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Ma Tovu, Ma Tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Va'ani berov chastecha, avo veitecha, Echtacha vechol kodshecha, Yiratecha, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael. Adonai ahavti me'on beitecha, umkol mishkan kevodecha, mishkan kodecha, va'ani eshtachave lecha, elecha lifnei Adonai, Osi, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Va'ani tefilati lecha, Adonai et ratzon, Elohim berov chastecha, Elohim berov chastecha, Aneni be'emet yishecha, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael, Ma tovu, Ma tovu, Ohalecha Yaakov, Mishkenotecha Yisrael. Mishkenotecha Yisrael.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Alice. Now I believe Karen has a PowerPoint.
I'm going to give it a try. And I want to thank Lori Silverblatt for all her help with this. And if it doesn't run, it's all on me. So give me a moment here. Let's see, slideshow. Yoo-hoo.
Yay!
There's no sound. You have to wait to the bitter end on this one.
Oh. Beautiful picture.
Can you read the top?
Yes, we can read it.
Good. That's it.
That was awesome.
That was nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Great.
now I would
Thank
like
you,
to,
Karen.
I'd like to call on Ruth Harris, please.
Well, that was a perfect lead in. And before I give this other announcement, Margie Schneider, I know you're there. Can you wave or we can get her on screen? Margie is going to be the Jody for next year. She's going to be conference chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
And between us, we would like to advise, well, I'm not gonna sing this, but I'll give you a hint as to where next year's conference is going to be, or who'll be the host, hosting it. Mall of America, Mall of Your Dreams. Don't deny it till you've tried it. It's your right day or night to buy clothes and you don't have to pay tax. When you're shopping in Minneapolis or St. Paul. And we are going to do a joint conference with the two Temple of Aaron, Women of Adath. And we'll let you know how we're going to handle it. It's either going to be totally virtual, totally live, or a combination of the two. And I hope every one of you will join us and come help us celebrate. And I hope we can do it in person and give real hugs instead of just virtual ones. So there's my hugs to all of you and thank you. And I look forward to a very successful term. And thank you, Margie, for accepting.
I don't know what I've gotten myself into, but
Hey,
you're welcome.
listen, we'll do it together.
All
We can always
yours.
call Jody and Karen. So thank you all for everything. It's been great. It's been a wonderful convention or conference, and it was wonderful seeing everybody again. And
You
again,
too, Ruth.
hopefully we'll do it next year again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Back to you, Jody.
All right. Is there anybody else who would like to do anything? Is there? Who said that?
I was just laughing.
Oh, okay. Is there?
I can do
With
one
that-
more. I can do one more thing.
Sure. I'm not sure who spoke, but raise your hand so we can focus in. Okay, Sherry Lynn.
Okay. On July 20th, 1969, as commander of the Apollo 11 lunar module, Neil Armstrong was the first person to set foot on the moon. His first words after stepping on the moon, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," were televised to Earth and heard by millions. But just before he re-entered the lander, he made the enigmatic remark, "Good luck, Mr. Gorski." Many people at NASA thought it was a casual remark concerning some rival Soviet cosmonaut. However, upon checking, there was no Mr. Gorski in either the Russian or American space programs. Over the years, many people questioned Armstrong as to what the "good luck, Mr. Gorski" statement meant, but Armstrong always just smiled. On July 5th, 1995, in Tampa Bay, Florida, while answering questions following a speech, a reporter brought up the 26-year-old question about Mr. Gorski, and this time he finally responded because his Mr. Gorski had just died. So Neil Armstrong felt he could now answer the question. Here is the answer to who was Mr. Gorski. In 1938, when he was a kid in a small Midwestern town, he was playing baseball with a friend in the backyard. His friend hit the ball, which landed in his neighbor's yard by their bedroom window. His neighbors were Mr. and Mrs. Gorski. As he leaned down to pick up the ball, young Armstrong heard Mrs. Gorski shouting at Mr. Gorski, "Sex? You want sex? You'll get sex when the kid next door walks on the moon." It broke the place up. Neil Armstrong's family confirmed that this is a true story.
Wow. Thank you, Sherry Lynn, for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else who would like to have something to share? All right. Well, I just want to say personally, and speaking on behalf of the team, though I don't like to speak for them, so they can say something if they wish, but I had a fabulous time, and we're now excited to see everybody in Minnesota and in person. That is it. So one last thing, enjoy the rest of your chocolates, because anybody who's been to conference prior to this knows There is no such thing as a conference without chocolate. So please unmute yourself, enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll stay on until people are ready to take off. And we have one question. Somebody asked, what's the date for next year? The committee has not yet been formed. So we're going to give Margie and her committee some time in developing the date, looking at schedules, looking at holidays. You know, we have to keep things in mind, Passover, so on and so forth. So I'm guessing they'll probably have a date, hopefully within the next 4+ months or so. Margie, does that sound about right? About 4 months, you should have a date, you think?
You're on mute.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Be honest.
It's a great start.
Okay. We'll let you know.
It's honest.
That's fair. But in all honesty, give it about 4 to 5 months. It takes time to organize the day between the cities. They have 2 different congregations they need to work with, holidays, schedule, finding a hotel that it has acceptable dates and that's not full of conventioneers, hopefully for their businesses. So we need to give them some time to have some appropriate dates. But again, thank you for the fabulous time. And I cannot wait to see everybody in Minnesota next year. We love you all. And thanks to this wonderful, wonderful team, Cindy, Denise, Karen, Sheila, Ruth, Kathy. God bless you, Kathy. She was awesome. She did magic with the computer. So thank you. And Alex, if you can still hear us, we thank you for making this as smooth as possible because simply I was terrified. But well, and you all seem to have enjoyed yourself and let's just have some good time talking.